Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector, and tonight we have a very special guest host, Stan Dahlin, everybody.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
And our normal honkies, Reese2753.
Yay.
Woodnum.
Professional honky.
Random 11.
Hello.
Awake, good. Okay, Green Line.
Brought to you by shitty sound quality, but still here.
And Dan is with us again.
Yeah, I'm back. Hello.
An even more appropriate avatar than normal.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started. We're going to pick up right where we left off. Actually, Stan, since you're here, you sent me a message that I told you we would cover the correction.
Sure.
You said, let me bring up what it was about. You said it was the reason you mentioned AWA is because you were the director of guest relations, and you were also on the AWA board of directors, referring to when I had covered your previous correction, and you had mentioned AWA regarding Vic's Sunday panels.
His religious, the religious panel, yeah.
Yeah. He said it was your job to work out contracts with guests and fulfill panel requests with guests in the convention events department. You were never the owner of Anime Weekend Atlanta, although some of the Kick-Vickers like to spread that notion around for some reason.
Oh,
or
yeah.
the AWA board asked you to step down as CEO for misuse of funds.
Oh, I love that.
Right.
That defamation right there.
Right. All right. So it's actually quite a great time for you to come in here because we're going to pick up right where we left off, and we're actually going to get to talk about conventions and contracts and everything. So let's get right into it.
And all-knowing, and as much as I love the idea,
I love it.
We're not. No. We don't know that. Like, the truth is, like, he did way more conventions than we did.
Yeah.
I don't know how he could do it. Like, the amount that you do is exhausting to me. I do one, and I'm like, I need to go home and recover for
I'm
days.
backing off this year. I'm doing way fewer.
It's a lot.
I just like to point out that it's kind of funny that they were so concerned with the conventions and stuff that, they were contacting conventions, or at least like Ron and stuff. But then they're like, yeah, I like, God, cons are exhausting and all this. It's just so weird to me.
Late,
I wonder how
lost.
much of it is, hello, Lance. I wonder how much of it is by choice.
I missed that part. I was distracted by Lance. I don't know what you're talking about. How much of what was by choice?
Them not going to
not going to the conventions. Right.
And then after quarantine, getting back into it, it's like, God, this is so exhausting. Was it always this exhausting? Oh, man. The last one we did before quarantine was in Liverpool, and it was us.
So awesome.
And Michael Tatum and Brandon McInnes. And we had the best time. Oh, my God.
That was the way to go out. Like, that was the way to have, like, sorry, conventions are done for a while. Like, that was the pinnacle.
Go to Liverpool. Do the Beatles experience. Eat some amazing food. Everything was gin. Oh,
it was great.
Heaven.
I'll be real. I've been to Europe a few times, and I don't feel like they're known for their food.
Heaven.
And then the world went to shit.
Yeah. Literally on the way back. Like, we barely made it back before they stopped allowing people back into the United States.
Do you remember the guy? Like, because, the U.S., we're a little bit behind the times when it comes to things like this. I will never forget when we got on the plane to get home. And I think I took pictures and sent it to y'all because I was like, what is this man doing? This man was wiping down his entire area of the plane with, like, wet wipes. Mm-hmm. I mean, we didn't even know that there was a virus until we went to the UK.
Oh, I had kind of heard about it. I had heard about it. But it was like, one of those ones that's always way over there. It's like way over there. I actually didn't know. My mom was texting me to let me know what specific locations in Liverpool had people with it. And I was like, Mom, there's more people in the United States right now. And she's like, yes, but you're in Liverpool, and that's where I care about. And it was really funny, too, because, we're from Oklahoma, and that's very Fox News Central. Like, it's very, very right-wing media. Like, there's very little else that gets in there, which leads to a little bit of brainwashing from small towns.
I would just like to point out the disdain that they have for flyover states. and the way of life of individuals who do not share their progressive ideology.
Well,
Yeah,
it's kind of weird because Jamie is from Oklahoma, and this is her take. Good
Yeah.
God Almighty.
Yeah, it's brainwashing, but I was
Sorry,
gonna say brainwashing, but she wasn't brainwashed, so.
Oh,
clearly.
definitely not. Right.
At least not by Fox, unfortunately.
It's because she doesn't watch Fox News, so she's definitely not brainwashed.
Fox News Central, like it's very, very.
What part of no? I am live. Handle it yourself, as I told you. No. Oh my God! Give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves.
All right, we can go over the first chat. We got super late, extremely late.
Oh wow!
I'm trying the new method that Brad suggested after last podcast, but I guess we're filling time, so we might as well read all of them. But for future, we're just gonna point out the ones that we'd have like a response to and stuff.
Right.
And then we got late, super. Oh, sorry, I went back to the start. Hi, Standa.
Is that JoJo French?
Is he just a stand this whole time? Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, there are 20,000 or so videos on Ryan's toy reviews, and I happen to pick the one they didn't want to watch.
Wow.
All right. Sorry about that. Are we in the middle of comments? Let's get through those, actually.
No. I did the new method.
Okay, cool. Yeah. The new method, which is you guys start, so I only pay attention to the ones that are needing to be addressed right away. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's...
right-wing media. Like
Right.
there's very little else that gets in there, which leads to a little bit of brainwashing from small towns. And so she was looking at Fox News, and they never covered it, right? And she was like, "What is happening? I need to know what's happening with my baby." So she started watching Al Jazeera and BBC to find out information about it, and then she just completely stopped. She was like, "They're not telling me the truth. They are lying. I don't trust them." And she's done it like a full 180. It's really
for Mama.
entertaining.
Good for Mama.
I'm really proud of her. I'm really proud of her. Seek out that information when you really want to know the
Yes.
truth. So that's us, I guess.
That was a
in the
segue.
style of my mama. Yeah, that's the convention thing. Is there anything else? I guess it's kind of. Go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, we were just saying that, like, to be accused of having, conspired to ruin these contracts that we had no way of knowing even existed.
Right, is ridiculous.
Is absolutely ludicrous. Like, there's absolutely no way. What do they think we do? Like, that we call around to convention heads and go, "Hey, are you having this guy? Because if so, you should cancel." No, I have a life. I have things to do.
Yeah.
I don't care who goes to convention.
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
This sick Ron on them.
You have a life. Ron, unfortunately, does not.
It technically wasn't me.
Exactly what Ron admitted to doing.
Precisely.
Calling all the fucking heads and saying, "You have Vic there and them. We're not going to go."
Yeah.
It's that whole thing, too. Like, why would they listen to us? Right? If they have enough of a personal relationship with this man that they can trust a verbal contract. I don't do verbal. I haven't done. No. I can't even remember if I've done a verbal contract.
You have.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Don't lie.
I was going to say how common are verbal contracts.
I'm pretty sure verbal contracts are just as legal as paper contracts.
Well, as I said before,
yes,
the contract is the agreement. The piece of paper is the proof.
It's possible way long ago.
Yeah.
But, for 10 years, it's contracts.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Everything in
contracts.
writing.
I've only ever had contracts. So it's to protect the convention.
I mean, Vic did too.
Yeah. Well.
Minor details.
Yeah, and I just... It amazes me the level of just trying to refute the claim while also admitting to all the things that they say they're refuting previously in this very, episode of their podcast.
And to protect us, right? It's both things. Contracts are important in business transactions like this. But clearly there is a level of trust between those conventions and this person if these verbal contracts are truthful, right? If that's the truth, then that establishes a personal relationship. A personal relationship we did not have because we have actual contracts. So, what is more likely?
What is more likely? Let's play the what is more likely game.
Is it more likely that a man with a personal relationship that can do a verbal contract is thwarted by two women who do not have the same relationships with those convention agents that somehow found out his secret appearances and contacted these people that they didn't know or didn't have those close personal relationships with and convinced them that they needed to fire him or not, or cancel his appearance? Or is it more likely that
these are
that
long
those
options.
conventions who had these close personal relationships with him decided with all the backlash they didn't want to risk their name and they didn't want to make the safety of their guests a second thought to someone appearing?
I'm not accusing them of anything, but it almost sounds like she's trying to remember the exact words that she hypothetically used when guilting a convention not to have him anymore.
It's almost like he had an established relationship with the cons through being a good guest. I'm pretty sure the worse you are, the less of a relationship they want. I mean, call me crazy.
Well, it's also like... Good.
I was going to say, it's also a false dichotomy here. Like, oh, what's worse? Like, okay, how about they were getting all this backlash and then official voice actors started contacting them and saying, well, no, this is all that shit online's true. You need to, get them off the list. And whether or not they know or not, if he has an appearance, they know the convention's happening. They know when all the big conventions are happening. Right. You call all of them up and you say, you invited me. If Vic's coming, I'm not.
They make it sound
you don't need to know shit.
Like it's a secret list. Like there was a secret...
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there like didn't Vic put out a list of all the conventions he was scheduled to attend?
As soon as he gets announced at any of them, that means that he's got a contract with them.
So it's just really public.
So literally, this secret list of Vic's conventions. Oh, where could you have found that? I don't know. Go to Vic's Twitter page and sort by photos and look at all the ones that are clearly a convention announcement. Boom, you got all of them right there. How hard is that?
It ain't
not to mention there's websites. Yeah, there's websites that track conventions.
There's one big convention website that everybody goes to, and you can search by name.
Yeah, it's effectively the IMDb of conventions.
Yes, and it's called animecons.com.
Yeah,
run by Patrick Delaney. That name should sound vaguely familiar.
It does sound vaguely familiar. Why is that?
Well, let's see. He used to be chairman of, or the CEO of Anime Boston. He also runs this website. He's also part of the We Run Anime Cons.
Oh, that's the Facebook group that we were talking about last podcast. Yeah. That also has all this information available.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're going to continue to just deflect and frame the argument in a way where it's like they're not actually.
Yeah, and they say they don't have the time, and they go to their agent. They can have their agent do all the dirty work for them and say, hey.
Which is what Ron alleged, or Ron said in his text to Chris Layton.
Yep, there we go.
They wanted to prioritize safety. They wanted to prioritize their good name, and so they fired him. What's more likely?
That's a big or.
You know what I mean?
That's a big or.
Yeah.
Which one's
close
more
personal
likely?
Relationship versus two women who didn't know and didn't have that same relationship, who have to have contracts. But
all right. First off, Monica and Jamie, both of you guys liked Hanlea's tweet and then retweeted it. You gave it validity, which in that age of believe women, believe all women, and this group of con runners just came out and just believed you guys.
It's like I said before, that once upon a time an obscure Tumblr blog existed where people told their horror stories about Vic. And most of the posts are not even accusations. They are literally just people who hate Vic and are spreading rumors, such as, oh, did you guys hear? Vic got banned from such and such con this year, right? He'll never be back. Well, then that year, somebody going to hire him to, or invite him to be a guest at one of their conventions. They see that rumor and they say, oh no, X con said this. I'm going to call this con. And they say, oh, that's not true. You didn't ban Vic? Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Hey, Vic, want to come to my con? I mean, that's all that needed to happen previously. But specifically what happened after Broly dropped was that Monica and Jamie got involved. Monica, Jamie, and numerous other individuals liked, retweeted, became vocal, they lent credibility to the claims that previously would have been dismissed easily, as you were saying.
They sure did.
Somehow they're going to convince, right? Like how, I don't even know what I would say. Hi, we've never met or spoken, but I just want to let you know. Now, after the fact, I will say that I've had a couple of convention owners contact me to be supportive.
Yes.
But it's not like we were best friends before that. Right? It was a very cordial kind of thing. It's not like I called them.
Let me guess, Faisal Ahmed or whatever his name was.
Stan, do you have a lot of people that come up to you and say, hey, I've never talked to you, but could I get a contract?
When I used to do conventions, and because my hobby convention was Anime Weekend at Atlanta, because I've done that for nearly 20 years. But I did 4 other shows on my own, on top of AWA and a regular job. I've had people emailing, because all the emails go to me. All the various shows goes directly to me. They don't know I'm the owner. They don't know unless I've worked with them before. So yeah, I have emails from people asking to be so-and-so. I'm so-and-so in this industry or that industry, or I want to be your official announcer or / whatever they called it, and I'm like, I can do that by myself, or I'll have one of my guests do it. Why because I'm paying for them. So why am I bringing in somebody who I don't even know to do this job for me?
Right.
So
right
to chit chat about my life and my experiences,
and the most
have a verbal contract.
Right, and the most that they probably know about us at this point is talking to our agent and being like, hey, if this person or this person is there, I will not be in attendance.
So they continue here to talk, and they are indicating more than one person. Are they talking about Todd Habercorn? Or are they talking about like where Anime Matsuri had Nick Rekieta come? Like, what do you guys think?
We assume that they're talking about Vic, but yeah.
Well, they say this person or that person, and I'm going to play it. You can hear them. They seem to be talking about 2 individuals.
So
yeah,
just letting you know
at
up front.
Point,
yeah. These are the people. Everybody else totally fine, but these are the 2 people that I will not attend a convention with.
So
2 people.
Yep.
So it's probably Vic and Ron. Right. I know that would be my pick if I was Monica.
That was not happening back then.
No.
Until Kamea-con.
Yeah. And that's what's so frustrating, too, is that it is completely within your right to not want to go to a convention with somebody that you don't feel safe with or whose fans you don't feel safe with. And you have every right to take yourself out of the equation. And that's all that happened, is I took myself out.
And if you were, let's say, going to...
I'll remind you that she took herself out of the equation of Kamea-con and then held a private signing with hired security at a comic book store like 2 miles away or whatever it was, 25 miles away.
Isn't that something that's like
why would they go on this whole tangent about defending themselves as to not being involved in any of this, and then make sure to be very clear to make a point as to why it would be okay if they did?
Right, precisely. They frame it very, very specifically to have like almost the soundbite. We couldn't have done this, and then they go on to say, because we did it, but it was okay for us to do it for this reason, right?
But if we did do it, we know no one would be mad with us.
I would say, was it in your contract to do so?
Right.
Monica. I can say that pretty sure that there was no out for you, no built-in out in the contract.
Well, there's always an out for contracts, right? But it's how much are you going to pay for it, right?
Right.
So, sure, you're allowed. You have the right to say, "Fuck you, I'm not coming if you invite Vic," but you might be legally liable for some damages to whatever con you're doing if you do that.
Because I
you got to pay.
False advertising.
Yeah, I
well,
imagine,
not false advertising, but
no, he's right, because I imagine, like, for example, at bare minimum,
I highly doubt it would ever be classed as false advertising.
Okay.
I would go to con in my local area if Vic was there. If he was not there, I'd be pissed.
People, I'm not a lawyer, but people don't understand false advertising.
But you're missing the point.
It's very hard to prove.
At bare minimum, if they agreed to go there, somebody working for the convention in a graphic design capacity generates the announcement image, or does that happen on the VA's side, Stan?
No, it's usually on the convention side. That's part of the agreement.
So at bare minimum, labor is put forth to produce graphics for the announcement, right? Effort, like social media person was paid to post that tweet, right? These sort of things happen.
Well, there's a bunch of things you have to consider. How much work did it get? Did they put into advertising the person that was going to come? How much, what are they called? The people who sell shit, vendors and crap. How much are they relying on those people being there? What time frame are you giving the convention to cancel? Are you doing it last minute? How much of a pain in the ass is it to try and get a new person to come in and replace that person? Are you going to, if that's the main guest, are you going to be out a bunch of con goers? Like, are they all going to cancel because your main guest is canceling on you?
Right. And
like all of these things are going to affect what liable damages you're going to have to pay to get out of a contract that doesn't specifically have an out.
And this definitely happened with Kamehacon in particular, because
they got lucky they didn't get sued.
Well, I think there was a "we will be in touch" that they received as well, and they responded differently than the defendants in this case did, right? So I think with
Kamehacon, I mean, they're Jamie and Monica are lucky they didn't get sued by Kamehacon.
True. Yes.
But I think that was just like they were already taking enough heat for inviting Vic back. They didn't want to deal with.
But I do recall that Slatos did reference who was their legal representative.
Mm-hmm. I think I believe that the reason Kamehacon is so important is that any other convention you could just say, well, I'm not going to come because Vic's coming. And they're like, okay, I've got 100 other guests lined up, right? But when it comes to Kamehacon, they had weight to throw around because so many of the people who are being accused of conspiring against Vic are voice actors in Dragon Ball, right? So you have Sabat, Sean Schemmel, Monica Rial as Bulma. You've got Colin Klinkenbeard. You've got Chris Rager, you've got Josh Martin, all of these individuals that were not favorable to Vic being there were able to throw their weight around and threaten to leave, and some of them did pull out, except for Sabat. Got everybody.
It would be great if everyone did cancel and there's only Vic there.
Right. Imagine it's like, well, there's nobody else to see. I guess we'll go stand in that extremely long line over there for Vic, right?
Didn't Sean go?
I don't think Sean. Or did he? He might have. Sean Schemmel probably would have had a harder time getting out, being the main character of the show. But
Brad, we have a super chat to address. Yes, we are proud to have Stan on our podcast. If you want more from him, follow him on Twitter at I can't see the playheads in the way.
It says at SC Dahlin. I'll make sure to get that in the description as well later. And I've just noticed I still have Unknown Otaku there, so I hope he shows up at some point. Anyway, so I think Kamehacon is clearly it's important for a reason, and it's I think the linchpin in the whole concept of conspiracy and all of these things, because I'm certain that Ty Beard and his team have talked to Chris Slatosh, and lots of words have been exchanged regarding what transpired. That's how they got the text messages from Chris Slatosh about Ron Toye interfering with the contract and all that. Mm-hmm. So honestly, I think that is going to be the major thing in this case, that if they get it appealed, which historically nearly every single TCPA case in Texas that goes to the appeals court does get appealed. Right, they actually rule in favor of the person appealing it. So when it does end up getting overturned and discovery is no longer stayed, it'll be really interesting to see what comes out and how quickly people decide to settle. Although I really hope the very first thing they do is depose Jamie Markey.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that.
Yeah.
Provide money to that convention for advertising services. It is well within your rights to say, I'm not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, it's funny. They just got done saying contracts are important, right? And then it's like, well, it's well within your right to pull out of that contract, right? Like,
not if it's not in the contract.
Right.
For example, when people go after all of the companies that advertise on Tucker Carlson. Yeah, that's his name, right? Tucker Carlson?
That's such a horrible... Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, I was like, Tucker.
Disdain for middle America and conservative households. Once again, can't wait till this goes in front of a jury.
Oh my God, look at that name. Monica Real.
So, along with their other comments of like, what would I even say to them if I called them up and told them I didn't want to be there? Like, how would I even word that? Like, oh, Tucker Carlson. Oh, but I can't even say that word. It's so hard. Like, all of this stuff
You're a voice actor.
is just proving that, like, it's destroying their own credibility. Because when a normal person listens to this, and what would I say? You would say, hi, I'm invited to your con. I don't want to come anymore if this person's coming because he did bad things. Don't let him come. That's what you would say.
And again,
you don't need to be on a personal relationship to have that conversation. You just need to be on a professional relationship. You invited me to a con.
Right. And they
like
are
all of these things
on the
all of these things are
of their audience.
Yeah. All of these things that they're saying are like simple things. And when they're saying out loud, like, oh, I wouldn't know how to even, it's like, I couldn't have opened the door. How do you even open a fucking door? Who knows how to do that? I don't know. It was impossible.
You notice how they didn't say their agent handled their cancellation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they brought that up. I did notice. They said something about, well, our agent would talk. How would I talk to them? Well, but we have agents to talk to those people.
Yeah, they continue like, how we could couldn't have done that. No, not us. They don't even bring the agent back into the equation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
it's just so it's destroying their credibility for me 100% when they do that kind of thing. You'll notice
the first two, like the last two podcasts we did where we covered this show and we got through the first like 40 to 50 minutes of it. It's focused. They had a script, like an outline of what to talk about, and they're floundering right now and they're going back and forth. Right. And they're literally like saying something, trying to frame it like we couldn't have done this. And then basically saying we did do this, but it's okay that we did this because of this reason. You can't expect us to not do this. Right. They're basically just walking you down that path. And they're completely off their map, their roadmap of how they wanted this episode of their podcast to go. Right. And it's like it's actually kind of hard to commentate on it because they're all over the place. But let's hear what they have to say here.
He's an entertainer. So we know that.
They're claiming Tucker Carlson is an entertainer because his lawyers said that what he does on his nightly show or whatever is for entertainment purposes only, and they're using this as a big gotcha for Fox News, even though they don't seem to know that that's the go-to excuse for literally every single news agency. And Rachel Maddow, Alex Jones, they've all used this excuse to get out of court.
The things that he says are not true because his show is for entertainment purposes only. Anyone who would take them literally is a fool based upon his lawyer's statement. So,
I didn't realize.
I'm paraphrasing, but that's what they say. Hey, but anyway, the things that he says, a lot of people will say, "Hey, these companies, you should stop supporting," and they will.
Right.
Sometimes companies stop supporting all kinds of shows because of the things that they've said. So they withdraw their money and support, which is their right. You don't have to give someone money because you say, hey, I think I'm going to give you money, and then they do something terrible. You don't still have to give them money.
No.
If there's no contract.
But you also...
all those people do have contracts.
That kind of is the case. You're
all those license commercial deals have contracts, and they all have, or well, most of them will have, like, if you do something that damages our brand, we have the right to cancel our contract with you. And so by being on the show, like Coca-Cola, for instance, might say, well, being on the
wow,
maybe they do have a point.
Wow. I almost spit water all over
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, maybe they do have a point that his name's hard to say. Tucker Carlson, being on that show is damaging to their brand, so they want to cancel their contract, and that will most likely be in all of those entertainment style contracts. So it's kind of different when you have an out that's specifically meant for that versus what Jamie and Monica did.
There's no contract.
But you also...
Again, contracts are important.
If you're working with a company that is supposed to, give you a sponsorship of some sort, there are documents that you have to fill out. Companies don't just give away sponsorship money. They don't just give away money willy-nilly. You have to tell them stuff about, who's attending your convention, how many people do you expect, all of these different things. If you don't fill out that paperwork, nothing's going to happen.
If you can't move forward.
Is that so, Monica?
Right?
With that financial support for advertising, if you don't do what you need to do to get the financial support for that advertising. Yeah,
but then,
the
advertisers can totally pull out whenever they want.
Whenever they want. They can do that.
They're just writing the rules in their own image.
Right.
How it goes. Sorry, y'all.
That's just how it is. So, Tucker's probably never going to advertise on our podcast, and that's okay. I'm all right with that.
I'm totally fine with that, please. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's fine.
Did you hear how
I feel so much better.
I do too. Now I just want to talk shit about Tucker Carlson and his...
I know, it's so easy,
he's so hot for the M&M and all that. Weird.
So weird. Don't fuck M&Ms.
That's the T-shirt. Don't fuck M&Ms.
We're in touch. Don't.
Soon on our store.
That's sexual harassment.
They're attempting to use their podcast, because they're hurting so bad for roles and gigs and stuff. They're actually planning to sell merch, right? Now, I was very sad to see that apparently they don't have a merch section on their store. Fortunately, I made the shirt for them. So you guys can buy it on OCApodcast.com/store. Here, I got a better image for you.
Oh, right? No.
Get it on your on a T-shirt today.
Yeah. So it says don't fuck M&Ms. But I felt like there were more options because the obscene gesture that Jamie's making. So I also have I want his head and balls. So there you go. Now, if you were wondering why we were so late tonight. So it's only available in white right now. I will be putting up other colors later. Anyway, have at it. It's right there on the store, OCApodcast.com/store, if you're interested. And I'm working on a color version, but I ran into some technical
Stay
difficulties.
tuned for more.
Do you have a colorblind version?
Yeah, the black and white one is the colorblind version.
I guess, okay. So those are our main things. Now, moving forward, we're going to go through kind of in chronological order for us what our experience was. So when we get back, you can follow on our next podcast. We'll go through kind of up until the lawsuit was filed is probably a good time about what was happening and what our experience was and what we were thinking and everything. So, and all the harassment. But I will say, we are going to do a little section, a little thing every time we record about, questions, right? So,
So let's pause here for a moment and address the enormous amount of chats real quick. Have you guys covered the chats at all?
No,
you guys
just a couple.
I love this comment here. Listen to Jamie and Monica, and it's the State of the Union. There's a lot of interesting coincidences actually surrounding world events happening on the same days.
Welcome to the apocalypse.
Yeah. Let's see. So, what is this in reference to? What do you think Dork Knob accusing Johnny Young Bosch? Any thoughts that Funimation was pulling the strings behind it? Who's Dork Knob?
Nadia.
No.
I'm assuming whoever accused Johnny Young Bosch of whatever. I missed.
I remember.
If you're still in chat, feel free to elaborate.
Somebody accused him of forcing his co-host on some show to dress skimpily or something, and he immediately shut that shit down by calling them out like right away on it and saying like, I had nothing to do with wardrobe and wouldn't have had any control over that regardless. And go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Unless they mean the other guy,
Todd Habercorn.
Todd Habercorn, yeah.
No, I think they were referring to the guy that made that tweet that Johnny shut down.
Could be. Let's see. Yeah, so I noticed they do actually say at the end of the In Touch podcast that it is a monthly podcast. So we can expect the next one probably by next week. I wish I had more time.
For the love of God, does that mean for every one of theirs, they're going to be a part of every 4 of ours?
I can't imagine how long they're going to be able to keep this going, personally.
Brad, remember to unstar the starred ones.
Oh.
They were also, this one was recorded in January, so.
Right, January 8th came out like February 5th or something like that.
And right now it's March 1st. We've been
I don't know. I honestly don't know what is harder to do. Listen to these two screech or Biden struggle to finish the sentence. That's a good, I agree. I don't know. Honestly, this is easier though for me, I would say.
It's almost over.
This is killing me. Oh my God, I hate their laughter. Really hurts my ears. Right, they live in Texas, a red state. You live in Texas, Jamie, a red state, right? Like, but she probably lives
for
in
now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, well, I love
which
this.
Part of Dallas does she live in? She lives in the red portion or the blue portion?
I'm assuming the blue portion. It sounds to me she can't stand to be anywhere near where she might hear the voice of Tucker Carlson coming through the window of somebody's house. So she probably doesn't live near that. And then effing
that would be pretty loud.
Well, they are freaking reptiles, so they might love UK food.
We're not freaking reptiles, y'all.
I love the idea that if they tried to sue me for using their likeness, I could say, wait a minute, I thought you guys said you weren't lizards.
I mean, that's far enough. I don't think anyone could say shit about that.
Let's see. Any hope that Viz Media might bring back Vic to voice Ikkaku for the final season of Bleach this coming Halloween? I don't know.
There's a tiny bit of hope because they were the only company that didn't kick him when he was voicing in JoJo Part 4. However, I don't know.
He should be
I don't
wrong.
think Viz has anything to do with this, but the Netflix dub they had for the Thus Spoke Rohan, he was recast.
He was recast, yeah.
So
and he was recast with a guy that sounds exactly like him.
I could tell, but he was pretty close.
Yeah.
It's it's not like he's got a super unique voice that like they're gonna get reamed on if they replace him. Like like in Dragon Ball Z, where the Ocean dub changed to Funimation, and everyone was like, I think I noticed the difference.
I was sad when what is it? In Bleach, they the voice actor for Urahara retired, so they had to replace him in all the Viz things he was doing, and then he sadly passed away. He was Joe in Digimon, so that's why I fondly remember him.
Yeah, because he all the Digimon people were cursed to die, apparently. How much longer do we have of the In Touch podcast? I'd say about 30 minutes, but we're probably going to we're probably just going to listen to a couple of the questions. We'll see where we get to. Have we seen the new Bleach trailer? Not yet. Oh, the chat just launched itself all the way to the bottom. Okay. Yeah, Ron Toye does live on Twitter. I agree with that. Hold on, relationship with which man? There's a lot of men. I need specific. What? Specific. I have no idea. I have no idea what that's in reference to. Why do I have an unedited picture of Jamie Monaco on screen? Well, you haven't been here for a while, have you, Otaka? So
No. Unedited.
Right, I know. I got the joke. Not Pacific specifics. I gotcha. Don't worry. Ronan says, Stan, I hope you're doing okay. We are so sorry to hear that you have been harassed on a daily basis by Kick Vic and Die Hard, Moronica, and Jamie Simps. Stay strong, Stan.
Or unfortunate typo on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say
they need to try harder because everything they've thrown at me is weak. Really weak.
Something that you and I were sort of talking about in DMs about, I hadn't really considered the fact that from our podcast perspective, we've experienced the fallout of this controversy as a fan of anime and, fans of voice actors and localizations and the dubs and all the things that are sort of in that realm. But somebody like yourself, like you're dealing with the fallout of having relationships with people who overnight decided that they don't ever want to talk to you again, and this is like the rift in the actual industry that has split. It's no wonder that Chuck Huber waited to have his affidavit filed until the day of the deadline in order to avoid, the fallout that was going to come from it.
Yeah.
And that's gotta suck, man. I'm sorry for that.
Well, for me, I've been out of the industry for this thing happened. It was 6 years. So it was no skin off my back, but it was sad that my friends started fighting each other. Well, I should say one basically stabbed him in the back. Jamie wasn't really my friend at all, and just an acquaintance. But my other friend, Sammy Inouye Hart, that was depressing.
Yeah,
to see all that stuff transpired out, and I'm, even today, I'm wondering why she did what she did. I mean, all that stuff that she put out on the internet, I knew the background story for all those pictures. I mean, it was photos of an actual event that did happen in her life, but it was not related to Vic at all. So I wonder, because Sammy was a voice actor. She owned her own animation company. She did work for Disney. She did some. They were in agreement, working on a contract with Funimation for some original animation work.
High Garden Spice.
High Garden Spice. That's Crunchyroll. No, I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what the context was. She was good friends with Guillermo del Toro.
Oh.
And she's also friends with Robert Rodriguez, and she's even worked on some of his films.
Wow.
So I was just like, what were you thinking, Sammy? You had everything going for you. Why did you even stick your neck out for a story that's not even true? And Vic never did anything bad towards you. I mean,
do you think?
I mean, the worst he probably even said was, "Hi, Sammy."
Right. Do you think? Like you said, she had a lot going for her before faking the swatting. Do you think that she was, I guess, envious or jealous over the fact that, despite having all this going on for her, nobody outside of the industry knew who she was, and that she was trying to gain some notoriety and attention? Because I was flabbergasted at the amount of people like Neil Kaplan and all these people who came out with their own stories,
right,
for their 10 seconds of fame, to get a bunch of retweets and stuff and replies and all those notifications coming in on their phone telling them how much people like their story about the most absurd, ridiculous things. And the swatting is just the cherry on top for the most ridiculous story to come out. And I feel like as soon as that happened, all the other stories, even though many of them were already being debunked and shown for being embellished greatly because of the video evidence and whatnot, that that one crashed so hard so quickly that all the other ones kind of just stopped. Like I didn't see another one come out after that one. Like it was a cautionary tale for people, so to speak.
I think I don't know, Samantha, but what is it? It could also be possible that maybe it was the sort of social pressure of all the other people in the circle, all coming out against Vic, and then tagging along with the whole idea. But that's just speculation on my part.
Well, the thing is that before,
I don't know why she did that. There's no reason for that. She had her own following. She had her own group of people, her own fans, and she didn't need to join up with the rest of the gang. There's no reason for that,
right,
whatsoever. So I don't know what she was thinking.
And before she faked the swatting, she had a bunch of
stories of her own.
Yeah, I was like, like a fireside chat, so to speak, of telling her Facebook followers and friends, stories about Vic that continue to get more and more outlandish and ridiculous. And then she drops the swatting story, and it just like all blew up. It is hard, man. I can't imagine being in a situation. I mean, I was in a similar situation actually over this. I mean, not nearly as catastrophic. Where when this all started to unfold, I was in a group of anime YouTubers on a discussion on Twitter, like in DMs, and I merely asked people if they had any stories of their own, if they'd ever interacted with Vic, because we were supposed to cover it on the show, and it immediately devolved into an ideological war where people told me that wanting to uphold innocent until proven guilty is a right-wing position, which I was dumbfounded by, right? And I basically got ousted from the anime YouTuber community, at least among that group of people, because they decided that I was guilty of wrongthink for merely asking if anybody had any interactions with Vic or if they knew of anything, because I was desperately looking. Because when the thing first dropped, the Anime News Network article, I had spent an entire 2 weeks looking up and down the internet. I went through the entire Tumblr blog. I looked everywhere I could, and none of the evidence seemed to be credible whatsoever. And constantly, anytime something seemed like it might have been credible, even if it was just the smallest thing, like he interrupted the panel I was at because he's a diva and wanted wanted the people doing their panel to leave so he could do his panel or whatever. Like, I actually found footage of the panel, and he shows up just like they said he did on their Tumblr post, and then he very politely lets them know that they're over by 5 minutes or whatever. And he's going up to bat for his fans who came from around the world to see him by just respectfully telling the people whose panel is running a little long that, he needs the room as soon as possible, And in their story, they talk about how he was getting death glares from the people on the panel, and they were basically simping for one of the actors for the show. And it's just absurd and ridiculous. So I just asked, is there anything that I haven't yet seen? Because I was about to have to do a show. This is podcast 45, where I had to say, look, I know how this is being painted. I know how everybody is pointing how this looks, but I just don't see it. And I was terrified to start that podcast and have to go over that topic and basically say, I don't think he did it. I have yet to see anything. And I'm very happy that I didn't fold, and that I, have a sort of life rule to tell the truth, and, stick to my guns when I feel like I'm, in that situation, because I feel more and more vindicated every day, So anyway,
next time someone throws in your face and, what side you're on when you say innocent until proven guilty, well, tell them not to expect any defense or to be able to defend themselves in a court of law or any situation where someone is accusing them of something. I don't care if it's taking the last brownie. If someone doesn't like innocent until proven guilty, then you can accuse someone of anything, and then they must accept.
They don't like innocent until proven guilty until they're accused of something, and the same standards being held against them.
Which is not that Sarah Weidenheft specifically was in this group that I'm talking about, but that's exactly what happened to her brother, right?
Well, it also happened with the leader, I think both or two leaders in a row of the Me Too organization, or the Stand Up, one of the two. Right. They had their son accused, and instantly it was well, no, they're lying. It's you literally run a group where it's believe all women, and you're telling us something opposite when someone accuses your son.
Right. And of course, when it came to 2 podcasts ago, we started with that clip of Vera, because when she's speaking her truth, right, Chris Rager tells her to go fuck herself, pretty much, right? And it's just it's unbelievable to watch these people turn into vicious monsters, right?
Yeah, but Funimation doesn't condone harassment of anyone.
Right. And, of course...
that they approve of.
Yeah. Anyway. So, let's see. Just trying to pull through the rest of these comments real quick. A couple of... You have to... Zedpool, please link that to me. Send that to me so I can check it out. It says, hell, it only took a couple tweets to get Vic canceled from a con a few months ago. Oh, okay, so a few months ago, not a few years ago. I read that wrong. Right, yeah, so they're still going after the conventions, right?
That was the Star Trek convention, I think.
Yeah, and Anime Los Angeles recently. He was supposed to be there, not as a guest, but at that booth, signing event at the booth.
Yeah, that's the one.
Just for Las Vegas, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. You're right. Never mind.
Yeah, it was ALA.
The one that Star Wars girl helped him get.
Right. And then we've got, what's Vic going to do at a con? You are surrounded by people and cameras. You're safer there than at your own house. And that's the thing that I found most astounding by all the accusations, is that I had no trouble finding thousands of hours worth of content of Vic on YouTube. Right. And I thought for sure, because there are big, there's large contingency of people who are adversarial to him. I would have expected there to be something, if he really does blow up on convention staff and stuff, somebody should have recorded that by now, and it's I fully expect that, this is something Vic probably does, right? because he cares about these conventions and the experience he's providing to his fans. I fully expect that there is probably footage somewhere of him yelling at a convention person for incompetently not abiding by the terms in his contract that he very meticulously sets up to have a smooth show. And yet I've yet to see it, right? Like, it's got to exist, but I not that I have seen.
Also, what you said there about safety and fans makes me remember what they had said earlier, where Monica's like, oh, I have the right not to go to a convention where I feel not safe with his fans, as if the same people won't go to a convention just because he's not there. Like, the same group of people are going to be at the convention whether he's there or not. So those fans that she has to potentially worry about, that she doesn't really have to worry about, she's just saying bullshit. But like, if she was legitimately worried about it, the fact that he's not there doesn't mean crap.
That's an excellent point, because what they basically said is, I have the right to not go to a convention where the fans of an individual who's going to be there have threatened to kill me. It's like, if they actually wanted to kill you, they don't have to go only to the conventions that Vic is also at. Like you said, like, if they legitimately wanted you dead, then they would go to the small hotel convention that you're at that doesn't have the security parameters that a larger con like Comic-Con or Anime Expo has with the metal detectors and whatnot. I mean, it would be largely doable in most situations if somebody wanted to harm them. And just for the record, I would like to ask that nobody harm these individuals. Please do not talk to them. Do not threaten them. Do not give them a glare at a convention when you walk by them. Leave them alone. Let this go through the courts. But I'm just saying, like you said, if they framed it in such a way, I didn't even catch it until you brought it up, but you're right. They framed it in such a way where they're in danger to be at the same convention as Vic because his fans are there and his fans want to kill them, according to them. But you're right. That doesn't mean that they would only go, if they actually wanted to kill them, that they would do it specifically at a convention where Vic was there. You know?
Well, even if they're afraid of, like, not just necessarily being killed by whatever death threats that they're getting or not getting, but even if they're afraid of just getting harassed, like that one person, I think, I forget what con, was it at Anime North, that Jamie got harassed by some idiot and that was all proud. Oh, I got kicked out of Jamie's.
Horrible. Like, that did not help Vic's cause in the smallest margin at all. It was a net negative.
Yeah, so even in that example there, it's perfect an example. One, Vic wasn't at that convention. She still got harassed. Two, just because they're not going to kill them doesn't mean that they're not legitimately fearful of getting harassed or, have to deal with those kind of people. Even though, I mean, at the time, they were all like fronting like, oh, it's no big deal. I don't care. We'll throw them out. Like, come at me. But now they're saying, well, we're afraid of that kind of stuff. But okay, fine, whatever. You can be afraid of not wanting, like, you have the right to not want to be harassed at a convention. Perfectly fine.
I would argue that this is a shield, right? It's an excuse.
It's clearly an excuse.
Well, it's an excuse to not be going to conventions, because what they really don't want is to have to see the anime fans that they know are on Twitter, even though they continually block people day in and day out. They're still getting ratioed. And they have said, oh, it's a bunch of Russian bots and blah, 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 right? They come up with
their
all
bigger
this
thing
dissonance.
is I think their bigger thing is their lineups. Their lineups are probably like 2-3 people big, and it's like, why am I going to go to a con for a weekend and only have 20-30 people come up to me? It's not worth it anymore.
In their contract, they're getting paid money in advance.
I mean, eventually those appearance fees go down if every time they show up, the lineups.
Well, no. What ends up happening is they'll say, you need to pay this appearance fee for me to attend this convention, and then the con who sets up the autograph lines, decides they're not worth bringing to the show because I'm paying out $5,000 for their appearance fee.
Right, because their minimum guaranteed amount, right? When they do the signings and stuff.
It really depends on how the contract is structured, whether they do the guaranteed portion aspect or just the appearance fee, and then whatever, and the separate signing thing is an entirely different thing. It depends on how the contract is worded. So it'd be interesting if this thing comes back from appeal that they provide one of their contracts.
What's more common?
If you go to the bigger cons, the sci-fi cons and stuff like that, it's the guarantee.
Okay. The guaranteed minimum? Guaranteed
minimum, and whatever they don't make, the con pays for that. And then the other one, the more, my version of paying people, and I try to pay as little as possible and allow them to make as much money as they can on the appearance fee. I mean, not the appearance fee, the autograph signing. So they can make all the money they want on their signings, and I pay as little as possible for their appearance fee, which is why they probably will never go to my show, because I would not, I could not even justify paying them $5,000.
Of course, right? Because you're going to be paying them. Yeah. Right, and that's kind of what Random 11 was getting at about the guaranteed minimum is going to, like, the payout that the con is going to need to do is going to continually become larger and larger amounts, because as they continue to show up to cons where the fandom is largely adversarial to them, they're going to be bringing in less and less money, which means that the con is footing the bill for that guaranteed minimum.
That's right. Because people don't want to go see them.
Right. It's true, So I've noticed here that when you guys star the super chats, they lose their color, which is not good. We need to make sure we talk to.
What happens if you unstart? Does it?
It comes back. It goes back. Yeah, but that makes it harder to like, if we were to be only going over the starred ones, to see the ones we should talk about right away.
I didn't star the super chat, but we don't really need to, because they pop out anyway.
Right, of course. So Museman's vlog haul and reaction says, in 2018, Monica Rial was supposed to be at a Comic-Con that you were going to that would have Johnny Young Bosch as well, and she claimed she was sick and Alexis Tipton went in her place. Is that even legal? I'm sure it's
I'll
legal.
Say that
it's
I'd
probably
be happy.
Legal. It's probably if it was written in there, and she probably said, hey, there's this other person, that happens from time to time. So yeah, it's common.
Do contracts generally have if sick clauses?
Oh yeah,
or wellness clauses like
that.
Oh
yeah. I had 1 year. Samantha Neuhart was supposed to come to my to AWA, and then she caught swine flu, H1N1, and she could not travel. She could not travel at all. She couldn't get on a plane.
And obviously, this person's implying that. Well, I think they're implying that Monica might have been lying. Yeah, and if she was lying, they'd legally they might have a
guy.
Legally, they might be.
Is the con gonna go after her? Legally,
it would be impossible. It would be impossible to prove that.
It'd be funny to find out if Stan is the other guy that they don't want to go to any cons he's at.
You'd have to have you'd have to have absolute knowledge. You'd have to have proof that she was telling someone else, I lied and I wasn't sick. Just because I wanted to get out of the contract.
Have a video recording of her walking into a movie theater that same day.
Yeah, I forget her specific ailment that she cited, but she said in her deposition that she didn't go to a certain convention because she got some sort of virus or something. I forgot.
Yeah, exactly, and that's assuming she was lying. That might have been legitimate.
I don't know.
She got
I mean, yeah, I think it's likely. I mean, she complains throughout her entire deposition about her allergies. And Texas has a horrible pollen season. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's very possible. I mean, is it possible that she's making up excuses to hide the remote bruises? Maybe. I don't know. But let's. Who could say?
Who could say?
So Josh Heineman says con guests cancel last minute all the time for numerous reasons. Yes, and they're allowed to in most contracts, as far as I know, for Japanese company obligations or recording for shows and stuff at times.
And U.S. guests, the same reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
The best cancellation, it's a little off topic, but the best cancellation I've ever had to see was last minute at Fan Expo Toronto. I'm in the panel room. They had this huge like auditorium room, the biggest room that they have. It could probably seat like 1,500 people or more. I mean, it might even be able to go up to 2,000 or 20,000. I don't know. It's a huge fucking room. Anyway, it was the Green Ranger, Jason David Frank. He was coming, and literally it's like 10 minutes late, 20 minutes late. Like, where the fuck is he? And then all of a sudden, someone comes up to the top and says, he is no longer able to make it to the convention. Sorry, we have to cancel the panel. And later on, we found out that he got stopped at the border. He had brought so much merch, and they asked, like, what are you doing here? And he basically said, I'm coming for work, and I'm going to sell this merch. And they were like, well, you don't have a work permit.
You need a visa.
Fuck off. So he got blocked at the border.
Yeah. I've had that problem.
And they'll do stuff like, for instance, if you're selling like figures, right? And you're bringing large quantities of them, they will literally open the figure and take a knife and scrape part of it off to test it for cocaine.
Oh no!
You know? Yeah,
you're ruining the figures.
When I was flying back with my parents from Europe, or I forget where, maybe it was in Israel, my mom had bought this like 1,000-year-old antique like bone dagger, and they shaved off a piece of it to test it for cocaine without her consent, right? So my mom had to like get a marker and kind of color in the part that they weren't even like conscientious about it. They like did it in a spot where you definitely see it, you know. Anyway, so let's see here. Let's get through these. So they're basically giving the people fighting against them import a freaking loading gun.
A loaded gun.
Okay.
Okay.
I think he's saying that they're giving people more ammo against them.
Right. Okay.
Regarding
which I find funny because it's, and I'm a bit late in terms of the discussion, but like if they hadn't have done any of this, they would have had like plenty of fans. I think they had plenty of fans before this happened. But
they really shot themselves in the foot, metaphorically speaking.
And credibility and just
the worst part about it. The worst part about it is that they are so deeply ideological bent in their worldview that they believe that the hate they're getting, it's Russian bots. Yeah. Or it's because, as they will say in this podcast, people don't want to hear it because I have a vagina, right? And so like, you know, and that's like the twisted worldview that they hold, that they filter their experiences through that predetermined outcome that, you know, it's the patriarchal society or, you know, the alt-right dorks or whatever terminology they're going to use to blame all their problems on.
Yeah, Stan, are you familiar how many fans Monica had before all this? Like would she usually pull in a decent crowd from your memory? Or do you not remember?
Absolutely. I mean, she had just as, well, maybe not as long as Vic's, but she had probably just as a good turnout as anybody else.
Yeah,
it's not the size that matters.
I would say this,
but
before this
she's got to remember that Monica and Jamie, even though Vic's fans, you know, people came to see Vic, they also wanted to see you too, because they were fans of yours as well. But now you made it you know, verbally clear that you don't want there. So you don't want their money? Their money not good enough for you?
I mean, they blocked them all, first of all.
Well, you know,
just for merely following other people. They use the blockchain to block everybody.
The blockchain?
Yeah, that's what it was called before the
real blockchain came in.
Right. The Twitter blockchain. So I would say that before this happened, I did not consider myself a quote unquote fan of Vic, right? I never intentionally went out of my way to pick up a show because he was in it, right? But I did like Monica, and I would, hear her voice in a show and recognize her, and I had no negative connotations associated with her. I don't know that I would call myself a quote unquote fan, but I liked her, right? I liked her performance. Vic, it's like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't dislike him, but it's like, it was never something that really crossed my mind, to give it one thought or another until this happened. And then as I looked into who these people are, the version of themselves that they portray, I very quickly grew to have an immense amount of respect for Vic, certainly more than anybody else I've ever seen in the industry. And I lost all of it for Monica, and it sucks because there are plenty of roles of hers that I really, really liked, and now it's hard to enjoy certain series that once upon a time you could go into, a session of sitting down and watching some anime with, and just sort of let yourself, have that escape from real life for a minute. And now it's like real life is in your escape, and it's very unfortunate for people.
Yep. I liked her role in Princess Nine, so yeah, that kind of ruined it. Or even Rossifon.
I really liked her in Moon Phase.
Mm-hmm.
Otaku, so are you asking me to make an ugly Christmas sweater version of the lizards?
Yes, I think that's what he's asking.
Luckily, I have plenty of time before Christmas. Effing Animatic says, hold on, if they are going to have Tucker Carlson on, I'm going to have to boycott. Oh wait, I am already. No, they're not having Tucker Carlson on. They just can't help themselves.
They can't help themselves to hate on Fox News. Yep.
But see, even that's disingenuous. If Tucker Carlson, I can't fucking pronounce the name. They were right. They were right. I have to say it. They were right. If Tucker Carlson had a deal with them to promote on their podcast for $10 million and someone canceled that on them, they'd be fucking pissed as hell.
Right? Well, it's like Tucker
even
Carlson has
$20,000. They would.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson has a $10 million advertising deal with them, and then somebody just literally sends them the first episode of their podcast. All right. Okay, so are you talking about Dork Knob? Was LJ Montello? Amusements? Blueberry Pimple says, I stand with Vic. Zedpool says, I don't think they know what monthly means or anything at this point. So they are still within the window for a second episode happening, quote unquote, monthly. See, because the one that originally went up, it says it was recorded January 8th, but it didn't go up until a month later. So that means they've probably already recorded episode 2 if they're actually going to stay on top of this, which who knows. They don't really have a lot going on right now because they're not going to a lot of cons or doing anything special. They get to record from their homes, according to Nick at least. Shortly after all this happened, they had studios built in their homes, so they didn't even have to go to Funimation anymore. But theoretically, they could have recorded it already, and they're just
Are you saying they all had to do Vic's method?
Yes. Joe Crazy says Dallas is pretty blue, and it's amazing. It used to just be YouTube that was terrible with the chat, but now StreamYard is copying their signature jump to the bottom thing. Not where my dad lives. We are bright red. Okay, well, that's a good place to live, I suppose. The Sack Anime would have had cameras where I got a hug by Veronica Taylor.
The thing we will always
the humble bragging about getting hugged by Veronica Taylor constantly, but still banned Vic Mignogna from that place. Even banning Veronica would be stupid since hugs are greetings, right? Caldeo's voice was still kept in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Caldeo was voiced by Vic. He is pretty good at that.
That's a new shirt, by the way. I got hugged by Veronica Taylor.
Vic got replaced in League of Legends, and we covered all the other.
I don't think it's Caldeo. It's Lucario.
Lucario,
I think.
I don't know.
I think. Just off the top of my head, I don't think Keldio's in Smash.
Did Lucario get replaced?
Footnum, is this I don't know. I can't verify this. Joe Crazy says Shout Factory also recast Vic as Matt for the Digimon Last Evolution movie.
I mean, you could consider it that, but to be fair, Vic was a recast of sorts to begin with because the original voice actor, I can't remember if he's retired. I think he might be retired. But I guess he wasn't interested in coming back. So they got Vic for Try, and then Last Evolution. I'm assuming it's the same continuity, but the art style's like completely different, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, I guess you could say they must have recast him.
So Otakuso asks who was swatted. It's kind of a long story. Nobody was swatted.
Somebody claimed to be swatted.
Yeah. So Samantha Inoue Hart claimed that I Stand With Vic swatted her, and she posted photos that were she posted photos to her Facebook that were already on her Facebook from years prior from a different event at her dad's rental property that was previously her late father's home. Yes, due process is apparently a right-wing viewpoint. Yeah, I totally agree. What the fuck, right? Your tears are all the proof we need. I doubt The Simpsons will ever air that episode again. So Effing Anime Access, Stan, can you give us some info about what you have done / been involved in within the anime world? I do apologize, but for me or others who don't know anything me or others don't know anything or just a little about you. So I'll preemptively state that your biggest achievement to YouTubers is that Monica claimed that you were there to rescue her and you didn't recall it ever occurring in the first place. But beyond that, you wanna give people a quick rundown of your? I mean, I feel like you might have already done that before I even clicked on the comment here.
Interesting facts. Okay, so I started with Anime Week in Atlanta back in 1995, which is the same year the Braves went to the World Series. It was the same weekend.
Wow.
We were in a hotel called the Castle Gate, which no longer exists, but it was infamous for having all these beauty pageants. And John Benet Ramsey was one of these people that went to these shows at this venue.
Damn, that's a story.
The hotel was run by Indians, and there was an Indian wedding that was also happening the same weekend as our show. And the bride was scared half to death by one of the cosplayers who was dressed up as Death. And she fainted in the elevator. And needless to say, we didn't, that person was not welcome in the hotel after that incident. Because, that was all religious taboo kind of stuff with Indians. Wow. The hotel was triple booked. There was no hot water. The air conditioning didn't work, even though this was in late October, early November. And the hotel was nice and warm, but it was icy cold outside. The Falcons were also playing that weekend, and the Georgia Tech college football game was also that weekend. And we had a smashing great show the first year. So I did AWA for 20 years. I started up Kawaii Con, Azumi Con, Mizu Con, and Anime Crossroads. Those last four were my shows personally that I ran with some business partners. And of course, AzumiCon was one of those where Monica claimed that incident, and that was the first year of that show.
So let me ask you a quick question about that. Kind of the prevailing narrative around the I Stand With Vic YouTubers regarding the AzumiCon story is that she changed her story in the deposition because it was a balcony and then it was a patio or whatever. I recently re-listened to her deposition, and the precise phrasing that she used seemed to me, because I thought it was crazy that she would accuse Vic of basically tossing her on the bed and, attempting
basic assault.
Yeah, and then going back to his room after dinner, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was insane. But when I listened to it again, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. And the way that she specifically phrased it, it sounded like she might have been describing like let's say that Vic's room is on the ground floor, that there could be just like a general patio around the hotel, like a whole area with seating and just a place for people to congregate. Do you recall the venue that IzumiCon would have used, and do you recall anything like that, or do you think it was actually a balcony or whatever?
There are no balconies at the hotel. The hotel in question, the Biltmore, consists of 3 different buildings. I have no idea which guests had which room and which building they were at. It's 2 levels, and there's 3 courtyards, 1 in each building, with one of them having 2 separate areas. And in these courtyards, one had a tennis court, and the other 2 had outdoor pools. Now, I don't know if any of those hotel rooms within the courtyards had their own access from their room. I don't know if they do or not. So, again, I have no idea which guest had which room. The only room that I remember, other than my own, was my ex-partner's room, because he had a 2-story condo hotel room. So, you walk in, there's a living room, it had a kitchenette, and then upstairs they had the master bedroom and then a master bath, and then it had a indoor jacuzzi on a platform, and right next to it was a pole, which I can only describe as a stripper pole.
That's a good installment.
Sounds like your ex-partner really allocated the funds well.
I don't know how I'm the one paying the bills. So how?
I'm curious. Is partner in quotes?
I think he means the
partner.
Convention business.
I'm joking, Brad.
Yeah.
I don't know how he got that room, and I got the crappy ass room.
All right, so let's. If any of you guys in the audience have any questions for Stan, now would be a good time to ask them. Zedpool says, "I didn't know Vic's name until this shit happened." And
I didn't know Monica's name till this shit happened.
I knew
Or
their
Jamie.
names, but never cared enough to to follow up on who they were or anything like that. Matt's original VA was retired when Tri came out.
Same with Ties, but he realized this is the best move.
Good. I'm on the same boat. I can do the whole separate art from the artist thing, but has affected my enjoyment of some dubs knowing these guys are total knobs.
I am lucky enough to have the foresight of, for lack of better terms, I already hated both of these voice actors. Like when I heard them in the shows, my impression of Monica Rial was in My Bride's a Mermaid with, I think Mako was the character. She was like the servant of Sun, the main waifu, and basically every time Sun was out of the picture, she'd turn into a massive bitch, and then when Sun was there, she'd be all sweetie, and I'm like, wow, that's weirdly accurate right now.
Anyway, I think, what do you guys think? Do you want to continue listening to the questions segment that they were sent for their podcast, or should we?
At least hear the first one.
Let's hear it. There we go.
posted our announcement, which was on Christmas Day. We partly posted it, to announce that we were going to do it, but also to make us do it.
Yeah.
We're like, if we say we'll do it, we'll do it. I did the same thing with Ghoul Intentions. I was like, if we post it, then we have to do it. So that's what, we committed to it, and then we had to do it. So we directed comments and questions to be sent to our email.
testimonyisevidence@gmail.com.
So if you have any questions, comments, anything like that, feel free to email us.
testimonyisevidence@gmail.com.
I like how they're professional voice actors, yet they just had some random guy drop in the name.
Which voice actor is that?
And they also didn't bother to audio balance it.
Right.
Like, why is that so much louder than them?
And we'll answer some, every episode.
I love it.
As needed. So, one question. How much of Vic's denials and behavior do you believe are due to psychological narcissism and compulsions versus him being a consciously bad person trying to save himself? If he had gotten therapy beforehand, as far back as the 80s, from my understanding, could this have all been avoided?
Do they pay somebody to write this question?
That's what I wanted to ask.
That's their question.
Yeah. I can't wait till Discovery comes out and Ty says, we'd like all of the emails sent to testimonyisevidence@gmail.com, please. It sounds like the questions are literally from Monica Rial at Hotmail,
But it was sent yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed the question, but their whole thing. I was typing, but their whole thing with. Are they saying that testimony is evidence as like a literal? So like they testified it happened, so therefore that's evidence, or are they saying it in Chide that Vic testifying it didn't happen is not evidence, and therefore that's why they should win the lawsuit because he didn't come with any evidence that they were doing anything?
Well, they've largely harped on any part of the case. They say when you've got the facts, you bang the facts. When you've got the evidence, you bang the evidence. When you've got neither, you bang the table, so to speak. They've largely just been hammering away at whatever little thing they can twist to be, in their favor, as we've clearly heard. And that is effectively what they were doing. What you just said, Randall 11, this whole time. Real quick, Harmony Sword says, just a general question, but is it okay to bring the same item back to the person to get a quote or just write the character's name on the picture? Absolutely. I don't think anybody would tell you that that's taboo or against the rules at any con. Also, JT Losco Leoga says, I'm going to send them an email. Please be polite and don't harass them. I'm sure you weren't. But
Well, I can guarantee you it's not going to get read unless it's, framed as so Vic the criminal.
Right.
Honestly, I wouldn't send them an email even.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that if you crafted a good enough email, you probably could get them to say things that they otherwise would not have admitted to. But I'm not going to sit down and bother to do that.
Sorry, can you recap what the question was? So I wasn't listening.
Here, I can rewind it for a second. Here.
Question. How much of Vic's denials and behavior do you believe are due to psychological narcissism and compulsions versus him being a consciously bad person trying to save himself?
Listen.
And this is read and uttered out by Jamie.
Yeah, asked, then answered. And listen specifically. That is how she asks the question. Listen to the answer.
He had gotten therapy beforehand, as far back as the 80s, from my understanding. Could this have all been avoided? That's the question. Great question.
Well, that is a great question.
Very intense, but I guess, unfortunately, I'm not a licensed therapist.
I'm not either. No.
So I just don't feel we're qualified to make a diagnosis.
But we can just let it sit in the air.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You guys.
You guys make your decision on that. But that's just one question we were.
If we're going to talk about hypotheticals, if we're going to talk about hypotheticals and rhetorical questions, would it be possible if none of this would it be possible to stop all of this if Monica had have just went to the police back when that assault happened in the hotel that she claims happened, and then we would have known for a fact because there would have been a police report against Vic back then, and there would have been no guessing. Would that not have been the way to do it?
I don't know.
Let's just let the audience.
Let's let the audience think about that.
Let's just leave that out there and simmer with that. Think about it.
I think it'd be really interesting and awful. Don't get me. I'm not going to deny this wouldn't be absolutely horrendously awful, but it'd be really interesting to hear Monica recap her rape from when she was 15, right? And hear, because when you watch her deposition, she starts to have an emotional reaction, like a legitimate one, when she brings up being raped at 15. But then as she goes back to her story, she's trying as hard as she can to keep the act going, and it's just not happening, even though she's an actress. No tears, no mascara running, no, having to stop to
trained theater actress.
Right. Shakespearean, I believe she said. Doing a lot of Shakespeare before
Emotion
Jason Douglas.
Emotion can give you strength where you don't previously have it. So if someone is, in that situation and they're recalling it, yeah, they will literally start to call back to it. And then, you're going to react and think about it. But when you start just throwing shit at the wall.
Which is why it's strange because, she's recalling the old story and it's, oh my gosh, it's so tragic. And then the new story, oh, I'm fine.
It's don't take me wrong. If you talk to anyone who has been really threatened or had that kind of thing happen to them, it's not exactly something they want to talk about on a daily basis.
This should be the question that you email JT Loves Code Lyoko. Which one of you wrote the question that you answered on the first podcast?
Well, also, it was weird to me the way that it was they were look, it doesn't take a lot of brain cells to listen to the way that she read the question. The way that they were back and forth was they were kind of looking at each other. I just imagine them double checking. Yeah, say this, but don't say this. While the question was being read, that didn't sound like you were reading verbatim off a fucking teleprompter. That sounded like you were kind of thinking out your terms and situation as to what you wanted to say. I mean.
Do you guys think that they're actually in the same room with each other, or are they doing this remotely?
They said they're not.
They're both in their recording studios in their own homes.
So
yeah, doesn't mean they have
cut that
camera
from
with each other, Discord or whatever.
Well, they're talking to each other live.
Answer to the question is that perhaps he didn't need the therapy until after this whole debacle.
Well, yeah, I think it's abundantly obvious, as I keep saying, that what happened is when hashtag Kick Vic was right next to hashtag Dragon Ball Super Broly, and the story was attached, the millions of Tumblr post stories about how Vic assaulted you or whatever they did, that when those were together for the first time, Monica finally saw the accusations because she was clicking on the hashtag for Dragon Ball Super Broly. And she wanted to know what people had to say. And she was excited at the fact that it was the third highest grossing film at the time for anime in the United States. Right? So she clicks on hashtag Dragon Ball Super Broly and she starts seeing all these Kick Vic, Kick Vic, Kick Vic. And number one, her first thought is, why are they talking about Vic instead of me? Then she reads it and she's like, oh dear God, these poor young ladies. Right? And then she starts.
You sounded like FDM there.
Etienne does it way better than me. She starts to think about her previous interactions with Vic, and I think this is precisely what every single person in the industry did. They thought back to their previous interactions with Vic and tried in their mind to make him a monster and tell a story to convince people that all the stories were true. Because as Ron said, as Monica said, they believe the hundreds of women, the online accounts, they believe them. Ideologically, they are predisposed to, quote, believe women. believe victims. And you'll recall they talked about the very first post they did was, I believe survivors and blah, 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 listen to victims or whatever their thing was. So they are predisposed to believing these stories. And in order, and they practically spell it out in this podcast, in order to lend credibility to these stories, in order to elevate the voices, we told our own stories. They even say we coordinated together on our stories. They talk about how they communicated and determined, yes, the details are very similar. This is a modus operandi that Vic pulls hair or whatever, right? And so I'm telling you right now, that is precisely what happened. Is that every individual looked back at interactions that they had with Vic and twisted it into a way where they could lend credibility to these stories because they either believed it or because they saw the opportunity to oust him from the industry.
I don't think they realize this, but the idea of believe victims, this, that. Well, if Vic's the victim here, yeah, some people believe him.
Well, yes, but they don't believe in male victims. Men are the oppressors. Men are the oppressors. They can't. They can't be victims. Let's see. Vic showed more tears when talking about not being able to play Broly again. He showed more tears when he literally just talked about how much of an honor and a privilege it was to be able to play Broly again. That they did another thing outside of the video games that involved Broly, and that it was an honor that he got to come back and do it. He showed more emotion just about his job than Monica could show about her story of being assaulted. Anyway, so Effing Anime says, sorry, Stan's ex-partner had a pole in the room. I totally heard ho in the room, not pole. Okay. Anyway.
Stripper pole.
I'm sure there were some hoes in there too.
It wasn't a stripper pole. It was like a firehouse pole. You know.
So you could get down to the bottom floor.
They went nowhere.
You could get from the ceiling.
If you wanted to climb to the ceiling, if you wanted to climb to the ceiling,
guys.
Did you try spinning on it, Stan? Maybe.
Try working the shaft.
That's the only way to know.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Because those are motorized, right? That's like the spinning that the strippers do is actually just the pole spinning.
I don't think it's motorized. I think it's just...
What kind of metaphorical stripper pole have you ever been around?
Yeah, they are.
I thought it was just ball bearings.
Oh, I don't know, actually. Maybe.
I have no clue.
I mean, the only one I've ever been around was like really smooth.
See, back in the day when I was in the gig.
Back in the day when I was a stripper. You
know? We used
that was the secret. All the duck porn.
So Luigi the Metal 64 says, men have been abused before. Brendan Fraser, Terry Crews, Johnny Depp, Jason Newsted, and Marty Friedman talked about it before and got support. Yeah, but they also got accused of making it about them during women's Me Too movement, right? E. Castro says, I think the level of care he took in that role shows for how little dialogue Broly has and how much is mostly screaming. He got a lot of emotion across. I agree. You know, I think he did fantastic, even though I don't much care for the character of Broly, and I very much disliked the movie for being an obvious cash grab. You know, this is the kind of thing I'll say this about Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise has been in a lot of terrible movies, but not one of them is terrible because of him. Meaning that he brings his A game to every role, and Vic is the same way.
Received. Do you want to read the next one, Monica?
So the next one we got was, what was the earliest documented testimony of his behavior that you saw? And I believe that the earliest that we saw was a woman who had posted a story about him from 1989. We didn't know about it at the time.
Why is she
laughing?
That'd be really funny if that came out in Discovery.
Oh, speaking of,
is this the
Michelle?
I assume that they're talking about the story of the
rat trap
he's
or whatever.
Play? Where he's a music teacher or whatever.
He was in the high school drama play or whatever.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Is it? Do they sound like they're a little tense? And like that might be tension laughter?
I mean,
like, you know, when people get really stressed, they kind of get a little giddy, or
I'll say again, I feel like what we covered in the last two podcasts was very scripted. Like, they knew what they were going to do. They had an outline. Jamie asks Monica, you know, to look at things that they've got.
I'm saying with these questions.
Yeah, well, of course, but it's like in this particular segment that we're covering tonight, like they're a little bit more off the cuff, right? And I think that some of the questions that are coming out and stuff, like them specifically saying we didn't know before, and then right, referring to Michelle Blankenship O'Connell, that it could be stress in the laughter, you know, like that's the believe me laugh, you know, sort of thing. Joe Crazy says 1989. How can you even begin to prove that? Well, Michelle Blankenship O'Connell began to prove it by posting photographs that she took, like printed out photographs, like developed with a film of Vic supposedly at the, I guess like the backstage, like photos of him at the set or whatever, of a person that they allege is Vic, and it very much looks like him. Some of the YouTubers have claimed that it's photoshopped and that Vic isn't actually there because there's something weird going on with his lighting versus everybody else's. But I think it is actually whoever it is, and it very much does look like Vic. I think it's extremely possible that this woman is not lying about having known Vic at once upon a time. But this is the kind of thing that people do, is they tell you a story. Like this is the one I always use. InfoWars has a documentary about Bohemian Grove, and they show you footage of the mock human sacrifice or whatever happening by the giant owl statue to get you sort of hooked in to the idea that there's a bunch of Satanists at this thing, and maybe there are. I'm not trying to discredit the thing. I'm just going to point out a tactic that certain people use. In this documentary, there are many instances where Alex Jones will talk about events that happened off camera, or and this is the one that really stood out to me. They talk about they'll show, you'll see something, and then they go to basically B-roll where Alex Jones says, right after this, we noticed a bunch of wires sticking out from one of these rocks, and it went all the way up the mountain. And then they have the camera, and they're looking from a distance at this mountain and just going like that. It's clearly, it's just B-roll, but it begs the question: why didn't you film the actual wires you claimed were there, right? And this is the kind of thing, is that stories like Michelle Blankenship O'Connell's is, he assaulted me back then, and here's the proof. Here's a picture of Vic in the same room as me. It's like, well, at best, that proves that he was in the same room with you. It doesn't prove all the extra stuff you said. But for a lot of people that are easily manipulated, they see a small amount of evidence that makes the conspiracy true, so to speak. And it's like, well, you've convinced me the earth is flat, kind of thing, right?
You mean like the oh damn it, did we get to it all right? The hair pulling thing that you were talking about?
That's coming up.
Okay.
Before you go any further, AC, do you have the doc open?
I do, yes.
Save it. I'm gonna add a link. Or are we like?
Oh no, it's not. Okay. I'm not editing it. So go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna add a link to the.
Actually, hold on. Let me make sure I didn't just lie. Okay, no, you're good. Yeah.
There's what is it? When Stan mentioned how if the appeals go through, that they'd have to present their own contracts. Wouldn't it be funny if they had their own verbal contracts, so there's no piece of paper to present?
That would be funny.
We go back to verbal contracts. It starts off as verbal, but then gets into written form where you're asking for information on travel arrangements, and then discussions about what types of panels want to do. That kind of compounds it further as it, more of a written contract at that point. So,
Well, yeah, and it's like the idea is that whether or not you're going to be a guest at a convention starts with a phone call or an email, a question. Do you want to come to my show, right? And then you get yes, right? And then you're scheduled for like, you know, I used to work for a company that put on their own sort of like convention, and the convention happens, right, on the weekend or whatever it's scheduled for. And then the very next day after the convention's over, you're planning the next one for the following year, right? So these kind of things happen way in advance, and you get to the actual contracting portion, like the written terms, further down the line after the initial phone call, you know, and you know, initial question of would you like to come to our show or whatever.
You're ruining all of the magic that people imagine that this shit just happens overnight. Bands never practice. You know, they just show up and play everything perfectly.
No.
It's your AC. You're a terrible person. Continue.
Sorry, I'm looking for the photo. Somebody claims that Vic has 3 legs. Actually, hold on.
Excuse me?
We looked at the photo on the podcast.
We did. Podcast
what?
58.
What is that going to be? Is that fucking safe for YouTube?
I think I was on that podcast.
I think you were. Yeah.
What were y'all sure? Third leg?
I'm pulling up the doc from that one.
That's clearly enough evidence.
He has it bookmarked.
Well, what I have is the ability to click on Podcast 58's document where I linked it previously.
Oh.
So I don't remember the third leg. The biggest thing I remember was
I don't
he
recall
was
that either.
brighter than the rest of the image, like significantly.
Was he closer to the camera or further away?
I've got the photo.
No,
right
like
here. Hold on.
Is this a point of view kind of thing, or
even if you compared it to like the stuff right beside him, like he was brighter. When you take it into like levels in Photoshop and you cut the levels down.
So was it like?
So this is the photo, right? So she says, 16-year-old me as Miss Casewell in the Mousetrap, right? I call it Rat Trap, right? And then of course,
okay, that's
they're claiming this is Vic, right? And they're saying, people were saying like, oh, third leg, because they're misunderstanding the lighting that's happening, because they're saying that this right here is an additional leg, right? When in actuality, his hand is casting a shadow over his thigh. And this is just his calf for his left leg that's behind this chair. And if you pull it into Photoshop and adjust the levels, you can see that there is a foot here. That was another thing. I was on Hero Hayes stream where they were going over this conspiracy that this is a Photoshopped image or whatever, because it does look weird. There isn't a contact shadow occurring around Vic on the fireplace or whatever. And he does look a little wonky, right? Like it looks weird, but I would be more than willing to give the benefit of the doubt that Vic is, or whoever this is, isn't photoshopped in, right? I will say it's an extremely odd wardrobe choice compared to everybody else who's clearly in the actual show. I mean, this is 1989, I guess, right?
So Michelle is the one sitting down? Or was
I
it supposed to
believe
be the other one?
Michelle is this one, and this lady here is the one who's sitting down in the other photo.
I think that's the director, right? The one in yellow.
The one in yellow? I'm not sure.
Or maybe it was. I know the director is in one of these pictures. I can't remember. Maybe it's the old
I would assume it's the older lady holding the sign.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, yeah. So this is the 3-legged thing, which you guys can watch Podcast 58 to see a little bit more on that if you're curious.
She reposted it.
Oh, that's right.
With all the stuff, and I read it. And you were driving to Houston, and I called you, and I think I read it to you.
Yeah.
Or you had read it previously.
I think I had read it previously, but I kind of had skimmed over it, and you read it to me.
Yeah.
And it was just one of those things that when you hear it, that's something else that we'll touch on in the future. But, you know, there's this whole idea that we all conspired, all of these women together to come up with the same events, basically, instead of it just being a modus operandi. But her story was so incredibly similar to everything that I had experienced and I had heard that something in my gut just kind of went, oh God, you know, you guys need to reach out to her in some way.
Yeah, and she was harassed significantly as well.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody who showed any support to us
At all,
they had a doxing site. It's this really horrible site where they just are posting public information. That's what they'll say. But it is a site where they've aggregated pictures of our family, our cars, our houses, our addresses, our
judge?
phone numbers, our email.
Damn, it's such a shame that now that Ron knows where the judge lives, considering his previous interactions with judges and threatening them.
Their dogs.
Emails depending, the judge,
everybody.
the lawyers, our friends, family.
And Vic.
If someone has been sexually assaulted
And
or raped
Ty.
or anything, fuck the idea of worrying about, hey, that person is being doxxed. They deserve help. So, I mean, if you're defending, unless I'm misunderstanding them, what they're getting at is that people, they're all like, I guess they're talking about their family from what I can understand, but it's like, if you've been done, sexual assault and all that, fuck worrying about being doxxed, get help, It's why is that a problem?
Well, no one likes being doxxed, I'm sure. It's not a nice thing to happen.
True. But just put yourself in the shoes of a victim who, may or may not still be in danger or whatever. Why in any wise worry about being, hey, X amount of people are gonna, find out where I live at the moment. Well, I probably need to move if I'm in, in a situation where I'm getting sexually assaulted or whatever.
Ron and Monica did move.
Huh?
And all of these accusations are past tense. It's not like they're claiming he was ongoing sexually assaulting them.
Right. And for the most part, most of the accusations that they claim are, sexual assault could be seen, especially for 1989. And I'm not saying I condone or agree with it, but if we were to give the benefit of the doubt, right, and say that they aren't making up the interactions that they claim they had, the interaction that Michelle Blankenship O'Connell gives is at worst a bad pickup attempt, right? And she hides behind the fact that she claims, yeah, right, and that's why I lean that way on. I err on that side of things, because it's if I am to believe Kara Edwards' story and everybody else's story, it sounds like Vic is not very good. His pickup game is incredibly cringe, right? Now, shit, I just lost my train of thought. Fuck. Michelle Blankenship O'Connell hides behind the claim of being 16 at the time, right? But where she claims this occurred, that is the age of consent in 1989, right? And again, there isn't actually any proof to support or refute the idea that Vic was even, around her and involved in her life in a way that would allow him to be alone with her, right? I'm willing to entertain the thought that the photo that she provided that we just looked at is authentic, which I would like to address real quick. Luigi the Metal 64 says the cameras from stores could barely run, and I do not know how cell phones worked at the time. It is expensive to Photoshop analog tapes. Yes, but it's not expensive to scan the photo you already had, Photoshop it, and then print it on photo paper and claim that it was the original photo that
Who
you then
says
took
you
a picture
couldn't have photoshopped it now?
Right, that's what I'm arguing. Which I just to be fair, I don't think that happened. I do think there's a lot of weird image discrepancies in it regarding like the contact shadows missing and weird lighting angles and stuff. But I think that sometimes that happens on film. Sometimes things look weird. Like for example, perfect example. In that one Mission Impossible movie with Henry Cavill, it looks like he grows a beard in one shot because he does the reloading his fists, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Reload?
No, I know the reload of fist things. I've never seen the movie. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, where he pumps his guns, like he's just like
that was in the trailer. I didn't notice any beard growing though.
Fist cocking.
I'll have
Gross.
to look at it again.
Okay, here I got it right here. So
I noticed he grew the mustache and he didn't want to shave the mustache. I know that.
So when he punches his fist out, it looks like he has a beard come on because of the lighting change.
Oh, like a 5 o'clock shadow type of thing?
Do you see like as soon as he pops his first fist down, it looks like he has 5 o'clock shadow. and then it kind of fades away as he gets closer. But this is literally just a lighting issue. As soon as he steps into wherever he's walking toward, right? And it just happens to be timed so conveniently with what action he's making that it looks like he's willing this beard growth out of nowhere, right? Anyway, so anyway, back to let's hear the.
Of that's on there so that those people who are threatening to kill us have a very concise list of where they can contact us and find us. And we have received, pizzas and at-home harassment, death threats online, death threats in our
mailboxes,
mail as well, which is the FBI is currently investigating that.
Have fun with that.
They're not worth the shovel and bleach and duct tape.
What?
They're not worth the shovel and bleach and duct tape.
Again,
wait, did she say they had received pizzas?
They did.
Yeah, so she's saying that because people knew where they
that might have been from some of their family. Are they sure about that?
It's generally not free pizza.
I think when people get 80 pizzas delivered to your house on a night or whatever, kind of thing, like when I guess it wouldn't be 80. You'd have to pick a number that the
holy
pizza
shit,
place
start a party.
Would presumably believe wasn't a prank, right? Like
$80 worth of pizza.
Yeah, let's say that.
Please pay the bill. I didn't order anything. Right. But it's funny that they say, well, we got doxxed, and okay, I wouldn't want to be doxxed. And especially if you're a public figure and you have to deal with that kind of bullshit. But the argument, well, now the people that want to kill us know exactly where we are. Okay, except every time you go to a convention, you tell everyone exactly where you're going to be. You have an itinerary. You tell them exactly what panels you're going to be at.
To be fair, it's a convention, but yeah.
I mean, sure, there's going to be higher security than sitting at home. I guess that's fair.
Volunteer security, depending on what show you go to.
Let's just state real quick.
If they wanted a way, they know exactly where you are there in that situation.
Let's just state
the far
for
more
the
terrifying people are the people who never mind. Continue.
Well, let's just state for the record that although we are picking apart the fact that people don't need to know specifically where you live to get in contact with you because you lead a public life where you go to conventions and things like that.
Even if you don't live a public life, Jesus Christ, I get calls from all different kinds of these people all over the world. So I get your cell phone number, send you
robocalls are a little different.
Mail,
right. So regardless of this, it is still threatening to have your public information, to have your address and your phone number and stuff posted.
This is true.
To have people know that information that you would rather not have that information. And this is, I think, how the like E-Bombs World prank death threat call got made. Because if you look in the Second Amendment petition, you can see text messages between Monica and Sean Schemmel saying, I just got a call from you, right? And yada, 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 right? And then Sean says, I also got a call from you. And it's the same thing. And by the way, we've been making fun of Monica for claiming the person given the death threat sounded black. I think it's actually Sean Schemmel who says that in the text messages. Because it says Sean at the top, meaning that the person who provided it was Monica sending the message to Sean and receiving, where his text messages are on the left side. So just clarifying that.
We'll get into that one day. It's really funny. So that happened to her as well, but there was a convention that was in her town.
Yeah,
and you went to it
from it because, you hate to hear anybody else, but her story was so similar. I'm like, this obviously, she's had this experience, and her husband is a brilliant artist, and they were going to be at the convention that I was at, and so I will never forget. I was signing autographs, and in the corner of my eye, I saw this man and this woman waiting, and I cannot describe to you. I'd never had this experience before this day. As soon as I finished signing, I looked at her and our eyes met and we just embraced. And it was like this release of like somebody that I don't know personally that's been through the same thing. And it was so...
One more time.
I can't even explain. And she's still a huge part of our lives today.
Absolutely.
I mean, we love her and her family and her children.
And they've been nothing.
this is the part of the podcast where they suck off Michelle Blankenship O'Connell for a bit.
But supportive to us.
Wait,
we
so
100%
spontaneous physical affection, and all of a sudden they love their family, their children, and all I gotta say is like, wait a minute, I feel like this is you doing the same thing you're accusing someone else of doing.
Well, it's
did
only
Ron
wrong.
give that action?
It's only wrong when a man does it. Anyway, it is obviously a different thing.
Support them. And just love them so much, and I've been able to meet them as well, and we've had many adventures together, and are looking forward to many more.
Look how
because
good this person is.
just
They
like
can't be,
sometimes you click with.
They can't possibly, have inaccurate information because of how good they are. Not that I'm saying they necessarily are providing that information inaccurately, but they're just trying to set the stage for, like, this is the greatest person of all time, credible source.
I mean, it's this portion of their podcast is very frustrating to get through because you're just hearing all the stuff you're expecting them to say, right? And they just drag it on forever without actually, saying anything substantive.
People, and we really click.
That was the same convention too.
They must not be Fox News watchers if they clicked so well.
I think I told you this. This is the same convention where a lady came through my line and she refused to tell me what her name was. But she came up to me and she goes, "I know you're not lying." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Oh. And this is a grown woman. Like, I was like, "Is this somebody's mom? What's happening?" I was like, "Oh, okay." She goes, "The hair thing. He's always done the hair thing. That's all I'll say." And she walked off like.
That definitely happened.
Or emotion. I'm not quite convinced.
God, how am I so good at drowning myself in bottles of water?
Like she wouldn't ask her name or to confirm what the hell she's talking about.
That's the witness they need. If they show that witness, case closed, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, she didn't want to be named, so therefore she's not going to have an affidavit.
Nope. I have to.
Was
I
like,
have a confession. Oh, never mind.
Go ahead.
I have a confession. Many years ago, Vic ran his fingers through my long locks hairs and grabbed at the base of my. Okay, you continue.
Oh, okay. This is strange, but thank you, random woman. But yeah, that whole convention was just. I remember being so scared, and then that love around meeting her and her husband, and.
Yeah, it was healing, to be honest. I hope it was as healing for her as it was for us. Because I
hope so, too.
It was rough. It was hard. The harassment was really, really, really hard. Which was the point of it, though, right? Scorched earth. Not my earth.
Nope.
Bitch. So, sorry.
I don't get that joke at all.
Hashtag not her earth.
She doesn't use the burning land magic.
Oh, you're welcome to leave Earth. Like
Zedpool says, people who supported Vic also got doxxed and threatened. Yeah, Ron is on a crusade to tell on you to your parents and stuff constantly, or at least the people he thinks are your parents. Are you sure that gut reaction wasn't just yesterday's microwave burrito? You can call the cops. There are people who live in other places. If they really are getting death threats and people know where they live and Vic's fans are that crazy, how are they still alive? Just saying. Black X Omega says, but let's remember Mars Girl encourages Kick Vic to harass fans of Vic online all the time. They sent non-vegan pizzas. The death threats should have showed... I mean, do these people look like they're vegan?
They're lizards, so yeah.
They're clearly fans of
okay, Foodum, I don't know what world you live in, but lizards eat bugs.
I was about to say that. Wait,
how can they be vegan? I'm not even talking about the backdrop there. I'm just asking, how can a lizard be a vegan?
So normally when they do the 10 pizzas to the random house, they don't pay for the pizzas, right? And then the pizza guy's like, "Oh, I'm out the money," and it's all a big deal. What if you did pay for a pizza? Not to these people. Do not do this. But I'm just saying, in general, for a joke to someone that you know is vegan, and you buy them a pizza, you pay for it, just one. Like, let's not get a stupid amount here, but just one. But it's like all meat. Is that harassment?
I want that pizza, damn it! But
in the UK,
depends on their sense of humor.
In the UK, people have gone to prison for draping bacon over the doorknobs to mosques. So I assume it would, depending on if you're in a protected class or not, you could. Is
veganism a protected class?
I don't know, but I
Not that I've
suppose
ever heard of.
I don't know.
It's not like Jews and then God, I don't even want to make that joke. Not with what's going on in the world. But
How far would they want to go
no, I've
to
never heard of
afford it to the
veganism being protected in any capacity. I don't like meat. Well, good for you. Don't eat a burger.
Jason Sal says that happened. Then everybody clapped. Right? Did all 100 women also not give their names? Is that what Ron refused to give them to Ty?
What I want to know is how the hell does Ron?
Why?
Okay, am I to assume that this Ron guy knows like all these may or may not be aware of all of these people's names and all of their personal information? I mean,
well, I think
Ron doesn't even remember their freaking usernames on Poll.
Yeah, it's most likely Ron just saw the Pretty Little Liars feed and was like, "There's hundreds of people on that thread, so clearly, like, there's hundreds of people that are going to come forward." It's like that's half. I'd say more than half of those people were posting fan fiction on that site.
You literally okay. Yeah. If he's believing anything that he's finding on the internet without any substantial evidence, I feel bad for anyone who does that.
Yeah, in fact, let me pull up.
Also, Pretty Little Liars.
Pretty ugly little liars is the site name.
What a off the wall reference.
No. There's a website called Pretty Ugly Little Liars.
Sorry, I forgot the ugly part.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought he was referencing that crazy TV show from like what 2008, 10, whatever it was. No,
was that your favorite?
So I think it's
my favorite.
A good time.
It was popular,
to read another time here.
Who's getting measured?
The first actual story on Dear Vic Mignogna and other VAs. I remember at an ACON several years ago, I was really tired, but we didn't have a room, so I crawled under this table to go to sleep. From what I heard later, Vic came out of his room with a gaggle of fangirls and sits at the very same table to start signing autographs and smoozing. When he stuck his feet under the table, he kicked me hard in the side and woke me up. I guess he realized someone was under there, but when I tried to crawl out, he casually stuck his hand under the table, and in motions that to this day confound me at their clarity and sign, he told me to lay back down and continue my nap. Something in my mind told me I should listen to this friendly stranger, and to my surprise, he removed his boots and began to give me a back massage to rival all back massages with his very skilled feet. I slept for God knows how long, and I woke up feeling I slept for God knows how long, and I woke up feeling more rested and alive than ever before. When it was all over, I dropped a $5 in his boot, and he disappeared into the crowd. I will never forget his kindness.
Like a ghost.
What?
Damn, he
mysterious foot back rubbing ghost into the crowd.
So you're telling me that he had no idea who this person was? He just all of a sudden just was like,
it's all
time
fan
for
fiction.
A foot back massage.
All fan fiction.
It looks like most of this blog is just he said, she said. But has there been concrete evidence of the things people say he did? I'm not really a fan, but a friend of mine is, and I'm having a hard time believing the things said about Vic, mostly because there are also quite a lot of people defending him, saying exactly the opposite of what the others are saying. So can you maybe link some evidence? Sorry for asking this, by the way. I just want to know a bit more if possible.
Later that day, that person was banned.
The blog owner, to be honest, 99.99% of messages are hearsay. This blog is more of a venting space. See, I got one more here.
Oh my God.
So yeah, there's the, let's see, I think it's here. No, this didn't archive properly. I archived the entire thing, so you can actually... Here's the thing. There is a way to navigate through it.
You can fulfill your fantasies with the fanfic yourself.
Anyway, there it is if you guys are interested. So I just love that the very first actual story on the blog is a pro Vic one about his amazing back rubs.
And they even go so far as to give him $5.
It's clearly a joke story, right?
And the fact that they used a $5?
Right.
What a word.
Let's see. So
next question. On a scale from 1 to 10, how confident throughout the process were y'all and your lawyers that y'all would win?
Why is she so giggly? I don't understand this. Why is that funny? I'm honestly baffled hearing her laugh.
Well, the number of y'alls in there tells me that she sent that email.
Y'all, we're not lizard people.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. When you tell the truth, like, that's it. We told the truth. We told our truth from the beginning.
Our truth.
And,
there it is.
And I'll say, like, one of the things that threw me.
That's important. Because when Ty says, on January 8th, you recorded a podcast in which you said you told the truth. It's like, actually, I said it was our truth.
Like the first day I posted it, there was lots and lots of support. But after that, there's a lot of you're lying, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying. And it blew my mind that my story, which I said was mild in comparison to most people's, accounts, that people would tell me I was lying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they just didn't believe me.
Yeah.
For no reason. They wanted to believe him. And so they believed him. And even now, if you want to look in his deposition, he says he did. What I said, he did.
Mm-hmm.
So previously,
he doesn't say what
I'm
she said he did.
I just like to point out, previously, I mentioned when they said this, that as far as I could find, this is what they're talking about. The reason I couldn't find it is I forgot that Nick totally botched the depositions. And in part 3, he skipped to the last video, and then he goes back. So I did find the part they're talking about, but they're actually talking about Monica's story during this portion. So previously I showed you him discussing the Jamie Markey allegations, and here's what he said when pressed about Monica's story.
It's really disingenuous to use the term pulling hair, too, because it just has a connotation of being somehow violent, and it was never that.
But you did put your hands on her and pull her hair.
Yes, sir.
And you've done that more than once.
I did not pull her hair.
So in the deposition, they like to cut out the part where he immediately says, no, I did not pull her hair. With the, so you did put your hand in her hair and pull it. And you go, yes, sir. And that's where they like to clip it right there,
And again, we were friends. It was all in casual interaction. And I was never, if she had have ever told me, please don't do that again, I wouldn't have ever done it again.
And is that something you've done with other women in the past? We pull their hair just playfully as part of just who you are?
Objection form.
I would definitely say it has probably happened before in playful interaction with people, but not very often.
And they still call me a liar.
Yep.
And it's just, it's not about the truth.
No.
It's about punishing us for saying anything. They just don't want, I don't know. I don't know if it's because they want to think that they can just do that too.
Yeah, so again, they call me a liar. It's like, yes, because you claim he said he did the thing that you accuse him of doing, but he actually said, no, not pulling, right? And all that kind of thing. So literally he characterizes it as a playful interaction of simply reaching up and touching somebody's hair and feeling the volume of it and kind of flipping it around in a playful, friendly way. And she is saying, well, he totally said that he raped the back of my head with his fist, right? Like, basically.
Yeah.
And
Good.
Oh, damn it. I think you just obliterated the thought in my mind.
It's funny how every time Vic says anything, they always twist it and take it in the worst light. They cut him off after, so he doesn't get the clarifying statements
and it's important.
And all this.
It's important to remember their plan
of facts to play on weak-minded people who aren't going to listen. That's the obvious.
It's important to remember that their plan was to get him deposed. And I'm going to remind you, because this might have slipped your mind in the years it's been since this all occurred. Constantly, every single date that Ty asked them if they were available for, unavailable, right? And so they had to go in front of the judge, where Ty said what they're going to do is depose my client and then immediately invoke TCPA. And then Judge Shup said, "You're not going to do that, are you?" Right? And they basically had to tell the judge, "Oh, of course not." Right? And I'll remind you again, they submitted case files of other cases arguing that they had, what did they call it? Habeas dibsies in order to depose Vic first. But the case that they cited said literally the exact opposite in its details. That it is actually absurd to have the plaintiff deposed first because you can file TCPA immediately after, right?
And they did get away with that a little bit because Jamie and Funimation both did not get deposed before the TCPA came in.
Listen to what she says here.
No, it's not about. It's about punishing us for saying anything. They just don't want. I don't know. I don't know if it's because they want to think that they can just do that too, and if people don't like it, then they can't. Or if
I think that's
the real problem is that I said anything. I should have just been grateful and shut my mouth and kept going. But even in that moment, I lashed out.
They want silence. They want to be able to control the narrative, and for this long period of time, they have, and they've.
Yes.
Well, speaking of silence, I think Johnny Otaku would have cared if you didn't say anything about him being the next Vic Mignogna.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. He doesn't say that. He says a Vic Mignogna because Johnny Otaku cannot pronounce his own idol's name.
No, he can't.
So I recall the thing I was going to say is that Jamie is literally just taking his words in a semantic way. Oh, he technically said that he pulled my hair. Like that's the game she's playing.
Well, I should. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so they're taking his statements, they're chopping them up, they're twisting them to get it so that they can claim he's saying whatever that they want to say.
Right.
But then when Monica has a tweet that says he's the literal definition of sexual harassment, it's like, no, don't take my words at what they were. It was a typo. Yeah, people can't be definitions. It was a typo. It's like, well, that's what you literally said. Have you changed it since? Have you corrected it? No.
Right.
So now you're making this self-serving claim that it was a typo because you think it might look bad if it wasn't a typo, but you don't give any of that same respect to any of Vic's statements, and you make it seem like Vic's saying stuff that he's clearly not saying.
Right, and I totally lost my my train of thought earlier, but what I was trying to get at was that their plan was to get Vic deposed first because they planned to leak the depositions, or not actually leak them, but they'd just be public record, right? But utilize the depositions to rebut all the claims on Twitter by showing this, right? Regarding the things that Vic said, like, oh, he admitted to it. We got him to admit to it, right? We kept him in the deposition for 6 hours, and this is what we got him to say. And they could snip out, this is what he said, right? Because knowing that a 6-hour deposition is going to be hundreds of pages, and nobody's actually going to fact check it. Nobody's going to read the whole thing.
That's the other thing. They only released the text transcripts of it. They wouldn't
That's what I'm
give
saying.
him
that was their plan.
The full audio
Right,
where you can pick up cues on how he's saying things.
And that's why I'm cutting it in to what we're reviewing here, because I think it's important to hear what they had to say and then show how it was phrased. The actual body language, the pause when Vic is looking at the emails from Tammy Denba before he says, "Could you repeat the question?" All of these things are important, and their plan was to get him deposed first and then immediately file TCPA. And Jamie is about to say that she wasn't served until much later, right? And that's the thing. She was dodging the process server. I think I'm arguing now. I think she was dodging the process server because they only had a 60-day window with which to file TCPA, and they didn't get what they wanted out of the court yet. Meaning they didn't get Vic deposed. They didn't get to air his dirty laundry. They didn't get to further defame him with his own words, quote unquote, by taking things out of context. And they needed Jamie to constantly avoid getting served so that they could extend their window, because Monica and Ron effectively would have lost the opportunity for TCPA if another member of the suit didn't file it on behalf of all the defendants. And again, that was their plan. Their plan from the beginning was to get Vic under deposition and ask him questions that they thought that they could use to destroy him. And instead, he came out looking like a fucking Chad. They ask him, "When do you have sex with women?" or whatever. And his answer is, "When I choose."
Made a ton of money off of it, because every time somebody clicks on those videos, somebody's getting a payback. And so they were making tons of money off of it, and that's why they...
Speaking of tons of money...
this is now available.
That's what I was going to say. Now's a good time to re-plug the shirt.
I think it'd be really funny if they actually do have a merch store on their site and it has the numbers public and our merch sells more than theirs. I think that would be really funny.
No. You have to show people it's a shirt for the people that missed it. That's what I meant to plug.
Let me for any newcomers, you can go to OCApodcast.com.
Come on, you gotta grift. You gotta do the grift.
Yeah, I'm really bad at grifting.
New and old comers alike.
Plug. Continue.
Now available on OCApodcast.com/store. You can buy. Oh, God damn it. You can buy the Lizard Conspiracy Don't Fuck Eminem shirt, but don't want that? Well, this will also work. I want his head and balls. And at some point this week, I'll make an option where you can get it without text if you just want
props
this.
to all dudes who get the one who get the ladder.
It's a unisex t-shirt, I might add.
More options coming soon.
There's a size guide here if you need it.
Yeah, more options coming soon.
Anyway, yeah. I'll get it in colors. If you guys want hoodies and stuff, yeah, I'll do that. Anyway. All right, back to...
We'll continue to rehash things and make stuff up because they are continuing
Never trust
to make
an angry YouTuber.
Never.
Never. They don't make money by telling the truth.
Right. Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, even now, I still have people...
Shit on the internet.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. See, that was a strategic line there. They don't make money by telling the truth. And that's why In Touch Podcast has made no money, right?
I spent money on a WordPress site, WordPress website, so that I can make no money.
I am also in this boat.
Say, oh, well, Monica's changed her story 38 times. No, I haven't. One time I wrote something kind of vague on Twitter, and one time I was in a fucking deposition. I added more detail. Like,
are you under oath in a deposition?
Yes.
Yeah. So more detail does not mean you were lying when you were vague.
Exactly.
But, this is another, miscommunication /
This is the thing she's saying about, the whole, was it how people were calling her out about being inconsistent with her story? But then she's like, no, I added details, right? Is that the thing?
Right. So in her original story on Twitter, she didn't mention you, Stan, right?
No.
Right. So
she didn't mention anybody. She didn't even mention the location, the when, where.
Yeah, she pulled the Christine Blasey Ford. I don't remember exactly when
some of the stuff
or what
she
year
changed
or what city. Yeah, I think some stuff did get changed, but I think I can give the benefit of the doubt that if you're gonna, if you're gonna give your like full story in a deposition, you're gonna flush it out a little bit more, right? The details are important, but I think honestly, this is what I'm saying again. The auditing, the mental auditing of experiences with Vic, it's like, well, now I have to find a way to fit this in. And I have to assume she thought, this is like, you see the comedian where they talk about how they get caught like going to the club, right? They come home and it's like, why don't you call like Murdoch? He'll tell you I was over having a drink with the guys. And then the wife calls. It's like, we were at the club, right? Like that's effectively what she was expecting you, Stan, I think, to cover for her.
Pretty much.
And then you decided not to lie for her and basically say, right, I have absolutely no recollection that this occurred whatsoever. So I feel very much like, and it's, I mean, I suppose on the one hand, it's like, well, if there's phone records that show that she called Stan Dahlin before giving her deposition, that probably wouldn't look good for her. Nor, of course, would emails and all those things. But
she did DM me on Facebook.
Oh, she did?
Yes.
Oh.
Guess when it was?
After.
I'm guessing
the day after she did the deposition.
The day after the post.
11th.
July 11th. Let's see. So that would have been. Is that around when the depositions were?
She was deposed on June 28th.
Okay, yeah.
So 2-3 weeks later.
So I assume you had already spoken out between the depositions getting released.
I've been talking, going, what's going on with my friends, and why is Vic suing Monica?
Mm-hmm.
Or why is this lawsuit going on? And that was June 27th. When somebody out of the blue emails my father thinking it was me and wanting to get a statement from me as if it was some kind of story, like they were some kind of reporter reporting on something.
Wow.
And in fact, I wonder if I still have I think I still have the email.
Wow.
In any case, yeah. And I mentioned this in a tweet by acknowledging it as if it wasn't for this Means character, because the person's last name was Means,
mm-hmm.
MEANS. So
that's
and that means what exactly?
I would just like to point out how much I can't wait for this for the appeals court to rule on this and all the details to come out.
Nick Ricada said that the appeals court, or I think it was Ty actually said it on Nick Ricada's stream, that the general consensus is that the appeals court is 2 years delayed, backed up due to COVID.
Well, yeah, but they already ruled on all the other 2019 cases.
They're supposedly with the same year.
So, but either way.
So when you say they're 2 years delayed, do you mean any minute now, or do you mean 2 years more?
Well, 2 years delayed would mean that they were due last September.
Yeah.
So potentially we could be 2023 September before we get an answer.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Still can't wait.
Bald-faced lie.
I really hope that I get this back in the court before World War III wipes everybody out. Just saying, this would be the biggest cuckening since the ending to Game of Thrones.
By the way, I don't. Now might be a prudent time to just tell the people in the chat that you can join our Discord. We have a link in the description below. You can continue the discussion after the fact. We have a channel for the Vic discussion. Feel free to drop by. We'd love to see you there. Including you, Stan. You're welcome to come as well. We'll give you an honorary title if you want.
Honest Stan. Expire. Here, I'm gonna post a new link in the comments here, so that because I've been so good in the last few podcasts and I totally failed this time. All right, let's hear what they have to say here.
That people are saying online, and angry YouTubers, of course, are saying it as well.
But we never had any doubts because
no, we didn't.
We told the truth.
We were telling the truth.
And we were the ones that turned over. Now, I don't remember how much of it was actually turned, but we turned over all of our discovery. We turned over all of this information.
That's a lie.
I did.
Wasn't there stuff that they asked in the deposition? Like, did you turn this over?
Did you provide that to your attorney? No, I think they only asked for emails. Exact quote about the Yost twins, right?
Yeah.
Or it said like regarding Vic, and Vic's name wasn't mentioned, so maybe it didn't. But I could give them benefit of the doubt that they may have provided all of this stuff in discovery, but their attorneys sure didn't hand it over. And that is, discovery abuse. I'm so good at grifting that I forgot to monetize this stream, so that's great.
No.
Anyway,
I don't know how much of it was utilized.
What's up?
I said I found the email.
Oh wow! You want to share it?
I could just
like
read it
verbally.
Yeah, verbally. Yeah, it's got the email address and stuff like that
with all kinds of emotion.
A question for Stan Dahlin. Hello, are you the Stan Dahlin that founded Kawaii-Con and co-founded Anime Ohana? If so, do you have any commentary words on the Vic plaintiff Real defendant situation? Your name was mentioned in a court document in response to the lawsuit as a potential witness to an incident that happened during AzumiCon in 2007. I emailed the piece of it that has your name on it. And he's referring to the interrogatory. If you do not have anything to say on this issue, just tell me and I'll leave you alone. I will also keep any information you have private if you wish to avoid being heckled by people.
I believe that zero.
No, that's a if you say what I want you to say, I'll keep this stuff private. But if you say what I don't want you to say, then I won't.
It'll be an exposed video.
No, if you say what I want you to say, this is going on the internet as evidence that you're on my side, is what I'm reading there. I'm kind of on the opposite side of you, Random.
Yeah, in any case, it was big red flags.
Yeah,
when people say something like that,
or
worded in that particular manner.
Crimson.
But it's like we did all of this and then they did nothing. So every time it was this big deal of like, oh, okay, well, we need to get all of our ducks in a row. And we would. And then it would all fall apart on the other side. So it's like, what?
Does the resident duck have something to say?
No, it's just if they want all their ducks in a row, wouldn't they actually have, made themselves look a hell of a lot better rather than literally, as I think half the cast here said, this whole thing that they're doing is literally fucking themselves. They're making themselves look worse. When people use the terms getting their ducks in a row, they're usually referring to, hey, I'm getting my shit together so I don't make a fool of myself. And, I'm going to make some type of sense and be able to be clear as to what the words coming out of my mouth are intended to mean. But no, they are literally barreling down a hill just trying to beat a narrative. I will not in any wise believe that they have their ducks or intended to have their ducks in a row. Feels like, honestly, to me, they're throwing shit at the wall, and that's kind of sad.
And the funniest thing about it is all of the tweets where they said hundreds of women, and we can't wait for the evidence to come out, and there was an investigation and all that stuff. You'd expect that to be having your ducks in a row. Unfortunately, none of that materialized.
It's like okay, think about it like this. Let's metaphorically here. Let's say me and you were having issues, AC, just metaphorically here. And let's say one of us were to try to defame the other. Well, my friends have this fun thing that they like to say. Pixar didn't happen. Or Link art didn't happen. Right. Because think about it like this. They say that there are hundreds of people. And I'm going to do what they're doing apparently and beat a dead horse here. Well, if there are hundreds of people with all this evidence, why have I not heard of 3 of them, let alone 1?
Right.
So all I've got to say is your ducks are not in a row. I feel bad for you.
My favorite part about it is just wait until the details from the investigation come out. It's going to blow your mind. It's like, okay, so then they come out. Here's the details from the investigation.
Emails
Tammy
were
Dembo
pulled.
called Vic. She questioned Vic about 3 incidents. A consensual kiss with Sarah Bachmeyer, a propositioning of sex with the Yost twins, for which they said no thank you, and he said, okay, have a nice day, and a jelly bean incident with Monica Rial. Bombshell investigation.
Do you think
all
the jelly
are
bean incident
illegal.
has some reason why a poor defenseless M&M is being sexualized?
Yes.
Don't fuck M&Ms.
You missed at the very beginning of the podcast or of this clip, they made a comment about the M&M. That's what the T-shirt's about.
I get, dude. I'm you know, I'm here. For
you arrived late. I didn't think you heard that bit.
I think he was here for that, actually.
Dude, y'all have rehashed that shit over and over again. I'm not that stupid.
This is just kind of a joke.
Yeah, one other thing. So I was, we'll get into all that later. I didn't get served until much later.
I didn't get served until much later. Remember
why?
Remember when the process server wrote that she saw people peeking in from the blinds? She got up and rang the doorbell again. There was a car parked in the driveway that belonged to the defendant. She eventually had to zip tie it to a doorknob or a rug or something. She kept her business card. She put it in the rug that was delivered to Jamie's house. And Jamie changed her Twitter name to Running from the Law, right? Yeah,
God.
that's
and
how
then it was like lol.
Yeah, that's how you got deposed so much later, right? And then of course she would tweet things like, "Every judge I've met loves me" and all that kind of shit.
That doesn't make you look good.
Of course not. And I hope it gets in front of a judge and they see that.
So what that meant was the discovery didn't last as long before the slap was filed, an anti-slap.
The slap you filed.
So we'll get into all those meanings and everything. But once that's filed, basically discovery stops.
Yeah.
And so I had spent an entire weekend getting together texts of ours for like 4 months. Mm-hmm. And it's page after page after page after. I mean, there's so many because we're actually friends.
And none of it is about him.
No.
It's all about like, hey.
A, X to doubt, and B, friends don't have to define we're friends, right? Look, we're actually friends. I hate nothing more than like people say, yo, we're friends, right? And it's like, it doesn't feel that way anymore.
YouTube friends, Facebook friends.
Like
what kind
back
of friends
in the day,
what kind of friends on PlayStation? What kind of friends were they?
We definitely, as a language, we need to invent some new words.
No. We have words this whole time. Acquaintances is what half the people mean, but
this is such a ridiculous argument. They are friends. Let's leave it at that. It's weird that they have to say it, but the interesting thing here is like we trust way too much. Like if I were Vic's team, I would literally just subpoena the phone records from the phone company, right? Instead of ask them for it, because you know that they're going to be talking to each other and deciding which things to turn over and which ones not to. Because the way that you get people is like, okay, so look, you've got text to, let's say, Chris Latosh, right? Well, when I subpoena Chris Latosh, are you going to be able to prevent him from submitting those texts? And he's like, the text that Monica and Jamie are sending to each other, they could curate which one of those that they give to the court, right? By just communicating with each other via Skype while they're doing it, you know? But when it comes to, you know, other, you know, things like, for instance, conventions and stuff, it's going to be much harder to hide that stuff. But if you did commit some form of conspiracy to get Vic fired or whatever, then of course you're gonna curate which specific text you're gonna have deleted or whatever. And since it doesn't say on your phone message deleted, does it? Does it do that like it does on like Facebook Messenger? Do you guys know?
No.
Well, if you delete a text message, it doesn't delete it for the other person.
Right.
It'll only delete it for yourself.
Right, but if you were to curate
it,
if you were to be on, if you're a defendant in the suit together and you were on Skype and say, okay, I'm deleting this message, make sure to delete it from your account too, right? Before we send it to the.
So there's two things. One,
Wouldn't that be a serious red flag, considering that would be been done recently?
Well, again, this is why I'm saying I would just. It costs money. It is expensive, but I would just subpoena the phone records. I would literally just go to AT&T or Verizon or whoever they have, and I would subpoena just directly from them because I do not trust these snakes.
AT&T would have the direct records, although
use the right terminology.
I don't know how long they keep those records. I don't think they're keeping every text ever sent forever.
I don't think they keep them forever. But I know for a fact for a while they do keep a long log. I was with Verizon for quite a while, and at one point I needed some text, and I was able to go back, I think a year. Don't know. You know what? I don't want to be quoted on that. I think it might have been a year.
The point is that when this was happening,
I do keep it for a while.
Ty could have subpoenaed them back then.
But
right?
on the local phone, it will not show, at least on iPhone, that there was a message deleted. Possibly if you do like a phone dump, it might. Mm-hmm. But like if you just scroll through the phone, like there's no way to tell that a message was deleted.
Right. So forensically, you may be able to uncover that, but you'd have to have like a probable cause concern for why you would expect. Like all of a sudden, they'll say
that much tampering.
Monica and Jamie texted every single day. They had a conversation, except for this day where there was no conversation, right? And it's because they deleted all the messages, because contextually you can't just delete the one, because then the reply doesn't make sense. You got to delete the reply too. And you know what I mean? Like, so theoretically it is possible that you could find yourself in a situation where a forensic analysis of the phone records and stuff and subpoenaing the companies could theoretically come into play. But I'm just saying that because the GoFundMe existed, I would have gone for that right away. That's just how I do it. Now, granted, good.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, granted, there's no way that Ty could have known the appeals court would decide to take 2 years off because of COVID. You know, there's no way he could have foreseen that.
Also, I don't know. Ty might have asked for that, but it might have a time limit. I don't know. But like, I could see him saying, well, here, I want this. And then them saying, okay, well, it takes, or you're allowed to take 3 months to give that data over. And then before they were required to give it over, they filed TCPA.
Right. And I think that's
I don't
very
know if that's
possible.
happened.
I think that's very possible. That I think if I were Ty, this is how I would sort of have been looking at it, is that I submitted the interrogatories. They didn't provide us the discovery we requested. And because they didn't, and I've got this like back and forth with emails, reminding and requesting and all that stuff, that because they didn't send us that stuff, now I have like a paper trail that I can bring to the judge that says we have taken every chance we could to try to get this. They have not provided it, blah, blah, blah. Then you get the judge on your side, and you get the judge to be, sort of peeved at the defendants, right? First of all, and then it becomes easier to have, because a subpoena is a court order. So you'd need the judge to sign off on your subpoenaing the phone records directly from the phone company anyway.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
What are you doing? What's great? I love that they think that this took over, and it still takes over so much of our brain. You could look at our text today, and there's
literally
hey, what are we recording?
Multi-hour podcast, multi-month. It's taken over your brain.
Yeah. That's my favorite thing about it.
They've talked about this to the point that it's obviously what's on their mind.
Oh yeah.
It's their entire podcast is literally fashioned around let's beat this situation, our accusation, and his possible I'm trying to think of a word here. I'm sorry to all of you out there.
Misconduct.
Misconduct. Thank you. And all that they've done this entire time is make it completely obvious that they can't stop thinking about this.
Well, obviously, but I mean, if you give them the benefit of the doubt, you could argue that it would be hard to stop thinking about it when every single day you're getting death threats or whatever they are claiming, right? Is it a good move to then make a podcast about it? Probably not.
I mean, if they were getting look, I have to point something out here. Think about it like this from someone who's not not saying that I've actually, but if someone's actually getting death threats or something every day, who in the hell in their right mind is going to actually, you know, not be reporting all of that to the law? There'd be so much evidence.
If you think they're credible, yeah.
There would be so much to their, you know, prove that they would have an overwhelming pressure to add to anyone who is against them. But like on the scale them, I feel like they're trying to press is what I'm saying, because I'm sure there's some idiot out there who's, you know, stupid enough to think that, you know, writing some antagonistic and pissed off email at people when, you know, you really don't know what the hell you're talking about, because usually when you jump the gun and do that, you're not thinking. So
if this does come back, I want to know if they if they can subpoena her for the I've screenshotted your tweet and sent it to Homeland Security. Like, did you actually, or are you just saying that on Twitter?
So
sorry to interrupt you, Lane.
I think
you're good. You're good. I'm just honestly flabbergasted at the fact that they can think about this so much, and then you think, as much as it's been talked about and as much as they try to press the psychological damages done, the fact that they just straight up just like go into giggly laughter in the middle of reading an email when they're trying to press, not in any wise jokingly, that, hey, look, I was assaulted, you know, and all this bad stuff happened to me. But when I'm reading an email from a quote unquote viewer, I'm going to just break my whole emotion, any type of energy I have, and I'm just going to giggle at, you know, everything. Has there been one email they've read that they haven't literally started, that they have not literally, that they have not started, you know, laughing and have been able to get through with any type of seriousness? Because they're going to the point where you have to be
clearly
serious.
they're curating the emails, and you know it's got to be demoralizing for them when they set up the email account, testimony is evidence at gmail.com, that they're getting probably hundreds of emails. They're like, oh, we're so popular. And 99% of them are saying, kill yourself. Right.
Oh, God. So real quick, the point I was bringing up about the whole, you know, they say, look, we're actual friends. The point I'm bringing up here is that, what is it? So in the same vein that Vic was supposedly their friend, and then they just on the turn of a dime, just
they twist the knife in a minute.
Yeah, let's not be friends. In fact, we're like enemies or something.
Yeah,
I feel like
friends, like
that type of behavior leads me to believe that it's very possible that one or the other will turn on the other at the drop of a hat if the situation needs it. If they find out, if one of the two did insert horrible thing here, confirmed, then
or
they'll be like, yeah, we were actual friends,
and you know, stops, you know, completely agreeing and, you know, patting the other on the back with everything they do. You make a very good psychological point, because that's a lot of times how this type of
it's the
mindset
meme of,
and
you know, when you say you're
ends.
fine but you're not, or whatever.
Well, the thing is like when you watch the psychological situation go down with people who they get to the point that they've, you know, ridden their drama as far as they can, some people start finding themselves wanting it to end. And when that person starts deviating from the narrative that, you know, they started this whole friendship, quote unquote, off with, you will find yourself watching a tension build that otherwise is hard to create, because that person knows your secrets, they know your mistakes, and they're literally go from being your best friend to your worst possible enemy. It's an obvious psychological and health fund. I never even thought of that working out like that.
Here, let me play this real quick.
Sorry.
Monica. Monica, come out.
Fair warning, spoilers for Junie Tyson episode 3.
Come see us.
By Ian?
What?
I'd be killed by Ian?
I know.
I just want everybody to know that if this were real life, I could totally take him.
You totally. Yes, you had him. What did you think of the character?
I love the character, and that's what makes me sad, because it's episode
I know. Can I tell you, I cast you because you're amazing, and I thought you were going to be here the whole time, and I was just as surprised and disappointed as you.
But I will say, I've had so much fun working with you. It's been a blast because
you.
we've never worked together in this capacity,
I know.
which is super, super cool. And I loved her, and so it's sad that she's gone.
Did you see it coming? I mean, what were you thinking?
I mean, I guess in the beginning of the episode, when she starts second guessing herself and starts, kind of questioning everything, and then she starts talking about the drug and what's going on with her system, and so I knew something not good was going to happen. Also, plus it's kind of like with reality TV, when you get a lot of screen time, it's not good.
Well, you were absolutely amazing.
Well, thank you. I loved it, and you're awesome.
I love you. You're awesome. I love you. Hug me away while we look at your amazing
I want to hug you.
Yeah, so I just realized something. Actually, this is from December 2017.
And this is still up on their Twitter?
Yes, on Funimation's Twitter.
Oh, that is so hilarious. Like, they didn't pull that shit down.
Here's something interesting I just realized. I don't know if you noticed at the beginning of this, you can see Vic is filming this with his phone.
Yeah.
And it's being provided to Funimation.
Funimation. No.
To be posted by their social media account person. It's not posted from Vic's account and then shared and retweeted by Funimation. It's posted by Funimation. I wonder if this has if this is going to lend anything to the credibility of the agency of Funimation's control over their employees for the vicarious liability and whatnot, right? That Funimation would be considered, that Vic and Monica, despite thinking of themselves as independent contractors, may actually be considered employees by virtue of this sort of thing, having access to a person sending footage recorded on their personal cell phone, presumably, to be posted on the company's account. It seems kind of interesting. I didn't know.
So clear this up for me. I'm not the best with social media to begin with. What you're trying to say is that it brings a question due to the fact that this makes it look like anyone who works at their company can access their social media and outwarding, what's the word?
Not necessarily, but I'm saying that it's interesting to me. I mean, let's completely disregarding the fact that the video clearly shows a positive working relationship as late as December 2017 between Vic and Monica, and that Vic was acting in a directorial role where he was casting Monica as a character in the show, right? Passing by all of that, it just seems interesting to me that Vic's personal recorded footage on his cell phone is being published by Funimation's Twitter account versus his own, right?
Well, so we don't know that he might have posted it to his own account, and then they might have just taken it from that account.
It's possible. What's really interesting about this, I'd love to know how they did this. They somehow were able to embed a link in the video to where you can watch Zodiac War, Judy Tyson, directly on Funimation. Although that's going to be gone and on Crunchyroll soon.
That's true.
We'll talk about
By
that.
the way, do you think that if this being unearthed, do you think the Kick Vic side is going to look at it and say, well, clearly he hated Monica because he cast her as a character who died in episode 3?
Well, this has existed and been known about going back for months. Like people found it pretty quickly, right? So anyway, back to I want to get over this here. So I'm gonna Ronan Jaw says, why didn't Jamie have her own TCP recording? You mean deposition, just as Vic, Ron, and Monica did. So the reason she didn't have a deposition is because a deposition is part of the first stages in a pretrial, and part of what's known as discovery. Discovery is where everybody gets a request for communications and chat logs, Facebook DMs, Twitter DMs, any sort of information that can help build evidence in the case to show what you're purporting or alleging somebody has done. In this case, civil conspiracy, right? So the depositions should not have happened at all, because Ron and Monica could have day one filed TCPA. And just to give you since you seem like you're not quite grasping, I'll just give you the quick rundown. TCPA stands for Texas Citizen Participation Act. It's Texas version of an anti-SLAPP law. Anti-SLAPP is anti-strategic lawsuit against public participation. Basically, wow.
Did someone pop the poll?
That's Green Line, I think.
Yep, that was me. Sorry. That was my fault.
I totally lost my train of thought. So well, if you went to a restaurant, right, and you got food poisoning, right, and then you started to post reviews on Yelp, negative reviews, and you every single day continued to post negative reviews because the food was terrible, or you were still sick after 10 days or whatever, and then the owner of the restaurant tried to sue you for defamation. You could file an anti-SLAPP in Texas, the TCPA, in order to get the case dismissed, because the purpose of the lawsuit is specifically to silence your First Amendment right to free speech, and doing so strategically in order to prevent you from talking, because it costs a lot of money to fight a lawsuit, right? So TCPA is a way to dismiss a lawsuit before it even goes to trial. And when you file TCPA, discovery is stayed, meaning it stops. So depositions don't happen. You don't have to provide your emails, your text messages. None of that stuff has to go to the other party because you filed TCPA. So until the judge rules on that motion, discovery is stopped. And if it comes out in your favor, then you never get deposed, right? So again, what they did is Jamie dodged the process server, so she couldn't get served the papers, because there's a 60-day countdown from the day that you're served for which you can file TCPA. And by dodging the process server, that bought Monica and Ron time in order to be able to depose Vic, because their plan was to use his words against them by twisting them out of context with the actual transcript of the deposition. They never intended for the actual video to come out. That was Ty's retaliation, giving the footage to Vic or to Nick in order to release it to the public. Right. So this is why Jamie does not have a deposition, even though her lawyer was involved in Vic's deposition to ask him questions and things in Vic's deposition.
The other thing about a TCPA that you have to remember is that it's supposed to, although in this case it didn't, but it's supposed to lead or lend all doubt to the person that's not filing the TCPA. Yeah, the plaintiff, I guess.
Yeah.
So
yes.
So Vic is supposed to. If Vic says something happened, and Monica and Jamie don't have something that proves it happened, they take Vic's word for it, and then all of that is supposed to get hashed out in the actual trial.
Right. Yeah. I guess it is worth it to continue on here. So the
why,
reason
discovery can be stayed, because they say, okay, instead of going through the hassle of the expensive discovery and all that stuff, we'll just take Vic's word for whatever, unless they have something that actively disproves Vic. For now, we'll just take Vic's word on it. And if we clear at least that bar, if we don't clear the bar, then we don't need to go any further. But if we clear that bar, we'll go further.
The idea is, if you can't even clear that bar, then there's no point in continuing anyway. And so the way that TCPA works, and anti-SLAPP in general works, is that you have to present a prima facie case, and prima facie is Latin for on its face, meaning that it is accepted as true until further greater evidence is presented. So literally all Vic is supposed to have to do is say, allege the claims that he made, and it helps him greatly to show malice, which he had in the "I want his head, I want his balls" tweets and all of these other things, right? And not to mention the Slaytosh text messages and everything. Like, he had everything he needed. In Vic's case, the judge that was presiding over his case did not follow Texas rules of civil procedure and mistook the prima facie hearing for a preponderance of the evidence hearing, which is further down the line, where you actually combat the evidence one side has against the other. Preponderance of the evidence means basically weighing against each other the greater, more powerful compelling evidence wins, right? So because that wasn't handled properly is entirely why the case was dismissed and is now in the appeals court. Zedpool said 6 hours of the deposition and 4 of them are about the GoFundMe. Any update on the appeals? Sadly, no. It's got to be any day now, though.
If it comes out, it'll come out on a Thursday evening.
Yeah,
yes, it will be on a Thursday
at 9:30
evening
or something.
At 9:30
like
in
Central
Time.
I think.
Yeah. Is Natalie Rial kick Vic? Man, Apple doesn't fire. I mean, can you imagine not being kick Vic if your sister is like practically the ringleader kind of thing? So I just want to get caught up on these real quick. Will Viz Media bring back Vic to voice Ikkaku for the final arc of Bleach's Halloween? I hope. You have to understand that Viz hires Bang Zoom, yeah? Is that who they use?
I think so.
So,
or Megalop, or what's the other one? It starts with an M. Studiopolis.
I don't know. The point is that it's not recorded at Okratron, which is
right.
Sabbath's thing. So the people in charge of casting decisions aren't as closely tied to the adversity that Vic would be facing. Now, I would encourage you to send an email to Viz if you can find a way to contact them and tell them how excited you are for Bleach returning and humbly request that they do the best they can to retain all the original voice actors. That couldn't hurt, you know.
And just leave it at that. You know, don't bring up anything else.
And if this has not been stated enough, please do not harass or Jamie Markey and or Monica Real. Please. It doesn't do anyone any good. Not you or anyone else. Please.
Musement's vlog haul and reaction says, they're actors. How do we know they're telling the truth? The irony is that they aren't very good actors because the deposition is extremely easy to see how shaken they are and like the sort of micro expressions that they make. Monica's face is all over the place as FDDM and I have seen recently.
Just watch any anime Monica's in. You tell me she's a good actor, okay?
Right. So and beyond that, well, let's not extend more time on this topic. So that means Monica and Jamie are going bankrupt for even saying the truth. Yeah, because their podcast isn't going to make them any money. How many people have seen this podcast? They are choosing to keep that information private, even though WordPress allows you to post it publicly. How many downloads and all that? I think if you look at it on Apple Podcasts, that you could probably see, you could probably see the downloads there. But in terms of their actual podcast, I don't see anything that tells me. I don't see anything here.
I think that's just an embed of the iTunes thing, is it not? I mean, it looks very similar for UI.
If I hit subscribe, does it take me to? No, it's just an RSS feed.
Okay.
So
it might not be then.
Anyway, whether Viz will bring me. What's wrong with making money, right? Well, Viz Media hasn't announced that they cut ties with Vic, but he was sadly recasted. His 2 shows from them are Rampo and Bungo Stray Dogs and Rohan Kishibe. So Rohan, I don't know that we can count that out just yet because Netflix recasting him is something that could have happened regardless of the controversy. Because that's just how Netflix rolls. I believe.
Except they had everybody else the same.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I haven't watched it. I'm waiting for the physical release.
Did you guys do the comment about the dialogue changes?
What? Which one?
There's this chat the one about Burn the Witch, they quoted social justice instead of great society. And I'm just thinking, no.
Yeah, and we've covered the To Love Ru dialogue and all that, and Funimation using the word pedophile instead of lolicon and all these different things. Apparently, Monica and Jamie are perverts in real life since they voiced Panty and Stocking.
I mean, that doesn't automatically make them perverts in real life. That's just
it doesn't. That is just casting. But I will say this, okay? I have never watched it, but I did recently see a clip of Ghost Stories, and Monica is in Ghost Stories as a writer, not just a voice actor. And they were in charge of rewriting that whole anime. Yeah. And there is some interesting lines, I'll put it that way.
Ghost Stories not because you're a rabbit, it's because you're black.
There are some very interesting lines in that, and she's as far as I could tell, a writer, and she wrote those lines.
Ghost Stories is apparently very infamous because they could do whatever the fuck they want with the script.
Right. Zedpool says, Monica says Stan saw it happen, but Stan says it didn't happen. But Monica tells only the truth. What's that say about Stan? I really hope it goes back to the court. I can't wait for all of the evidence to come out that they claim they've been sitting on all this time. So, covered that one. Mikon originally said, what? Is it?
That's okay. What was it where she said that's misogynistic?
She said that's so old-fashioned or something like that in the original.
Yeah, but in the thing, she said because he said he liked a girl who can cook.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't take me wrong. I'm just going to point out that a girl and or guy being able to cook is wife. Not, is not
he wanted a wife who knew how to cook or something like that, which, I mean, that's just his criteria, kind of, but...
and believe it or not, I'll go ahead. I've got to make this point. That line really isn't, anything to get all butthurt over. But
it's certainly not throwing Gamergate into prison school.
Oh God, it's just in the context of where everyone's seeing that it might be taken, because it's just like, some people like they think that because someone thinks that guys are supposed to like knives, cars, big guns, and all this kinds of stuff, and then girls are like supposed to like puppies, rainbows, and whatever. But it's just a stereotype thing. So that line I really don't feel is in the show. I don't feel it's a bad thing, but the fact that people literally let that be would use that as a ploy, because remember, it's fiction. It's a character and the way a fictional character reacted to a situation. But the fact that that's even now and at any point looked like someone was trying to use that as a social ploy, honestly, to me, is more disgusting than them saying, trying to throw in some social faux pas, whatever the term would be. But that's just how I look at it.
Sorry, I'm just trying to power through these real quick. Hey. After Vic asked the twins for sex, they became homeless and lived with Monica and Ron. Was that after?
What the fuck?
Well, I knew that they lived with Ron and Monica. And that's also why I feel like, Ron prodded them for information.
Wait, whoa. Okay. I did not know that.
Yeah, the twins that claim, again, they didn't submit that story to Tammy Denbo either, as far as I know. No. It was submitted by Monica.
Yes.
Also, okay, there's a good question. So, grown man propositions, I'm a hope to God assuming grown women for,
they were legal adults.
Sexualized. I'm just trying to make the point. I'm just trying to understand something here. Okay. And then they're immediately homeless and move in with, of all people, Ron Toye and Monica Rial.
See, Monica's big.
And then this turns up like this. No offense, but that's obviously looks like that like fabrication can be, considering how close the people involved are.
Monica's big mistake.
Gave one of the twins a job.
Right. And Monica's big mistake was that she used the twin story in Sony's investigation instead of using the twins as the people who saved her from Vic at IzumiCon.
Are we almost done with this?
We are. Sorry, we're at.
There's no mention of.
I want to get through whatever question they're on and call it here for the night for this for their podcast.
Okay.
I want to address the chat real quick. So, don't fuck M&Ms. Well, they might love to have fun with a white rapper. Oh, okay. Vic GoFundMe is about to reach 300,000. Please keep donating, you guys. I think Rakeda said he's going to take it down. I mean, the money that is already there is still going to go into the IOTA account.
He wants to put it into like
Give, Send, Go
or something.
What was the one we wanted to create? Go Fund Yourself.
Yeah, Go Fund Yourself. The free platform.
The free platform where we still take a cut, but the only person who can fund your cause is you donating to yourself. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I totally agree with this. This is like a toddler who keeps talking to cover up a lie. Totally agree. A closet could only hold so much that all the stuff will flow out. The truth will eventually come out. Even I know basements have other purposes. Rock bands do perform music in the basements. I don't follow that train of logic. Also, if Vic's fans are as crazy as they say, and they've been doxxed, why would they even send a threat? It's almost like Lupin's note before a job, right? It's because the harassment is the threat, not acting on it. Luigi the Metal 64 says sorry, or no, Jason Salad to Luigi the Metal 64. Sorry, what was this in relation to? Frenemies, oof. Let's see. I'm skipping as many as I can, Random 11. Hold your horses. I'm skipping. Green line. This is what I'm trying to get to. Geez, who's the fucking idiot with the background noise interrupting the podcast? Most of the actors partook of the ghost story script. That would be you, I'm afraid.
Speaking of funding ourselves,
right? Yeah. Okay, so let's get through this question here and then call it end on.
Was Stan going to say something about the twin story?
No, not. Well, other than Ron gave one of them a job at his firm.
Didn't he also give one of them a laptop or something, a brand new laptop, or was that somebody else?
I have no idea.
Right? Yeah, it's so stupid and I thought it was really funny because people will often talk about friends and all of that kind of thing. And so it was 3 days of constant copying like screenshots to put into a document of all of these these texts that we had. And then I go over to his email or his phone number and there's nothing.
Yeah.
Literally nothing.
Yeah.
For 4 years, 5 years.
Yeah.
Not since he started his Star Trek-y thing, and had wanted me to be in the first episode, and I declined.
His passion project, okay.
Right, and she said he wanted me to be in the first episode, and I declined. Right, like he considered you friends, and you clearly hated him, right?
Didn't think I was right for the character / didn't want to work on the site. So,
for no money.
So that was like our last text communication.
All right, let's cut it here. That seems like a good place to stop.
Cool. I think we went into something else before I ran off the point, but this is the friend thing is on YouTube. There's for example, H3 Productions was all he made a quick reference in one video. There was PewDiePie is a good friend of mine or a close friend. One of the two. And then next thing you know, he's denouncing PewDiePie for his whole N-word scandal.
He also interviewed Jordan B. Peterson and then quickly threw him under the bus as soon as
I am so reluctant to believe people when they say good friend, close friend, anywhere since all those types of things happen.
I think Jamie and Monica are in fact good friends. Because Jamie is an incredibly toxic individual, and she very clearly is rubbing off on Monica. As later on in the podcast, Monica has this line that is burned into my mind with the cringe of, you just don't want to hear it because I have a vagina, or whatever she says, and it's just that is straight from Jamie Markey's mouth. You have been spending way too much time with her.
But that's the those two have the type of friendship that could collapse under a popsicle stick just falling out from underneath.
That's true. I guess that's a good point. Like, yes, they are friends because they're catty bitches together, but at the first chance to throw one of the other under the bus, it'd be interesting to see how that happens, So anyway, I think it's a good time for us to proceed with the rest of the podcast. Stan, it has been an absolute pleasure having you here with us.
Yes,
providing insight
nice
and
to
things.
meet you, man.
You are more than welcome to stay and cover the news we're going to be going over. But I understand it's already been 3 hours and perhaps even longer because of
now.
because of the pre-show stuff. So you're welcome to dip out at any time. And I just wanted to thank you again for giving us your time.
Sure. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you guys and being on your show and relaying some stuff that you may wanted to hear or may not wanted to hear.
Well, if you've got anything in the future that you would like, put out there, I would be happy to be one of the vessels that can do that for you.
Sure.
And of course, you're welcome at any time, any show we do to jump in. In fact, if you join the Discord, I'll add you to our podcast guest channel where we send the link to previous guests. That's why we have such a packed house all the time. Also, Jordan Avant says you're awesome, Stan. So I want to make sure you got that out for you.
Thank you very much.
Anyway,
So it'd be interesting if they hold their schedule and we'll hear what they have to say.
I feel like there's a good chance that by next podcast, like my next podcast next week, that they might have their next episode up. I mean, can't wait to hear it. Right?
Oh yeah.
We're only a little bit behind.
Yeah, it'll be another 2-hour fiasco, and then like another four podcasts of ours, just 3 hours a night.
Well, here's the thing. In prepping for covering their podcast, I have rewatched all the depositions. I've taken notes. I've obtained evidence and tried to start archiving it on the website at ocapodcast.com/Vic-archives. And I've been attempting to do these things. So presumably going forward, the more they do, the more prepared I will be with the things that need to be inserted into their show in order to provide context. So it will be, my time it's front heavy, the amount of effort and work I've had to put in to be able to do this. But I'm hoping that as time goes on, it will pay off. And let's be honest, by their third episode, if they even get that far, they're probably not going to be saying anything interesting. And I will be cutting out a huge portion of the repetitive things that they continue to say over and over again.
I hope for them, they actually, move on from the Vic Mignogna stuff. Because that'd be really good for them. But hey.
I don't think they can.
Yeah,
I don't think they can.
They're so far deep into it, they can't.
What do they have without it?
I don't. Hell, an actual history of being a voice actor. Maybe turning over to
that's all out the window.
I'm literally looking for M&Ms and a bonus hit.
Okay, and with that, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, there are numerous ways to do that. There's the Patreon. There's the Anime Collector Patreon, which is a per video instead of a per month thing. So that's
the better one, if you ask me. But
yeah, because you'll never get charged. Or you can support us via our affiliate links and all sorts of other ways at ocapodcast.com/support. Now let's get into the news. Some interesting things.
Did you refresh your page?
Was Stan gonna plug something, AC?
Oh yeah, do you want
to?
Before you dip out, do you want to plug anything?
Oh, I'm not doing anything. Just working a regular job of just a regular Joe.
We'll put your Twitter in the description.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, I've already plugged for you.
I am still doing another event with Vic down the road. It's just trying to figure out his schedule because the man has something going on every weekend. So if they thought they could stop him. Sorry, he's got events.
Do you think other than losing his roles, do you think that in a lot of ways Vic has come out even better on the other side of this?
Absolutely.
I mean, I hadn't really been paying attention to, his lines and stuff, but if you ask me, a voice actor doesn't make their bread and butter with their roles. They make it with the notoriety they get from doing those roles and going to conventions. And now it's like, if Vic loses his day job, he could go to a convention, like you said, every weekend, assuming he could actually get, invited and all that, but in a lot of ways, I think, I think it's probably in a lot of ways been really good for Vic to see that when shit hit the fan, there was an army of people there to catch him, versus when Monica and Jamie did what they did, and they now have a podcast that they can't even put the public numbers up because they're too embarrassed. That they have so little support that when they do a GoFundMe or whatever, like when Mars Girl does a GoFundMe, she can't even get an oil change. That these sort of, the other side is so desperate for the love that Vic gets, that he receives reciprocally from his fans, because he curated these relationships for decades now, talking to people, encouraging them, remembering who they are when he sees them at conventions year after year, knowing them by name, that has truly benefited him and blessed him in ways that few people would ever actually get to see. It's like, I kind of look at it like artists don't get recognized for their work until after they die. This is almost like Vic having a metaphorical death and being able to see the love that people had for him while he's still alive, even though it feels like a death when your career gets taken from you.
Yeah.
Anyway, with that, I'll let you get out of here.
That allows him to have other opportunities or different opportunities.
Right.
He's gone and done a couple of stage plays, and which he hadn't done in decades, and then
he did the
lots of other film, silent film, Hill, and be part of other movie projects. You can't say that for Monica or Jamie.
Well, they have a voice made for
Monica
TV.
hasn't had any stage work in a long time.
Voice acting. Yeah, for sure.
So anyway, you guys have a good night, and
take care.
I'll
You
watch
as
the rest of the show. All right.
All right. Thank you, man. Take it easy. So in other news,
the joke is face made for TV, not a voice.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. A face made for voice acting is.
I
screwed it up royally.
Face made for radio is the original.
Yes. So Hololive terminated Rushia after breaching contract. Apparently, she had her Discord open while streaming, and I guess messages from like her boyfriend or something were coming in. I don't quite care about the actual details here. This is what I want to show you. So on the same day that Rushia got fired, Russia bombed the Ukraine. Japan started tweeting #thank you Rushia, but Twitter messed up the names and it says #thank you Russia. So now it looks like people in Japan are thanking Russia for bombing Ukraine.
Well.
#thank you Russia. Soviet Rushia here. Right? And then my favorite, trending in Japan, we love Russia. They love me. Right? And of course, it wouldn't be a controversy without Amanda Winn Lee. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a life event without Amanda Winn Lee trying to make it about her somehow. So Western voice actress applauds Ukraine invasion. Amanda Winn Lee, a Western voice actor likely known for doing work for Evangelion, has courted controversy over a series of tweets thanking Russian leader Vladimir Putin for invading Ukraine, as it could help the indecipherable Joe Biden and his catastrophically low approval rates to secure re-election. And in her words, quote, "Anything that keeps Trump out of the White House, I embrace."
If you say so.
The Western barbarian's openness to violence should perhaps not prove too surprising, as she, like many voice actors, joined in slandering Vic Mignogna as a man who abuses his fans despite the lack of actual evidence, and insisted others should, quote, believe women. So as she says, in one way, Putin did us a favor. Historically, every president running for re-election during a war has won. Fuck you, I'm serious. Anything that keeps Trump out of the White House, I embrace. Whiny bitches clutching their pearls and trying to police my tone will be blocked. If Trump gets back in office, we'll have the casualties from the war and the genocide of the LGBTQIA people. I'm not effing kidding. Still unaware of the documented evidence of this. When my father and son both had cancer at the time, I desperately clung to any bit of silver lining to get me through. It's how I process trauma, and I don't give a fuck what you think of my process. Yeah, so she's right. To pearl clutching, wilting lilies, I am legit terrified that Trump may get back in office. This takes him out of the equation of shit that must be dealt with right fucking now. In no way, shape, or form do I endorse war. Jesus, y'all are so desperate to be offended by something.
Clearly you do. Clearly
so
you endorse war if it means Trump doesn't get back in office.
I just want to have these in my back pocket as tweets that didn't age well when America gets involved in the war.
Yeah.
And it goes even worse than the Afghanistan withdrawal. Dan, I'm so sorry that you're in the military and that you will definitely be on the front lines reporting from from the Ukraine.
I don't know what happened to make this the case, but something was in the fucking water in 2016 that just made all of these people have this like Trump derangement syndrome. I don't know if it was like
it was the
Hypnotoad on the TV. Yeah, I've no clue. But for whatever reason, they've gone crazy. Like I don't. Did we cover it on here? The whole G4 TV thing with Adam Sessler and how he's like a nut now, and saying
they
that
are all insane.
Republican family members need to die. Like
Whoa.
What? Yeah, he's on Twitter saying that. Like, oh, I'd be glad if they all died.
It wasn't something in the water. It was CERN. It was the Large Hadron Collider. Split the timelines again, and unfortunately we got all the lefties from the insane universe got swapped with the reasonable people that we used to have. The almost reasonable people, I mean. Anyway, she says, okay, y'all, I fucked up. I never should have used the word embraced. It was thoughtless of me. After all, the shit going on in Texas with trans kids, I was angry. My bad. Forgive me or don't. I don't give a fuck. Anyway. Also, a Japanese bulk carrier was struck by Russian missile in Ukraine.
That's what happens.
Yeah, they were. The transport ship was heading through, traversing the war-torn Ukraine, with the total amount of ships damaged now being up to 3. And hopefully, the turn of events won't end up increasing conflict between Japan and the aforementioned countries. So the bulk
was
carrier
it carrying anime?
To the Ukraine, probably not. Maybe body pillows.
Enemy?
Nomura Queen is the name of the vessel.
I mean, with a name like that, it needs to have anime on it.
Was subjected to a Russian missile strike on February 25th in the port in Ukraine, and another Japanese vessel, the Millennial Spirit, also sustained damage as fire emerged, and lifeboats were destroyed, and the crew were forced to abandon ship. So
you know how they put like the decals on the planes, like the big anime decals? They need to do that for these ships. Just have like Hatsuniku on the side of the ship.
Actually, I don't know if that's such a good idea, because didn't the Russians start banning anime? So if they were to put those on their ships, they might actually just get targeted. The hell of it.
We will not let anime corrupt the Russian people of Ukraine. Bomb the ship.
I just can't wait to see USS Iowa or whatever on the side of the USS Iowa.
So Japan also joined the U.S. and others in excluding Russia from the SWIFT payment system. Kishida says Japan won't seek nuclear sharing with the U.S. So effectively, they are denying the U.S.'s request to allow us to house nukes in Japan. So that
I wonder why
at our military bases in Japan, so that we could theoretically launch them to.
You think there might be some history there?
Yeah, maybe a little, maybe just a little. Also, a Ukrainian ambassador to Japan dressed as a samurai in show of strength against Russia. This is from February 18th. Okay, this is from before the conflict started. Before it went hot, let's say. So, in the words of one Twitter user, what the fuck is going on?
Why didn't he have the helmet and like the face mask?
I don't think he's even
the samurai face mask.
We know what we are fighting for. How about Russia? Right?
How about Rushia?
So
good for Rushia.
They're
so naturally.
There's the helmet. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen the absurd amount of propaganda coming out of the Ukraine right now, but that very image I just showed you. Japanese ambassador stayed in Ukraine to fight in his grandfather's samurai armor? No, not true. Yes, of course. The Japanese ambassador to Ukraine stayed in Kiev. His great-grandfather's samurai sword and traditional armor was delivered to him from Tokyo, Japan. In a Facebook post, he declared that the samurai must protect the country in which he is. Glory to Japan! Glory to Ukraine!
Wait. This is the Japanese ambassador to Ukraine?
No, this is a lie.
No. I know that's the lie, but who's the one? The guy in the armor.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the Ukrainian ambassador to Japan. This is
the Ukrainian ambassador to Japan. Okay,
yeah, I'm pretty sure this was taken in Japan, but because it makes for more propaganda on top of the Ghost of Kiev and all the other bullshit that has come out, that is so unbelievable. I cannot. But they are just shoveling this shit right into the mouths of the West, and everybody is eating it up so readily. But yeah, just to pile on that, yeah, exactly. Just to pile on that, they took the photo and made a Facebook post out of it, right? Claiming so. And when he's got the mask on, you can't even tell that he's clearly not Japanese. Anyway.
So did they manipulate that photo to make him look more Japanese?
No, he just looks Japanese because he's squinting, and he's got a mask on that hides the fact that his face doesn't look Japanese at all. I mean, look at him. I mean, does he look Japanese to you?
No. That's why I was wondering if that photo was the other one was manipulated.
You don't get much whiter than this.
No, I know that. I'm saying the photo with him posing, not this one. I was just wondering if that was manipulated because he kind of looks Japanese in that
photo. If you put your thumb up and cover just his lower face, still looks Japanese. Anyway, all right. Let's do pickups.
All right.
Anybody want to go?
I got
Greenline. You said you had pickups. Are you there?
I do have pickups. I have a lot of pickups though. Do you want me to go first?
Go first.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, cool. How's my audio, by the way?
Sounds great.
It does. Are you lying to me?
I'm not. No, it sounds fantastic.
Cool, because I pulled this out and decided to use it.
Oh, your dildo mic.
I'm gonna catch your pickups on the video on demand. I'm gonna go run and take out the trash so I don't have to do it after the podcast. I'll be right back.
So I am late, but I got honey from Mega House. So this is like 2 weeks late, but I got the Mega House honey.
Mega honey.
Yeah, the Mega honey.
Nice.
Yeah. All the assets.
No trouble.
And then from Right Stuff today. See if I can grab them. I ordered a lot. I got very infuriating. This is the first thing I saw, and it just disappointed me all to hell. This is how it came. My last part of Fairy Tale. Yeah, and I'm just like, ugh.
That's rough.
So I might just either buy another one or send it back, or I don't know.
You can do the Patreon secret tip that we know of.
Buy in bulk from Amazon and take one without a slipcover and just return it.
My Hero movie. The Two Heroes, the first one.
Heroes.
Which came with a slipcase.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but Fairy Tail didn't for whatever reason.
And Fairy Tail's one is like so integral to the release anyway because it's a frame. It's not just like it's just same as it's a frame.
Yeah. My Hero season 4 complete, and then finally got this. Was a bit delayed on picking it up, but Fire Force season 2 limited edition.
It's nice that it looks the same as the other one.
It does. It's got Arthur on the side, on the spine.
I still want to iterate that they screwed up the holographic reflective things. It's supposed to be the inner bands that gets reflective, right?
Oh, okay.
But they did the inversion on the holo on the
and
cover.
Love Tyrant.
Hey.
So those are my Funimation pickups.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not even close to. Well, I'm kind of.
It's not even close, man.
I'm halfway, and because Footnum knows that I refuse to shut up about it, I got another season of Ranma.
Hey.
To keep watching, season 4.
Is that 4?
Oh, set 4, not season 4, but set 4. Yes, it's.
That is the infamous one that the limited edition was like impossible to find, and when you could find it, when it went out of print, obviously, because, like when you'd look it up on eBay, you could not find a release for a portion of time, and you probably still can't, but I haven't checked.
Really?
And when you find it, it's like $600, or it's bundled in with the other ones for like $1,000 or something.
What the fuck? And
yeah.
Then I picked up because I wanted this. The only Discotek release that I think everybody on this podcast is probably infuriated by, the Discotek IGPX Immortal Grand Prix box set. That's like
got the rounded spine. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool in like concept, but like stupid in practice.
Yeah.
I hope they make an SD Blu-ray of that, so I don't have to buy that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like
no,
watch. We got a Discotek stream next week. Watch that be one of them.
Right. Podcast magic.
Podcast
magic.
Rip Greenland.
Finally, I decided to re-pick up my part 1 that I lost in the fire, and I picked part 1 up. Hopefully, I can get part 2, but it's not in stock yet, right? Stuff. So,
what'd you say it was?
You might have jumped the gun because I bet they'll probably release that on Blu-ray soon.
Oh, okay.
Because they're doing part 1 probably in May, and we already got part 3, 4, and 5. So.
Yeah, maybe jump the gun, but who knows? We'll see.
It's just a matter of time, in my opinion.
You're a Sayatsura, only you, because I can't get enough of Takahashi.
That looks familiar. Why does that look so familiar?
I wonder why.
I've held that in my hands very recently for some reason.
Yeah, it's almost like he did.
Oh, did I?
No.
It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke. We'll get to it in May.
Okay. And then I picked up Kodacha.
Oh, nice. I'm so glad that they got that, because you don't have to buy like 6 volumes or whatever, or track down the expensive saves. Which is ironic, right?
Yeah.
Save?
Yes. Save by spending
the irony. Yeah. Kenichi season 2.
I want to get Vic to sign the Blu-rays when I rebuy it.
Oh yeah?
Is he in that?
He's Kensei.
Kensei, the mustache pervert master.
I got him to sign my DVD of season 1, so that's why I'm like, I want him to sign my Blu-ray.
Dude, he was so fucking good in that.
Battle Athletes, yeah.
That's another one that's like that one was exclusively 8 volumes of DVD before.
Yeah. Project Echo.
That's
finally. Because Green Line is way behind on his.
It looks really, really good. I will give it that. I thought it was kind of but it looks really, really good.
And then my last.
By the way, Reese, did Damn it.
What?
Dida? Tenjo
Tenjo. Yeah.
Okay.
Season 2 when?
Never. No, I don't know.
By the way, Reese, what?
And that's my.
I was gonna ask if that one title that you got a steelbook of, if that was indeed a new transfer that was in HD.
I don't have any good enough eyesight to discern.
Tell if it was native or not.
No.
I'm assuming it's native because the one previous was upscaled, but yeah.
Upscaled.
So that was your last pickup?
Yeah, that was my last pickup.
All right. Let's see if I have camera pickup.
I have pickups, but the problem is they did not show up when I thought they were going to.
So you don't have pickups, cool.
Exactly. So I picked up stuff for the podcast, which means I purchased. Okay, then again, I purchased.
Yeah, he has pickups for next week, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
I would just like to point out, with the current layout of people's avatars, that the wrists kind of look like abdomens.
Yeah.
And the palms kind of look like underboob.
Yep.
Or it looks like someone's back and the palms look like an ass.
Reese's grand design.
I like how the ruler just lines up so perfectly. Like when we're in this layout, like the numbers go right beneath the top row. It's looks so perfectly underneath it. Like the numbers on the ruler underneath our pictures on the top row.
I don't see the
My
numbers. I
preview
see
is super delayed.
I see the
line. I mean, it's like the line on the ruler lines up with
the increment line. Yeah.
Where are you at? There you are.
All right, so, actually, I wonder if I should. I'll show the other images when we get to the Discord. I got Sword Art Online. Alicization. What is it? War of Underworld or something? It's not of the Underworld. It's of Underworld. War of Underworld.
This is like season 4 or something.
This is season 3, part 2, basically, because it was a 50 episode anime or something. Alicization. Okay. Just the second half aired separately or whatever. So we got the limited edition from the UK because I knew I was going to hate myself if I didn't pick this up. Because I have all the other limited editions from the UK, like Gun Gale, Alternative, and whatever. I just don't have the movie, but for ordinal scale, but whatever, that I can live without. And fun fact, this is the second one I received because the first one I had to send back because it got obliterated in the mail, which you might be able to partially see how the cardboard filler box is kind of bent, but luckily it's the filler box, so no one cares.
You're doxing your desk.
What?
In the reflection of the box.
Did your
Do you
desk
see the reflection of my keyboard?
Yeah.
Oh no!
It's Satan Dino.
All right. I'm lagging.
Wow, that video was way. Yeah.
I'm still. Can someone stop my cam? No.
It's
Someone
done now.
stop him.
It's on your avatar.
On your
layout.
avatar.
My preview is so delayed. One sec. Well,
the video was so delayed.
Yeah.
When you ended the video, you were just turning it around to look at the top of the.
All I saw was him rubbing the filler box, and then it cut off.
Yeah.
How's he rubbing it?
You guys probably saw the important side, the front, but you can take it to the Discord now, and I did submit the pics. What?
It's on his screen. I don't want to open
here
it.
we can go over the ones we see visually.
So I've got Kingsman, or The Kingsman, which is Kingsman movie 3, which is a prequel, and I thought it was pretty good. It did something kind of unexpected about 3/4 of the way through. I wasn't really. I was like, oh, like they're building up this character, and oh, okay, who's carrying the movie now? So also I got Grenadier, which I could have shown a couple weeks ago, but reasons. And then I also got
Reasons.
And then I also picked up Wicked City, which was also
nice.
I could have shown like 2 weeks ago as well, but
Reasons again.
The Reese's.
Reese's.
Wait. So, do you have a Reese's peanut butter cup? Is that
Wicked
a joke around you?
Check release?
No. Hang on. I'm gonna.
I had a feeling my mic is muted.
I wish AC was here because I need to move. Yeah, unless FDM can carry the Discord stuff while I move my setup.
Here, I'll try something experimental. Let's open the disc up.
Okay.
No. We'll open the Discord through Pornhub. No.
Well, I'm gonna step out. I gotta move my setup, so I'm gonna be AFK for 2 minutes.
All frickin' damn it. Something that starts with a K. Now, okay, the real thing I'm going to do.
This person had put some garbage at the end of the driveway. Jesus.
That's what I never
It's
understand.
It's a long driveway.
Because it's like he always brings it up like it's this monumental.
There's no way his driveway's long. He's not out in the country.
Yeah, but he always brings it up like it's this monumental task that I don't know takes takes 1,000 suns to get it moving. I thought this was his profession. He was professional at taking out garbage.
Professional trash.
He's good at cleaning the garbage, not taking it out.
He cleans up where other people make messes. He doesn't clean up his own mess. You've never been married.
He's like a caveman that's like, how do I put garbage out? How do I lean it out and have garbage fall out?
And there he is.
Oh, god damn it. Of course you come back as soon as I download all the images.
And that's how AC, I don't even know.
Save the day.
I can't think of anything to say.
All right. There's a lot to take out of the trash.
Yeah.
I trust pickup.
We tried. Look, there was this whole discussion about how long your driveway is.
We didn't do anything. We just, dicked around for 20 minutes while you were gone.
Am I to understand that you guys haven't gone over these?
That is correct.
We only gone over Reese's at the top because we could scroll on your screen.
He's moving his computer.
And you couldn't have just opened it on your screen. That's great.
Hey, I was in the process of doing something, but then you decide to come back.
Effing on the internet isn't good enough, and Reese had to move his computer.
Okay, so effing animator got Tower of God. Yashahime.
Unfortunate to hear the Tower of God. That's the one that has the AIDS coloring issues and stuff.
Speaking of Yashahime, I want to shout out. I was at Walmart earlier, and apparently they've got I think it was $30 for the Yashahime Blu-ray. So if you're looking for it and you want a decent deal, that's a good place to go.
There's some feet. I'm happy to see that Resident Evil Infinite Darkness got a physical release already.
Yeah, I think we might have covered it. So I say no slipcases, and then he says how he got a good deal on that. Brad, no, we're not finished. He said,
picked him up used.
Yeah, but he got a good deal, so that kind of justifies it. But at the end of the day, you're feeling inside like, oh no, this is a hollow victory. So now there's the evidence of my first sword art online. That's supposed to be 90 degrees. As you can see, it has quite the slope. And then you see the beautiful shot of the top of it. It's
space for part 2.
No, space for part 3 up there. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
So yeah, one thing I will say, compliments to the chef, is that all the anime's art boxes have some really good paper on it, because when you get that sort of damage, typically, the paper would have torn, right? But this didn't. It's like, if it was moderately flat enough, it would still be in decent shape. So, props to them. Also, I want to point out that the people who probably saw for half a second the 18 plus rating on the bottom right. That's funny because this is probably because the borderline rape scene that he inserts in every show. Apparently.
No, Isn't that
he doesn't like every Sword Art season.
Yeah, isn't there that's Sword Art Online. So isn't there a scene where there's like a half naked, not even like a fully naked, just the boobs are getting covered by hair character in the show?
Yeah, you're talking about where Todd Habercorn's character.
That's like TV-14 though.
It would be TV-14 in Canada.
No, he's talking about the lady who's the administrator.
That happens like every 3 episodes in Fairy Tale.
But this is the UK rating system. It says 18. You have to be able to see Prawn to watch this apparently. But anyway, all I'm saying,
music playing in the background.
That's not music. That's like somebody dragging a body down the stairs.
Oh, okay, that's much better.
That could be some music to someone. I mean,
I think it might. I think it might be an air conditioning unit.
Are you guys
really loud
air
conditioning?
I mean,
unit?
I don't even know if y'all are hearing me at this point.
It's stopped now, so that's good.
I shut
Lance had to stop dragging the body to ask if we could hear him.
No. I just shut off my fan.
Hold on. Let me close the can. All right, now can you hear me?
I joke. I just shut off my fan.
He needs your garbage.
I turned on
services.
my AC. I don't know about y'all's. Should I turn mine back off?
So turn
all right,
right now.
Good Satan. Okay. So what I'm saying is this sticker is a sticker. So for those of you who thought, oh no, it's got the symbol on it, it's a sticker.
You didn't even post the symbol. Like
I showed it on video while you were out.
Oh, okay.
And on the inside, you see that? See on the second image?
I hear the air conditioning again.
Okay, it wasn't my fan then.
Well, it's constantly going, and this is literally not the kind of mic that would easily pick that up. And if you guys are you guys hearing me?
It's probably Reese.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mute Lance.
Okay.
When it starts coming up again. Except
you
stop dragging the body as soon as.
Here, I'm gonna mute myself for a couple minutes.
I'm pretty sure
it doesn't help us. We have to mute while we hear it.
Okay, go for it then.
I'll do it next time it comes out. Anyway, you were saying Footnum.
Okay. And on the inside, you also don't see a age rating sticker or symbol or anything because that's an art box. You get an inner art box. It holds 2 art boxes in this art box. Art boxception. So I'm just dispelling this whole taboo of, oh my god, it has the rating on it on the cover type deal. So there you go. That's my review. Get this.
Reese is dragging the body. The murderer been found.
It didn't.
I'm not doing shit. Look in the refrigerator.
It is.
It didn't start until he got relocated.
Yeah. Okay.
His computer.
Okay. All right. Can we move on to how to fix damaged trading cards quickly and easily? Hey, Dan.
Speaking of damage, hey Dan, how you doing?
Wait, whoa.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was an accident.
Probably ready for bed.
That was a joke of damaged. Okay,
damaged. Okay. Clearly, we're all extremely tired.
So my Reese's peanut butter cup joke wasn't that bad.
So let's figure out how to fix damaged trading cards quickly and easily. I haven't read this yet, but I felt like it was going to be valuable to
yes, very
our demographic. So
you still can't sell it because it's water damage, but yeah,
because it's refurbished. A no fuss hack from Japan will restore your collectible cards like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh. There's nothing worse than taking out your hard-earned collection of trading cards only to find they become warped. How can you expect your Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh dragons to perform when they're not looking their very best? Well, luckily, I mean. I was going to say Exodia still works and you tear it in half, but he didn't tear it in half. He just threw them. They were water damaged, though.
They have a magic card called Blacker Lotus, where the effect is tear it to pieces and you gain 4 mana of any color.
It's a one-time use card only.
So the warp that affects trading cards, known as Yamasori, or mountain warp in Japan, due to the way they rise in the middle like a mountain peak, is often caused by dry air conditions, particularly in winter. However, thanks to a handy hack shared by Twitter user Tetora-san recently, Warped cards is something we'll never have to worry about again. All you'll need to resuscitate your cards and breathe new life into them are the following 3 items: a wet tissue or sponge, a resealable container, and a small cup or beaker that fits into the container. Once you've gathered these items together, simply place your warped cards into the container, then pop the wet tissue or sponge into the cup or beaker and stand it inside the container, next to the stack of cards. Then seal it with the lid and you're done. You'll want to make sure no water leaks out onto your cards, which is why the cup or beaker is necessary. Leave the container as it is for a day, and the cards will become beautifully flat. Holy shit.
Oh, huh.
Become beautifully flat on their own, as if by magic.
The ones in the middle are still kind of bending it up.
Yeah, a little bit. The method is so hands-off, it really does appear to work like magic, but it's the moisture from the wet tissue that's the true invisible wizard here, working to unshrink the cardboard, which is essentially the cause of the mountain warp. You won't want to leave your cards in the container for too long, though, as too much moisture might cause them to warp in the other direction, in what's known as Tanisori, or valley warp. If that happens, though, all you'll need to do is add a desiccant to help decrease the moisture levels and bring them back to normal. So basically, you have to have perfect moisture levels at all times to have a card collection. Totoro-san's hack for unwarping cards proved to be so popular online it received over 40,000 likes and 16,500 retweets. People were quick to heap praise on the clever solution, saying, "Wow, so this is how it's done. This is the best method. I will refer to it. Thank you." I wish I knew this when I was a child. You're my top candidate for this year's Nobel Prize. This knowledge needs to live on for decades. Such helpful bean knowledge. Okay. It really is a helpful morsel of mame chikishi, or bean knowledge, as such tidbits of information are known in Japan. We'll definitely be filing this knowledge away for a rainy day, because when cards go for 30 million yen, or roughly $260,000 US in Japan, it always pays to keep your cards in good condition. All right, I guess that's it. Any thoughts, you guys? Does anybody deal with Yamasori, and what was the other one?
I have dealt with the
Yamasori.
My solution was take a big fucking Bible, stick it on the card.
Specifically Bible.
No, that doesn't work.
Bibles are heavy. No. Listen. You have to leave it there.
Hold on.
Take it to church with you twice a week.
You have to leave it there for like 6 months in an area that has moisture. So you would want...
That's a great method, to leave your card in a Bible for 6 months near moisture.
Not under, and not near moisture. Like if it's in your room, just leave your window open during the summer. Although I live in an area that gets humid summers, so that also helps. But it would be that's how I used to handle it. Although it appears that this seems like the more direct route. I was just doing an indirect version of this. So now, this seems like a better route.
The thing is new to me, but back in the day, it was like, oh yeah, just put some books on it, put some weight on it, and it's never worked for me. And
no, it has to go with the moisture in the air too.
Now I think this works only on foil cards, but you need heat to flatten them out. And what I did to varying results is I put some of my foils through a laminator, and that kind of worked.
Kind of worked.
It didn't have a choice but to flatten out. What you did is you'll never get the card back.
A couple times it reverse curved.
Did you put it through the laminator and laminate it, or just put it through the heat of the lamination machine?
I won't ever do that again, young me.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you laminated. I'm sorry.
No, you put it through the laminator without the plastic. So it's just you put it in it's essentially one of those generic file envelope folder things, and then you just put it through the thing. And it heats it up.
Guys, I have a first edition base set Charizard. I'm gonna laminate it. That way it'll be perfect condition forever.
exactly my process. I'm like, I need to protect it. It's my shiny, expensive-looking cards. Whoops.
They are. You try to take that shit off.
My Black Lotus.
Oh,
I totally
dude, I
would
feel
have
your
done
pain,
that.
man.
It's a
So
good
there's
thing I
6
didn't have access.
There's 6 days left in Oban Star Racers. I have not backed it. I am completely broke. But my tax return should be coming soon.
Yeah, I need that money for Elden Ring, which, by the way, we only accept donate. Well, our preferred currency tonight is Elden Ring Steam keys.
I just so people know, there's this website called Fanatical. Currently,
I
they
have
are
been hearing
offering a
about that way too
16%
much.
discount.
Yeah, for Elden Ring.
on Elden Ring.
So you're saying Green Line 743 needs to get his money back and start donating fractions of a Elden Ring Steam key?
Oh my god!
Like the first
4 digits. Yeah. Here's the first 4 digits of the Elden Ring key.
So Oban Star Racers has got 6 days to go. Mirage Leonardo shared this: Blood and Fire, a Samurai Tale, Chapter 1 of 3. 16th century Japan, anarchy reigns as warlords seek power. When Nakaki is betrayed, his revenge takes him beyond blood and fire. Now, it's the most Japanese story you've ever seen, except, oh wait, who's this guy? Aaron Robluski. So
he
probably
sounds
not,
Ukrainian.
Sounds very Japanese. And I couldn't help but notice this incredible panel here where for some reason father and son, or whatever, I'm presuming their father and son, decide to hike their fundoshi up into their butt cracks.
It's just a bonding moment.
They're airing out their cheeks, okay?
They're airing out their asses. Anyway, so this is a thing you guys can totally check it out if you're interested. I mean, it doesn't look terrible if you're into fundoshi flashing. Also, crowdfunding was open for anime mecha designer Miyatake Kazutaka to rebuild his home. You guys You guys might remember we covered this guy before. His house burned down, and his wife didn't survive. And up until from when we covered that, which was like, I don't know, like podcast 100, he's been in the hospital, and now he's finally out of it. And so he's started a crowdfunding campaign so people can help him rebuild the home he lit on fire to kill his wife.
What the fuck?
That was our theory back then. Anyway, Rent a Girlfriend started a crowdfunding campaign, and it made 6 million yen in 25 minutes.
Are they all trying to rent a girlfriend?
If you can believe it, the campaign was literally just to put up an advertisement. The campaign was set up by Miyajima to understand how Kazuya felt running his own crowdfunding campaign in one of the arcs of the Rent a Girlfriend manga series. Miyajima had never run a crowdfunding campaign before and thought this was the perfect time to do so, as advertising in the main thoroughfares of Shibuya can be very expensive due to demand. The advertisement in question will see life-sized illustrations of the 4 main girls with thanks to crowdfunders beside them. So I guess these are the names here with all the God damn.
Oh. Say
anyway.
Say cursed you? I don't know. Foot them.
Also, Grisaia Phantom Trigger anime poised to go on the offensive. So,
bam.
Remember when we backed Grisaia Phantom Trigger movie? Remember when we backed this on Kickstarter?
Yes.
And have yet to get the physical reward for it? Remember that? Yeah. So they are going to cut it up and put it as a TV show a la
Did they confirm
Demon
that?
Slayer. No, this is I'm projecting this into reality. They're gonna cuck us hard and take all the money that we gave them to give us a DVD Blu-ray of the movie and just put it on Japanese TV for free.
Yeah, like I would not be surprised if we somehow got this on Blu-ray over here before we actually received the Kickstarter, because it
says. Is this the animation studio that did the movies?
Yeah, I believe so.
It is, right? Yeah, I think it's just going to be the same movie in episode format.
But what is it? Yeah, it's just their updates. They always say something. They have a percentage behind each of their projects. They tell you the percentage of all of their projects, no matter which project you backed. So it always says Grisaia Phantom Trigger 99% complete, and I'm just sitting here like, that's BS. You've been on 99% for months now. What's holding you back?
Right.
Wait.
And then, sorry, I just updated. I just updated my 4K video download.
I was gonna say, is that the thing that Random 11 was showing that he used for clips?
No, it's a different website. It seemed very less AIDS than the website I was using.
So,
I know which one you were talking about. Good God.
In live action news. Oh, fuck, I've got more live action news. Stop. In live action news.
Play the yee sound.
The yee theme.
I love it.
You started playing that as soon as I opened this tab, and it synced up so well, the sound. So Shanks' ship has been spotted at Cape Town Film Studio for the live action One Piece. So they've actually built the ships that they're going to be filming. I very much doubt they're going to use them for anything besides like a couple of establishing shots that they're going to film with the helicopter. Any meaningful things are going to be like crazy CGI.
They're supposed to be doing the Bartier arc or whatever. Shank isn't even in that work. Why do they need Shank's ship?
Well, clearly they're going. So there's that. Let It Rip live action Beyblade movie in the works with Jerry Bruckheimer producing.
Oh God,
that's the news.
I want them.
Nothing here.
I want them to make this look amazing.
Right?
You know how in the anime,
super high fidelity.
Yeah, in the anime, you got these kids. They're like, they make it look so cool. They're like, oh yeah, let it rip, and you got the Beyblades like all like extreme, like bashing into the other guy. Oh no, he got bashed out of the little like dish. Like, oh no. Like, I want them to go super ham on the live action thing. It just be super campy. Oh man, I hope it's good.
And then Fullmetal Alchemist series gets 2 new live action movies. Did they dub the live action?
I don't recall.
Okay, Ron.
I do not recall. Okay, so this was what
I cannot stand watching live action dubbed over. It's so fucking annoying. I'll just watch it in the regular, hear the regular inflection, just read the subtitles. So that's how I watched the movie on Netflix. So yeah.
The Korean one wasn't that bad dubbed.
The Korean one?
You mean the Japanese one?
No, the Korean
Elaine?
Show that blew up.
Squid Game.
Squid Game, yeah. That wasn't bad dubbed. I mean, the dub was bad, but like in terms of like lip flapping, I don't think it was bad dubbed. Terrible.
That's why I said the inflection, the hearing the actual voice and the actual actions instead of, yeah.
Yikes. They're getting really provocative on the side here.
Oh.
Are you sure this is A&N and not the other site?
Are you talking about the kiss censoring?
Yeah.
Freaking World End
Harem? Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Is there a tongue that's supposed to be behind that black bar?
I don't think so. It's just they censor.
No.
This is just a regular TV. There is an uncensored one out there that has aired on Japanese TV, so it's like you get everything. So
under the bar, that's where her dick is, in her mouth.
Oh,
so Vic did
wasn't what I was thinking.
Vic did get cast as Edward Elric in the live action. And look, Aaron Dismuke as Alphonse Elric.
How'd that
What
work out?
the fuck? They're getting cast as voicing?
I wouldn't
For the-
trust
for the live
AMN
action.
for this casting. I'll have to look.
I mean, they're not playing.
Whoa,
Vic isn't playing Edward.
No, of course, obviously not. They're voicing over, but
So what?
You got
That's
a race
interesting.
swap.
So the guy who wrote and directed Vexil did the English translation for this. Oh, he also directed it. Director Fumihiko Sori.
So this is the old one, right?
Yes.
this is what we came a couple years ago. Yeah,
This is the new one.
the two new ones.
So that was before the whole Vic problem.
Obviously, yes.
Yep. Yes. But the live action did it get a physical? It didn't get a physical release.
No.
Was it on? Where was it? Just Netflix?
Yeah.
Oh well, there goes that.
But it's weird because it has the spoiler army thingy from the end of the final arc of Brotherhood in that movie, and then these two are supposed to be sequels to that.
Good thing I didn't watch it yet. So Post Haste Digital is the company that's doing the dubbing. They did Flavors of Youth, which was trash. Although the dub is better than the sub because all the characters' names are XI something. Fullmetal Alchemist, and then Godzilla, City on the Edge of Battle, Planet of the Monsters, and the Planet Eater. Are these new?
Those are the anime.
They're the CG one, right? Okay.
The
anime?
Netflix, yeah.
All right. So continuing at breakneck speed into the news that we wanted to cover.
You want to go over some comments first?
Oh God, yeah, I keep getting raped in the ass every time I try. Start
Here we
comment.
go. Here we go.
Amanda Winn Lee is that same woman who raped a man in a pen costume in front of the kids and Hideaki Anno at the Evangelion director / yeah.
I would like to see the video of that to know.
Yeah, picture didn't happen.
Oh, dude, I'll show you the video. You haven't seen it?
No, I've not. No, this is the first time reading about this.
All right, Luigi64 is the one who told us that raped doesn't always mean sexual. It just means forced.
Well, the who Vic raped that guy's head, that one guy's head.
Right, Neil Kaplan.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna dip out. This is
right on, man.
So this was fun. You guys have a good one.
Have a
Good
good
luck the
one.
rest of the show.
Later, buddy.
All right, later.
Thanks for joining.
All right, let's see. I'm trying to find one that's not some other YouTuber covering it, and it's actually.
Just post it in the Discord. We'll watch it later.
Fuck me. Hold on. Wait, is it linked here? No, this is terrible. You're terrible. I hate you. Okay. One more try. Not that.
This is terrible.
Penguin hump? Is that what I have to look up? Found it.
Can't say that's ever been a search term I've thought of.
There's music, so I'm gonna do it this way. All right? Can you guys see it? Yes.
Yeah, we see it. Is she in that?
No. She's right here. She starts like stripping.
She rapes the
serious.
penguin.
She takes
You
her
want to
top
remove
off.
the comment? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, this is wonderful. Let me just hit refresh on this again because YouTube has been wonderful lately.
Do.
Okay, let's not go full screen because that apparently also, if you ask YouTube to do any heavy lifting, it freaks out.
It's great that you've memorized the melody of the greatest song of all time.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna download it, and I'll just. Oh no, I can't. 'Cause it has, fuck. Here's how we will come back to this. Okay. Actually, it's already done, so I guess we'll do it right now. I'm gonna rip it with no audio.
Let it rip.
It has music in it.
I believe it's also a form of rape. You're raping the video from online.
I mean, don't take me wrong. That is
Okay,
AC's fetish, though. He likes to get raped, especially on Patreon.
No, especially on the OCA podcast website. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
So that's Amanda Winn Lee on the right.
Ew. What the fuck? Why?
She likes penguins, maybe.
She has an entire channel dedicated to like moms doing weed.
Look at
I love how the penguin is backing up. Like,
Right?
no, please.
What the fuck?
There you go.
Well then.
Just because you seem to think it wasn't possibly true.
Why is that not a response to every single one of her posts?
Good question. Says this woman posts.
All right. So Funimation.
Does this look like a credible source to you?
This woman doesn't want Trump to be president, right?
Hold on. Jason South has a comment. What the F is that cursed Eevee? And that was on the Discord in the Pickups channel.
Yes.
That is Pepe meme that I personally edited in Photoshop to be Eevee. Because clearly it's Reevee. Reevee. You can see just behind his mouth there's an R there. Reevee.
You can barely see that, but as soon as you said re and then posted that, I'm like, okay, Reevee. But so that's an original Random 11 Pepe, one of a kind.
That's the rarest Pepe in existence.
It's an original. I'm gonna NFT that shit.
I swear I've seen it before.
I've posted it before.
Now you've seen the original owner signing his work.
I've seen it before somewhere else.
I mean, it's definitely based off of a Pepe meme. Like, I literally traced the Pepe meme and made it into an Eevee.
You sound like you're getting flustered there. You okay there?
I would love if you could show someone else using it. If you could show me someone else using it, I would love to see that. Yes, I would.
Yeah, and then proceed to get mad. Like, why the fuck did I spend all this time?
No, because that would mean that somehow, in like the 2 Discords I've ever posted that in, someone copied it, posted it somewhere else, and it's come back around.
Did you make this one too?
No, I did not make that one.
That's amazing.
Okay. So Funimation's content is moving to Crunchyroll for the world's largest anime library.
That's it. Funimation's over. Funimation's dead.
Subscribe to Crunchyroll.
Fans
now.
will enjoy even more anime as Funimation Wakanim move to Crunchyroll starting today. Huge news. Anime just powered up. Funimation, which serves millions of anime fans in over 52 countries and 10 languages, will be unifying under the Crunchyroll brand. This move will include Funimation's subsidiary, Wakanim, as well as Crunchyroll's VRV, to create one subscription service for our anime fans worldwide. What does this mean? This means all your anime, all on one platform, starting today. Tons of shows and movies from Funimation and Wakanim will begin arriving on Crunchyroll. So you'll get more dubs, more subs, more everything. That includes titles available now, like My Hero Academia, Tokyo Ghoul, Yu Yu Hakusho, alongside favorites like Cowboy Bebop and Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation. Finally, some quality anime, all under one subscription.
They literally picked like 4 of, hey, you literally can't get any more on the nose than these, and then went with something that had some backbone to it.
And Interspecies review. Wouldn't that be hilarious?
If they had the ball.
That would have been so funny if Crunchyroll had it and Funimation didn't, and then Funimation got it reinserted into their library. That would be so fucking funny. Pornhub has it. Anyway, this also means new series in the upcoming spring season, the biggest on record. Stay tuned. And Beyond will only stream on Crunchyroll. Moving forward, Funimation will only add new episodes of continuing series, which means Funimation users will want to move to a Crunchyroll account as soon as possible. Why don't you just migrate them? Like, that shouldn't be something they should have to do. That should be something you prompt them for. That's why now, as a welcome to the new Crunchyroll family, Funimation, Wakanim, and Verve subscribers get a special deal for 60 days of Crunchyroll Premium free. Over the next few days, qualified Funimation, Wakanim, and VRV subscribers will receive an email with their unique link to redeem. With an announcement this big, we know there are bound to be questions. Oh, great. A whole fact page to go over. This fact page has answers to help Crunchyroll, Funimation, Wakanim. Dear God, do you have to say it every single time? And VRV users.
Most of it's bullshit.
New users can also explore Crunchyroll's awesome titles, community, and events like Crunchyroll Expo and the Anime Awards by checking out this handy Welcome to Crunchyroll guide. It's like a corporate seminar. Like, as Crunchyroll Funimation enter this new era together, we couldn't be more excited to bring together a vibrant community of anime fans, creators, and artists. Thank you for taking anime to the next level with us. Oh, dear God. Okay. That was cringe reading that whole thing. Okay, so let's see what's in the fact. Anime fans win as Funimation Global Group content moves to Crunchyroll starting today. What does this mean? I have both. Topics, I think. Should I cancel one of them? That's a good question. How do I get started on Crunchyroll? Can I access? So I guess the question is because everybody's acting like it's the end of Funimation. Clearly, it's literally just the end of Funimation now. Yeah, like I'm not.
It's just the streaming library being consolidated under Crunchyroll's roof, and they're going to be moving over your Funimation digital copies eventually. They're going to be moving over your Funimation queue and your watch list.
What they should do is move Crunchyroll's headquarters to Texas and out of San Francisco, which costs an arm and a leg for them to.
But what I don't see on this is having that increased library. There's nothing about whether the fees, the subscription fees, are going to remain the same.
So
because that's a lot of server space. They're like, no.
So it did say that in the first of all in the FAQ there was one thing that was of note, and that was by the end of March, 80% of the Funimation library will be transferred over. So it's not going to be 100% of the library. It's going to take until the end of March, and who knows how long to get the rest of that 20%.
Right. Funimation's going to be up until in the meantime, right?
Yeah, the 20% probably like movies that have really complicated licensing deals that work out the regions on.
Reese, what a coincidence. Look who's here. Will you still license and dub your own shows, or will it all be under the Crunchyroll banner? Look who it is.
Who's it? Oh, that guy.
Do you think they're doing this to get rid of the whole? To get rid of all the.
I'll bring you in on the. I'll bring you in on the lore. Let me make sure there's no like porn I can't show real quick.
Hey, AC.
But the other thing. Oh, go ahead.
What do you think about what do you guys think about the idea that this is a decent ploy for them to start getting since Funimation's been in the name has been in a lot of hot water due to all the aforementioned situation earlier, like moving everything under Crunchyroll's name is kind of giving them.
I don't think it has to do with that.
I'm not saying it has them. I'm just wondering, do you think that's a well, I shouldn't say like that. Do you think they think this is a good look for them to consolidate everything under the name Crunchyroll?
We're not Funimation anymore. We're not responsible for that.
Try to move it over.
No, I think it literally just has to do with the fact that they spent $150 million on Funimation, and they spent like $2 billion or whatever, $1.5 billion on Crunchyroll.
Yeah, like you were saying in many podcasts ago, Crunchyroll's the bigger, more established name. Established name.
You guys are on Kiwi Farms.
So going back to who that person was, Reese, where did you see the comment about the?
I don't remember.
Was it? They said.
To Reese's question though about the costs, they said for now it's staying the same, but
I'm sure that means that it'll go down, right?
that usually means as soon as Funimation is officially dead and it's not accepting new or any recurring subscriptions, I'd imagine that Crunchyroll would start going up.
It'd be dumb of them to shut down
Avatar, Jesus Christ, fucking Godzilla.
Says here, there's nothing more sad and pathetic than being roughly 30 and single, going through premature balding, yet have no good looks or charisma to keep from looking like a creep. Many such cases. Reese, what did you say? Like, I feel attacked, or
why would you hurt me this way?
Right. Yeah, and I had to point out that they're actually talking about this guy who I was just showing you on the. Anyway. Yeah, so anyway, he asked that question, and Caitlin Glass said, everything will continue to work the way it did before as far as dubbing goes. Business as usual for us. In fact, we've already been working together this way for a while since the acquisition, and y'all were none the wiser. So no need to fear. Dub's still happening in Texas.
You dubs on.
Actually, I did notice that Ranking of Kings dub was on Crunchyroll.
It was an inside job.
Did the purchase go all the way through?
Yeah,
because the FEC or whatever had to the FTC or whatever
they came out. I don't think it's gone through, but they came out and said, "Fuck it, we don't care. We're gonna go forward."
They gave us a $10 million to okay it, so we did. So this person said, "Will Blu-ray/physical home media releases continue?" And Taylor Glover at Discotheque Day Soonish says, Funimation should keep making discs under the Crunchyroll brand by the time the spring 2022 shows hit Blu-ray. Do you think that they're actually going to put Crunchyroll's brand instead of Funimation's?
Yes.
So?
Why? But they would be stupid to drop the Funimation.
The people who are streaming, absorb it into Crunchyroll. Doesn't matter. The people who collect, it's like, huh?
I disagree.
They're going to have good cross-contamination by promoting their site to stream while promoting, that this is still Funimation for the people who are aware.
When EB Games got taken over by GameStop in Canada, EB Games held on for years. And there was even a time, back in the day where they had a trial period where we had GameStop and EB Games at the same time, and they were like, "Oh, this is a bad idea," and they all changed back to EB Games.
We had in the same mall over here. It was stupid.
Disney, we're over here with Disney, and Disney owns how much shit, and it's still all technically separate. Like they have Lucasfilm and shit. And Lucasfilm is still Lucasfilm.
Well, that's slightly different, but then
not by much.
Then they were like, "Fuck it, we're going in." And they all changed back to GameStop. So now we're fucked, and we don't get our EB Games brand anymore. So eventually, I don't think it'll happen right away.
But GameStop doesn't put their name on the side of the video game.
It's just a store.
Yeah, it's a
That's
store.
Just
it's
a fucking
name.
bag you walk home with that said Funko Land or EV Games on it.
That's
like
GameStop. That's
it's
like saying
name
you buy
recognition.
from Right Stuff and it doesn't say Right Stuff on it.
No, it's about name recognition, and the point is because of the GameStop to the moon meme, the GameStop brand they determined was worth more, and so they just swapped it out, and so that people would know that the EB Games brand in Canada was actually GameStop. So eventually, I think the same thing will happen with Funimation and physical releases, especially with them no longer doing streaming releases and everything running through Crunchyroll. I think you're going to see physical products with the Crunchyroll brand on them.
Well, I think they're going to have the combo. They're going to have Funimation and Crunchyroll on the Blu-ray.
I think they do have that now. They do. They've had that for years now.
Funimation will get relegated to the starting logo. Like, you know how when you play an anime and it's like Sunrise Entertainment, Universal Video.
Bandai Namco Productions Entertainment. You mean?
Sure, whatever. That's literally what they're going to get relegated to, and then eventually, I'm sure that'll go too. But I don't think any of that's going to happen until the deal officially goes through. Because, like I said, I don't think it's officially gone through. But Sony came out and said we're going to act like it has gone through because fuck the FTC. So I think that's why they're doing these plays. But I don't think
the rules. They have money.
I don't think, in terms of like dropping brands and stuff, I don't think that's going to happen until the deal officially goes through.
So, Jason South says, "Should I cancel one of them? No. Can you cancel one of them?
We're gonna get to that."
Maybe.
Funimation showing off their technical prowess to the very end. Before you hit that button, are you sure you want to cancel? Keep my subscription. Keep subscription."
So which one?
It's like the it's like the Simpsons.
If you pay for both of them, then man, it's a win-win for them.
It's like the Simpsons voting episode where it's like, who do you want to vote for, Obama or Obama?
Right. No, it was when he voted for McCain when he was trying to vote for Obama. By the way, Reese, look at this amazing masterpiece.
Yeah. What about it?
It's amazing. Anyway,
that's one of the new starters, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
The one on the right, not the left of the center one.
That one has more style.
Yeah, if they had any balls, they'd actually design it that way and make it a good design.
The ones on the left starter, they're the finishers.
We can only hope that's the evolved form.
So, Jujutsu Kaisen Zero movie tickets are now on sale, and the English dubcast was announced. So, Canada's tickets open March 1st. Now on sale in the US
when they make these announcements, it's like a sequel to this thing, dubcast announced, and it's like,
oh, no way! I can't believe it's all the same people.
Yeah, exactly.
I never would have expected.
Like at best, it's going to say, "Oh, insert guy here for the unique character for the movie."
Imagine they replaced all the voice actors with like Hollywood, like
everyone
Chris
is
Pratt as
by Vic.
No, not Vic. Chris Pratt as like the main character.
No, Chris Pratt has to play Panda.
Tom Cruise as the guy with the blindfold.
Jojo, I think they're played by Kaiji Tang. They shouldn't replace him. He's a good guy.
I forget all the voice, or I forget all the characters' names, but yeah, just
it's all
Hollywood.
All the recurring characters have the same voice actors, so nothing to worry about.
So G Kids is also going to be screening Pompo the Cinephile anime film in U.S. and theaters in April. So there's going to be a preview screening on April 27th to 28th, and it's going to open in select theaters on April 29th, which is another way of saying it will be in select theaters on the 27th, 28th, and 29th. Nicholas Cage.
I approve.
Also, Dragon Ball Super superhero anime film Japanese tickets go Super Saiyan at over 2 meters tall.
What?
What the fuck?
Can you imagine taking this to the theater?
Could you imagine what the fucking
my ticket, sir?
Hold on, guy's gonna do? He's got to
my shopping cart.
So the details on advanced ticket sales.
Get on my miters off.
The details on advanced ticket sales in Japan for the opening for the upcoming Dragon Ball Super superhero CG anime film were announced today, with one of the biggest ticket drives in Japanese history. Not due to the amount of tickets being sold, though, just the sheer size of them. Mubichike, the company that usually sells advanced movie tickets in Japan, revealed the Super Mubichike, using the same kanji as Super in Dragon Ball Super, but not Super as in Super Saiyan. That'd be ridiculous. These Super Mubichike, God damn it, these Super Mubichike advanced tickets are 930 times larger than a normal Mubichike, measuring taller than the average human. Yeah, by a long shot, it seems. The cards
twice as tall as me. Cool.
2.4 meters tall and 1.8 meters wide.
Wait, that makes 2.4 meters. That's 9 feet tall. I thought you said never mind.
It's over 9,000.
The cards completely reproduce the usual cards given to those who buy Mubi-Chike, complete with barcodes and serial numbers, though I don't see them anywhere. Barcodes, and it must be on the other side. Barcodes and serial numbers needed to be used at theaters to transfer the advance tickets over to regular tickets. Though I couldn't imagine many people walking in with the Super Mubi-Chike to transfer the ticket over when the smaller version is also given with every purchase. The price of the Super Mubi-Chike are also 9 times the price of the normal Mubi-Chike tickets at $119 US, and they go on sale on March 4th.
So
Series
it's
creator,
good. Sorry, it's about 6 feet 11 inches, 10 inches in there.
We got 6.4 meter, 2.4 meters.
Mm-hmm.
That's like 7 point something feet.
No, it's under 7.
2 meters 40 centimeters is what it says.
2.4, 94 inches. 94
divided by 12.
Divided by 12. 94 divided by 12 is 7.8.
It is 7.8. Okay.
Called out. So again, remember, this is how they're going to try to get your butt in the seat. Series creator Akira Toriyama is heavily involved in Superhero.
He's involved
and was already
financially.
writing the script for it while the last film, Dragon Ball Super Broly, was still in production. The film opens in Japan on April 22nd and goes international in the summertime. Catch up with the rest of Dragon Ball Super right here on Crunchyroll. Well, there you go.
That'd be good. That's good PR because they're going to have the dub for that soon.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to be super behind now that they finally finished dubbing Super.
They're not going to have any.
Well, they're done dubbing Super. So
yeah, like a fucking year after Broly came out.
They're not going to have any controversy at the premiere of Dragon Ball Z Super. So is that going to be where Sean
Johnny Bosch is the next victim because he's Broly?
No, it's going to be Sean.
Oh God.
Well, maybe Chris Rager will go overboard. So Digimon Adventure anime gets an English dub starring Zeno Robinson and Ben Diskin.
Who's Ben play?
Agumon.
Agumon.
Why?
Why?
That's what it says. That's no Joshua Seth or Tom Fon. Like, what the hell?
Tom
He doesn't look
Fon,
like a
as far
Digimon
as
at
I'm
all.
aware, isn't retired. Now, don't get me wrong. Ben Diskin did a great job.
He has
of
Ty's
Shadowmon.
hair.
Remember, you have to be the one you're acting as. You can't just pretend.
Yeah, he was great as number 1 in Kids Next Door. I will give him that. He also voiced Joseph in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Young Joseph?
Oh yeah. The British one.
Are we talking about Ben Diskin or?
Yeah, Ben Diskin was the young Joseph.
Yeah, young Joseph. He was also number 2 in Codename.
Number 1. I just said it. Number 1. He was number 1.
1 and 2.
Yes.
No, he did. He did both.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're calling it Kids Next Door. That's my.
Codename Kids Next Door.
Codename Kids Next
Code
Door.
name Kids Next Door. I didn't hear the code name part. I was like, is Kids Next Door a different thing? I was confused.
Sure you were.
Because you left out code name.
I did not know that he voiced number 2 as well. Huh. That's crazy.
Number 2.
Hold on, I'm just IMDbing it so we can confirm this. I feel like
have
it's
no
really
grievances.
Ben Diskin as number 2.
Yeah.
But
You
I don't see a
definitely voiced
number.
number 1. So
Is this ... also number 1? Where's number 1?
you probably have to show Ben Diskin again.
Number 1.
Code.
I mean, according to Google, it says Benjamin Dick, so I assume it's Ben.
Benjamin Dick.
No, it cuts off DI and then ...
That is quite the forehead you've got there. That's
6 head.
no. That's,
5 head.
okay.
Wow,
Is this
4 times 4
hold
times
on,
4 head?
Hold Hold on. Okay, so normal people, their forehead, the length above the eyebrows to the top of the head is the same as from the bottom of the nose to the jaw. This guy, this is his halfway point. Like, that's incredible.
It's an achievement.
Anyway,
No, that's impressive.
Wow.
I
Number
don't
two.
know
what you're looking at, by the way.
Number two's name is Hogarth Pennywhistle Gilligan.
Wow.
Junior.
Let's get off this topic.
Jesus Christ.
I knew number one was called, and that was named Nigel Uno, which was really
Let's
easy.
talk about Code Lyoko.
Let's
Dude,
not.
okay,
Let's talk
let's
about Ghost in the Shell.
No, Brad, we gotta go back real quick because we have to say how with the Digimon thing. I don't know if they just it sounds like they're just recasting everyone. At least from my impression. Tom Fawn, I don't think is retired. Joshua Seth is. So
I thought Dr. Seth said he was totally down to keep voicing Ty
for the TV series too.
I thought that's what I had heard.
He might have said something like that in the bonus.
Would it be
features
racist to send a kindly worded letter asking them to not cast Zeno Robinson and instead get the original voice actor to continue?
I mean, what we can do is covertly ask.
It's not Black History Month anymore.
Oh god. We can ask. What is it? Joshua Seth. We can probably say, hey, were you down to do the series? Because what I was alluding to is that it's 64 episodes, and
67.
That's kind of what?
67.
Okay, 67 episodes. So that's a tall order to fill when you're retired, supposedly, compared to 6-7 movies.
What? So they cast this black actor as dude, junkie, and sport. That's typecasting. That's mean. I don't know any of these. Oh, he's Hawks. He voices Hawks. Okay.
But yeah,
he doesn't sound anything like Ty. So I just super alloy blackluster.
That character's not even black. Why is he voicing him?
No. I mean, okay. He's
paid his dues. He can voice Ty.
Yeah, when I think of his voice, I definitely think of a 12-year-old white boy. Yes, absolutely.
So, anyway, wow. So what I was saying is that, that for someone who's retired, that might be a big commitment type deal. So I can see that being a possible reason. But Tom Fawn, what's up with that? So it feels like I hope this isn't some stupid union versus non-union thing. I'm pretty sure they were doing stuff under Bang Zoom, and at least if they change the whole cast, you're just equally mad instead of selectively mad.
And when the series fails, they'll blame it on the racist who didn't like the casting, even though the series sucks anyway.
They could that's what I was gonna say, is that the show is probably not going to do that well because, as I said previously, in episode 2 they have Omnimon, so the power creep is just completely destroyed, and everything that Omnimon stands for, of the whole, they had to create a bond, and they earned creating Omnimon before. They're complete strangers in episode 2 because I guess they kind of reset and retell this whole Digimon story.
Yeah.
So it's just a disaster, and it's gonna probably not do that great. I mean, people might watch it for nostalgia and this and that, but it's probably not gonna pop off like they're hoping.
It was a fucking chore to watch it. I swear to God.
And you can't even get the.
Don't swear to God, swear to me.
You can't even get the nostalgia from watching the dub and the characters. Like I at least wanted to put it on, throw it on, have a really pretty new digital world to look at, and just have this nice
voice
trip
ASMR.
basically, yeah, this nice trip of all these nostalgic voices in a new way. But I guess I can't get that.
They had the opportunity to do that with Berserk
when you do
too.
get the Blu-ray, put it on, pull out your Digimon the movie soundtrack, and blast that over.
Oh my god! So yeah, overall, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I mean, because the Digirop is a banger. I still have it on my iTunes.
Everyone gonna go to camp for the dude. I won't go
Okay.
any further, but damn it, I love that song.
Ghost in the Shell Standalone Conflicts 2045 Season 2's teaser trailer previews Millennium Parade's new opening. We don't care about that. Here's the poster that wasn't on the Sankaku Complex article that I'm actually going to show you. Yeah, get this. Get this.
The colors are so much more ass from the videos. The thumbnail
From
you
the
saw in
poster,
video.
yeah.
Not in the poster, just the thumbnail of the video right above that picture you clicked on at first. I love how not in motion these look half decent, but then in motion they're gonna look like ass.
I thought you said I like how not emotion. This guy has no emotion.
They look like ass even in still frames.
Yeah.
I mean, anyone who isn't a main character, they're probably gonna give a lower poly model.
They look like video game characters that were back from the days where the mouths and like faces didn't move. They're literally just like mocap stiff models. But this is great. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Everyone should accept the message from Big Brother.
I will pretend this series does not exist.
It's a little on the nose.
The fuck? That's a name. I'm still reacting to it, by the way.
Also, Zatch Bell's manga is getting a new series in mid-March.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Manga? I thought it was an anime.
Yeah, so did I.
Me three. I looked at the article. I was like, yeah. Oh.
Is that a gender bent one in the down there?
That's usually where gender bent starts.
Oh god.
I have
When
not
is
watched.
Discotheque
I'm
gonna
pulling at
release
you, Fun.
Zatch Bell, for crying out loud. Can they get the rights to that already?
It's been so long since I watched that.
Discotheque
Zatch Bell.
has that, don't they?
No,
Yeah, I don't think so.
not yet.
Well, Crunchyroll was streaming it at one point.
Well, in other news, Spice and Wolf celebrates a 15th anniversary with the new anime project. How many times on this podcast have we talked about the anniversary is coming up? What's it going to be? A pachinko machine. Oh, it's a fucking maid cafe. Oh, it's a fucking, like, here's a new promotional
10-minute
artwork.
special.
Here's a keychain. Like, every time we say, I don't
Mobile
want the
game
Boogie
collab.
Woogie box. I don't want a Boogie Woogie box. What I want is more of the show. And finally, they took our advice. They're making more of something for its 15th anniversary instead of just giving us a Boogie Woogie box.
One that people for years were like, "Where's season 3?"
You're gonna get a new season and it's gonna be shit, and then you're gonna be like, "Why did you listen to us? Why did you do this new-"
They have a lot of material that they can cover. I am pretty happy about this.
Also, to clarify,
Give us
apparently-
Tenjo Tenge season 2. God damn it!
Okay, we're using our podcast magic. We're gonna redirect it towards Tenjo
It's
Tenge.
like
I agree.
No,
the 20th anniversary of that, or 25th maybe even.
Pick the better Oh Great manga and do Air Gear season 2. Which, by the way, so Zatch Bell, they released the movies from Discotheque. That's probably what I meant.
Yeah. You can scroll down a little bit faster, but don't stop too fast.
Oh my god. Just scroll by that one, yeah.
So, Nier Automata is getting a anime. Woohoo!
Oh, actually, yeah, that's pretty great.
Yeah, I hope.
Because I haven't played the game.
So here's the problem with this.
If it looks like the image at the very top, I'd watch it. Yeah, sure.
But here's the problem with this.
I'm waiting.
I think this. I'm preparing my demonstrative images. You have to wait while my internet
repairing
sucks
his
balls.
butthole.
Oh, come on! I'm gonna come. Google doesn't want to load. So the problem. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exit the page.
Hey, Footnum, we got a dual guitars that man.
No.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Solo.
I have the weirdest boner right now.
You said it.
Okay.
Hey,
So
when Seto Kaiba gets a boner, you know it's either blue
so
or
Footnote,
dragon.
you remember that fire sound effect you sent me? It crashed my Brave tab.
Just now,
So-
or just when you did it earlier?
Just now. That's what was causing it to not load. Then it's like exit page. Yes. Why are you even trying to load this fire sound effect?
Oh my god.
Okay. So let me show you something here. I'm gonna just need to pull up. This is what I think is gonna happen with the Nier Automata.
Automata.
This is what I think is gonna happen.
Automaton.
And
There's no O-N at the end of it.
Animani?
Automata.
I know, but I'm using the sound of that word to emulate the sound of
Automatatas.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember Lady in Devil May Cry?
No.
Yes.
No.
And then they made an anime, and she looked like dog shit.
She looks ancient.
Yeah, she looks like dog shit. So I fear that this is what she's gonna look like. I feel like this is what we're gonna get out of the Nier anime.
B2.
Expect the worst.
Yeah.
Be surprised when it's not.
Right. Yeah.
When it's really good.
All right, I'll come.
All right. When was the first anime breast bounce? Japanese Twitter debates.
It's nipple time, pal.
I mean, what counts as a bounce?
This is a very important question. Why has
Let's
that
find out.
asked before?
How far does it have to go up and down to bounce?
Let's find out.
officially?
I think it requires secondary animation.
Oh.
Famous manga artist claims famous character designer was the perky pioneer, but not everyone is convinced. A meticulous attention to detail is often held up as one of the distinguishing characteristics of Japanese animation, and the most celebrated anime are full of little environmental and biomechanical details that come together to help its creators realize a thoroughly conceived aesthetic effect, which is why, of course, so many anime include noticeable breast bounces. Okay, maybe... Yes.
How have you not played the clip from the My Dressup Darling yet? That you
That's
played the
I'll
other
remedy that. Yeah.
Alan?
Yeah.
That's a very, very nice attention to
All right.
detail there. You can just read the article. We'll watch this.
Nah,
Look at the form. Look at the shape.
Okay, maybe
That's up there too.
Maybe the motivation isn't always quite so lofty. Regardless of the reason, though, mammary motion in anime is now common enough that a chest bounce hardly warrants an eyebrow raised level of surprise. But nothing happens in anime without someone drawing it. And manga artist Hiroyu Oku, best known for Gantz, recently tweeted a claim as to who was the first anime animator to include a breast bounce in their work. Is this from Daikon 4 or whatever? The first anime animator to include a breast bounce was Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, goddamn it, claims Oku. He told me so himself. It's on his Wikipedia page. Today, most anime fans likely know Sadamoto as the character designer for Evangelion or a number of Mamoru Hosoda directed anime films, The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, which has no breast bounces, Summer Wars, and Wolf Children, which has nip, but no breast bounces. Back in the day, though, Sadamoto was a member of an amateur animation group called Daikon Film that produced a pair of anime shorts for the opening ceremonies of 2 iterations of the Nihon Science Fiction Taika Science Fiction Convention. Motherfucker, why did I say the wrong name? The second of these shorts was known as the Daikon 4 opening and was screened in 1983 and consisted of a lavishly animated action sequence centered on the bunny-suited woman shown in Oku's tweet. At one point, after she hurls a giant robot into the sky, the woman flexes her arms in triumph. The associated torso motion makes her chest noticeably jiggle. Noticeably jiggle? Noticeably jiggle. And Oku's tweet implies that it was Sadamoto who animated the sequence. Japanese commenters responded to Oku's tweet with reactions including, quote, I've heard a rumor that one of his nicknames was Breast Bounce Sadamoto. Looks like it was well deserved. It must have given everyone who was there for the screening a mysterious erection. No, sensation. A historic moment. Oh, the legendary bounce. I'd thought Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind was the first, but that didn't come out until a year after the Daikon 4 opening. So Sadamoto is the father of the breast bounce? Wow.
I'm pretty sure I saw someone loop on the 3rd part too.
There was a breast bounce in Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind.
That's my statement. Wow, he really is an icon. Well, that's the Gunbuster animation director for you. As alluded to in the last comment, the Daikon 4 opening quickly acquired a legendary status for its overall passion and quality, not just the chest bounce, and several members of its production team would go on to form the professional anime studio Gainax. Sadamoto is credited as animation director for Gainax's 1988 OVA series Gunbuster. Gunbuster's opening sequence features an even more pronounced chest bounce as its main character walks toward the camera, which played a major part in the phrases Gainax bounce and Gainaxing, forming in the lexicon of the 1990s anime fans in English-speaking territories.
Taking notes.
And yet, not everyone is convinced that Oku's claim is correct. Among the replies were a few dissenting opinions with half-faded memories of seeing anime breast bounces in Lupin III, which began airing in 1971, or Zabungle, which premiered in 1982, neither of which Sadamoto was involved in. One commenter even claimed that he'd looked into the matter and found claims that the first instance of a breast bounce in anime came all the way back in an episode of Senin Buraka, also known as Hermit Village, an anime TV series that aired in 1963 and 1964, known for its risque humor. And that the first example of breast bounces in animation in general were in the 1928 Disney short called Big Tits. I'm sorry, Bright Lights. However, no.
That's a Disney
that one's in the vault. However, no commenter was able to point out a specific anime episode or sequence that predates the Daikon 4 bounce. So it's probably safe to say that even if Sadamoto may not have animated anime's first breast bounce, he animated the first one that people really remembered. There you go. The first modern breast bounce. The first one that bounced 1 or 2 jiggles a little too much to be normal, right?
That poses a question. What's the first jiggle physics you guys remember? Because I think I remember mine actually.
Well, I can tell you. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh, My Shiranui.
My Shiranui?
Remember?
My Shiranui. Hold on.
All I know is that the first game to incorporate separate breast physics was Dead or Alive.
I think my first one was in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. One of the skaters with the skater with the big titties when you made her jump, her boobs bounced.
Oh god, nice.
I remember that one when I was like 12 years old. I was like, I just stood her in the corner and made her jump.
I believe, if I remember correctly, mine was Yu-Gi-Oh!
I distinctly remember this one.
Spawn Kingdom for GameCube.
Whoa!
Oh no! It was
Nice.
It was Evangelion. Actually, it was Asuka, if I remember correctly. Wasn't there a jiggle physics movement in that one? It was either that. Okay. Well.
Anybody else have a fond memories? You know, I think the best one I've ever seen.
I mean, that's up there. Look at the definition.
What's funny is about the my Dressup Darling. That's done by Cloverworks, the studio who did the Promised Neverland.
I remember that in the process.
It's so incredibly detailed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
You telling me Mom's stacking underneath that nun outfit?
I mean, Mom was the hottest one in that show. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, I've just looked it up as to when. Yeah, it was definitely Yu-Gi-Oh! The False Spawn Kingdom. It was Dark Magician Girl, because her sprite on the field was fucking stacked, and the camera would pan in and out all the time.
But did it jiggle?
She did jiggle. They went up and down.
Did my Valentine's jiggle?
I didn't have any of those games as a kid.
In the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime?
I don't remember. 4Kids censored her.
Man, I'm
a lot.
not seeing any jiggle on this Dark Magician Girl.
Her sprite on the map does.
So is that
GameCube version?
So you guys are sharing your fondle memories?
Ogle more than fondle. Fondle implies there's something physical.
That's the pun. You missed the joke.
I can't think of any offhand that are like the earliest, because it's like, well, what the hell did I start with? Like, there was
at this moment, what's the earliest you remember? Earliest for me is Dark Magician Girl from False Spawn Kingdom.
Well, it could have been. Excuse me. It could have been like I can't think of the name. It's God, what the hell is that show?
Oh God.
Is that Rio Rainbow Gate or something?
It looks like Rio Rainbow Gate.
That's
that's on the Watch Club docket sometime.
What is it? The earliest one I would probably remember is probably from Tenjo Tenge.
I don't know if Kazuna Stigma had any boob bounces or not. That could have been one of the.
Did you watch Tenjo Tenge in English or Japanese?
Definitely in English. I don't know if I ever watched it in Japanese.
Is it a different show in Japanese?
This is one of the greatest thumbnails I have ever seen. Nux Otaku, you are incredible. I should have the golden ratio.
What am I looking at?
Oh my God.
All right, I think we should get off this stuff. All right, I'm just going to double check to see if this is from Rio Rainbow Gate or not. And I'll save it for later. Okay. Can you masturbate for us briefly? All right.
Oh, yeah. Taking that way too seriously.
So, Pokemon is going open world with a brand new Pokemon Scarlet and Violet game.
That's the news.
The graphics are so incredibly realistic.
Stunning. They don't even have drop shadows.
Feels exactly like when I played Pokemon
I'm more concerned
Go.
about the floating Pokemon than the drop shadows.
Yeah. It looks as good as the VR or the AR in Pokemon Go.
And they do have shadows. But again, they're just floating.
Oh yeah, I guess that you could call that a shadow maybe, but yeah, they're floating.
Well, look at Pikachu below. Like the game has shadows.
Well, maybe that cave doesn't have shadows. You don't know.
And, I mean, it looks like there's shadows. It just also looks like the Pokemon are floating.
These are the stills they took from the trailer. Like they were proud enough of this accomplishment to put it in the trailer.
Well, it's more of a introductory teaser than a trailer. The beginning of the video says, game video footage not final.
Not final. Should just have that. That should just scroll at the bottom every time something hideous like this pops up.
Well, the worst thing I think is that opening, that top image. If you look at that top image of the city, I think that's the one that looks the worst. It's got some really bad aliasing in the background there.
So regarding Lance asking the fondest titty bounce memory, Nicavolt says, "I am so proud of you for bringing this topic to our attention."
You're welcome.
But
I'm only here for every now and then the good moments that I
Random 11. Do you think making? Oh God.
She said, "I am so happy that I just got off work and I am super hyped that this boob bounce discussion is what I returned to the podcast to. Love you guys. We love you too."
Yes, the most important part. Random 11. Do you think open world is going to change the game in a significant way, or is it just here's an inch in the right direction that everyone's been requesting the whole time, and they're just spoon feeding you?
So they've been definitely like inching towards open world. Sword and Shield had wild areas, they were called. So you'd be playing a game and there was like, excluding the DLC, I think there was one big wild area, but it kind of wrapped around. So there was like two times that you really had to go into it. In Arceus, they have like 4 or 5 like zones that are open area, but like in Arceus, there's no like towns or anything. It's just like a big area where wild Pokemon are. So in this game, I would assume it's going to be more like Sword and Shield, with the wild area just being without loading zones. Because that was the other thing. If you wanted to go into the wild area, you had to go into a loading zone.
Do you think it's going to be like every gym is just going to be like, I don't know, the same power, and then it's like you carve your way through all of the gyms, like you can do it in whatever order?
That's the question. Like, so whether or not
I feel like it'll make it kind of ass in that respect.
Yeah, whether or not they take the open world, like they can make a game that's open world and still block parts of the world behind requiring different moves and stuff. So if they do that, then
it's going to be the same game then, because that's all that was stopping you before, is that, you need strength, you need rock climb, you need waterfall or something to get to the next area.
So then the open world is just, you don't have to deal with like all these different loading zones.
Ooh, innovation.
If they do, and loading zones, by that I mean like, if I want to go to that zone, I have to go through a building to get to that zone all the time, right? So now we don't have to go through the dumb building. We just walk.
I think Jason South puts it pretty well. Hey guys, we heard you, and we added a 4th frame to Staravia's flying animation.
No, they didn't, but they did. They did add some texturing. I don't know if it's going to be pictured here, but if you look at the trailer
right here,
if you look at the trailer, there's a picture of Sir Viper slithering in front of the camera, and he's got like this texture appearance.
Does his tongue at least like come out periodically?
I don't know.
Because
they didn't really show much animation.
The snake.
Yeah, it's a purple snake. Eventually,
I have snake AIDS.
Yeah. So the two things right there, yeah. The two things that are kind of everyone's interested to know is,
I see what you're saying.
Can you do one, are there going to be gyms? Because that's debatable. And 2, if there are gyms like a normal game, can you do them out of order? And then I guess 3, the biggest thing is they've kind of committed to do overworld Pokemon from this trailer.
Mm-hmm. Like they're never going to go back.
Well, hopefully not. But in Sword and Shield,
So by overworld Pokemon, you mean that there's Pokemon you will be able to see and go interact with versus going in the tall grass?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So in Sword and Shield, they had both. In Arceus, it was all overworld. But the big thing that no one liked in Sword and Shield that they implemented in Arceus, and it was actually also in Let's Go, is that the overworld Pokemon showed whether or not the Pokemon was shiny or not.
Ooh.
A lot of people like trying to find shiny Pokemon, and in Sword and Shield, even though the Pokemon appeared in the overworld, you had to go touch the Pokemon, go into a battle with the Pokemon before you could tell if it was going to be shiny.
Yeah, just like in
Hopefully in this game they will do like it is in the new Arceus game, where as long as the model has loaded in the world, you don't need to battle the Pokemon to know if it's shiny.
That would be a good touch.
Yeah, those are the kind of like the three things. Are there going to be gyms? Can you do them out of order? And are there going to be overworld shiny Pokemon?
Unfortunately, it's still going to be the same game we've been fed the last 3 years, because it's probably not going to have a full national dex still, and the animations are probably going to be majorly recycled.
Well, I mean, it looks like they've used the exact same engine as Sword and Shield and Arceus. So, I mean, they've added this texture map thing, this bump map thing to it, to add a bit of detail to certain Pokemon, I guess. So that's a little bit of a plus. But overall, I don't think that you're going to see visually.
So they're finally doing what Battle Revolution, I think, had in 2009.
Did it have that? I never played that game.
Their rendering was... Battle Revolution is the best that Pokemon Battles have ever looked, in my opinion. And I don't know how they have not reproduced that in the modern 3D games, which is why I'm pretty much boycotting buying any until it looks that good. But their rendering looked kind of like this, where it was a semi-realistic shading, but you could still tell that, they look like plasticine, or that's what they look like.
So this texture of this snake to me looks like it's literally just like a bump map.
Yeah, it's a bump map. That's what it looks like. But it adds some amount of detail to it, right?
Yeah, it makes it feel more alive.
The biggest issue I think is the aliasing during some of these parts of the trailer. You can see the edges of the Pokemon. Switch. If you go a little bit more forward, I think it shows on Magnemite. You can see it. Right. Maybe not. But on some of the edges, on the edges of the Pokemon, you get this weird, or not just on the Pokemon, on anything. On some of the edges of the polygons, you'll get this weird, sharp, line of white.
You're talking about it looks beveled?
No, it's not. It's not beveled. It's just a white line of pixel crap. If you go back, I think it's on Larvitar's head as well. Or maybe it's too small to see. I don't know. Right after Survivor, there's some Larvitar. I think
talking about this line.
No, on the on the outside edge of his head. Can you run it in? Oh, it's already in HD. I don't know. I can't see it here, but there was definitely parts, and in Arceus you have it there too.
It was line. Now it's at HD.
Okay. Well, you can definitely see how it's stepped on his head, the jagginess of that line.
The aliasing.
It's not aliased. Or it's not. Or sorry, yeah, the aliasing. It's not anti-aliased.
Not anti-aliased.
But also there's artifacts with that.
Why does Larvitar have a diamond cut out of his skin? I never noticed.
He's hardcore. He doesn't want nipples.
I thought those were spots.
But they're indented. Look.
Well, because it's a new, more realistic version, you get the holes. That's
Oh
the
wow!
mating
When
hole.
when it's in HD like this, they don't look like they're floating anymore. He looks like he's on the ground.
No, the one
other
on the right is definitely floating.
It's because
it's
it's
jumping.
It's the jump for the walk
Yeah.
cycle. It's just a bad. It was just a bad frame that we looked at.
Yeah. I don't know. If you scour this, you'll see
I
it. There's
see
definitely.
You're talking about these the white pixels, kind of like around the edge.
It's mostly on the outside profile of whatever you're
On
looking
the
at.
silhouette, you mean?
Yeah.
If you look at the Magnemite's eye, the white edge of the
No.
eye.
Well, I mean that's jaggedy, but the artifact that I'm talking about is generally on the outside of the silhouette. And it doesn't happen all the time, but it's definitely there. I've seen some pictures while I've been playing. It happens more when it's foggy in the background, especially if there's some fog in the background.
So that what's happening there is that there's probably a rendering order that is getting fucked up by the fog. It happens in Minecraft all the time.
Oh yeah.
Even though they continually say they fixed the issue, it somehow returns every single update.
I'll screenshot the next time I'm playing Legends Arceus. I'll screenshot when it happens, and I'll show you exactly what it looks like. And it happens in this game too. It was in the trailer, but not too. Obviously, it's not super noticeable at all times in the trailer. But all of the 3D models for the Pokemon have been these are all recycled from Sun and Moon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they've redone them since then. Their argument for not bringing the National Dex Sword and Shield was, well, they had to do a bunch of
Dynamax.
more. No, their argument was, well, we have to do all this new animation, and then it was like,
and then
they
the
looked
animation
at
they give you is non-existent.
No, the animation was the exact same from Sun and Moon. They looked at the animation cycles and the 3D models. It was literally direct copies from Sun and Moon.
That's right. Yeah.
So it was like, well, you clearly lied then. Why are you giving us all the Pokemon?
And then Pokemon Diamond Pearl remake, the fighting animation is that they inch forward, and then it's like, whoosh.
Yeah, well, Game Freak didn't work on that one, so I'm not sure what that's about. But don't expect great visuals. Be happy if they change up and make it better at all. I'd also be happy if they don't hold your hand and like take you to the Pokemon Center and be like, "This is a Pokemon Center. This is how you heal a Pokemon." Like I don't know.
I've never played Pokemon before. How am I supposed to know this thing?
Ask me. Is this your first Pokemon game? Yes.
What is
fine.
Staravia animation?
Staravia. It's just a bird.
Staravia. It's a bird. It's a flying type Pokemon. It's a flying, if I remember correctly.
I don't know if it's in the trailer, but there's definitely
so
especially in
maybe when Staravia's flying animation. Maybe he was. I don't know why you put that there again.
I think it's just in Arceus. There's some definite like when you're not. Staravia is in that game and it'll be flying, and if you're not close to it, it's literally running at 2 frames
really?
Of animation.
Like
that's
pop.
it.
Oh, that's what this is. It's like pop, 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 pop. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So Nickelvolt says, "Hey AC, my first Jiggle memory was Mai as well. My brother was and is a fighting game fanatic. Do you remember the game? It was Fatal Fury 2 for me." Well, since you brought it up, I might as well just showcase it again. I do remember the game. It was King of Fighters 98, I believe, is the first one I played. And this isn't from it, but it'll get the point across.
The points?
Oh, God.
2 very distinct points, maybe.
It was closer to this back in the day.
This is how you get views, guys.
I want to pitter patter all over your tits.
Anyway, all right. Anything else Anything else for Pokemon?
They're still making 2 versions so they can milk you for, you have to get both
Right?
versions
Right.
to get the full experience, even though we're just going to trivially make it so like 3 Pokemon in this game can't be obtained in the other.
Yeah.
So the one thing...
Secretly, they're just like us, where they're like, well, we put it in that, and we covered it in this podcast. We got to keep covering the potato war.
So the one thing that I will say about that is during Sword and Shield's development, they made Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. And there were things in Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, like Overworld Shinies, that didn't end up in Sword and Shield. And I think that took place because of the fact that they were being developed in parallel. And some of the changes that were made in Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu weren't ported over to Sword and Shield.
And they didn't patch it?
I don't know if there was a technical reason why they couldn't do it like that or what, or if it was just a design decision that they just made earlier on. But either way, and also like Let's Go Pikachu has Pokemon sorting, like your boxes. It's all, you don't have Pokemon boxes anymore. It was just one big list of Pokemon. You could sort them. In Sword and Shield, you had the stupid boxes again, where they have to be in a specific box of 30, and you can't sort it. So with Legends Arceus, that was also being developed alongside Scarlet and Violet. And so when they made the decision to make Scarlet and Violet, it was before Arceus proved by its sheer sales numbers so far anyway, in my opinion, that they don't need to have 2 different versions of the game to sell a lot of copies.
They haven't needed it since the first generation.
But they haven't had.
They
haven't had
it's going to sell adequately.
They haven't had a clear example
because they can get away with it.
They haven't had a clear example of, sure, we're not going to take a bath on this if we do this.
How many people actually buy both of the games?
And guess what? My brother bought the Diamond and Pearl remakes, both of them digitally, only played Diamond, and was like, wow, this is ass, and never played Pearl. Yeah, there you go. That's how you do it.
I have a brother, and between the both of us, we buy each of them. But that's what
I was going to say. Other than if you're siblings,
Yeah.
But in that case, because the games are largely mobile, like you want to be able to be playing them simultaneously because otherwise somebody's hogging the console.
Yeah. But yeah, so hopefully with Arceus selling so well, come next generation, they may look at ditching this whole dual Pokemon gimmick, dual game gimmick.
Well, what is it?
Frankly, it is kind of annoying.
All I'm saying is that they're still doing pretty much the exact same games, and it's because of people like I'm presuming Random 11. You're gonna get at least one of these. That you keep buying it, and then you're surprised that it's the same.
You know why? You know why? Because Hypnotoad was on the TV when I was a kid, and it told me got to catch them all. So
you're right, and
that's Ronan's fault. You're an idiot.
And guess what? I was told. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was told the Arceus event that we never got in the original Diamond Pearl was scrapped, not only in the U.S. but Japan as well. Or something. So
I don't know for a fact about that
because someone told me that like last weekend because they said it was only English version, and they said no, it was Japan too, and I'm like, wait, so you literally can't catch them all? What is this BS?
They for Diamond and Pearl, maybe it was for Platinum. Okay, my memory's wrong. Definitely. Or not wrong, but I'm not solid on this. Definitely in that era, they released a Arceus, but I think in North America anyway, it was like a GameStop thing, where you would go and you would get Arceus, and it would just be like, okay, the mystery gift was Arceus. It wasn't the flute to get the game in-game Arceus. And I think that was actually platinum. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think it was Diamond and Pearl. So yes, any of the Diamond and Pearl Arceuses, you'd only be able to get those with a Game Shark or
Action Replay, which is what I did.
Yeah.
And then when you import it, it says that's forbidden or whatever.
Yeah.
But what is it? But
so I'm just gonna request that at some point we move on to the topics that are in the highlights, because it is quite late. So I don't know what it is about Pokemon, but it's a Pandora's box we open every podcast. So
I don't mean to axe it, but it's getting axed. Move on. Let's go.
I'm gonna let you finish, but let's talk about Tencent acquiring continues conquest as it acquires all shares of 1C Entertainment. So
that's a great article.
Yeah,
great.
That was I botched that segue really well. Yet more news of Tencent expanding its hold over the gaming industry has surfaced, as the China-located company now owns all shares of the developer 1C Entertainment, bound to have many curious when they will eventually start acquiring bigger names and start censoring mainstream titles. The deal of Tencent acquiring all shares of 1C Entertainment from parent company 1C was made in November 2021, granting the communist company a majority stake in 1C Entertainment and its subsidiaries. The company and the aforementioned subsidiaries containing 1C in their branding will have the names changed after the deal closes. According to the press release from board member Tomasz Nizborski, 1C Entertainment are very excited by this turn of events. What games do they even make? We are truly excited by this deal. It is an amazing opportunity for 1C Entertainment to achieve our wildest dreams and aspirations in the video games business. Our vision and passion will be now backed by a leading global games company, and I'm humbled by the unique chance of working together with Tencent and the other top creative minds that are part of this global ecosystem. Global Chief Technology Officer for Tencent Games, Li Shen, similarly expressed satisfaction over the deal. Quote, "We couldn't be more pleased to work with the talented team at 1C Entertainment, supporting them as they embark on a new phase of growth." All right. Wow. I can't believe I probably shouldn't have read any of that and just giving you the headline. I don't even know what games they make, and I still don't know. But in the news I've been trying to get to. So I talked about this a little bit last podcast. It wasn't in the docket, so I'm covering it now. River City Girls 0 courts criticism over having 2 translation options. So this is going back to the whole localization versus vocalizations. So way forward, the developer behind the now released River City Girls 0 has been subjected to whining from those who support localizers after it was learned the game has 2 different translation options. One that will likely be full of memes, irrelevant cultural references, and political agenda pushing, while the other is allegedly more faithful to the original Japanese. The 2 options were initially called literal and new, and usually translated Japanese games have only one English script that is localized so as to cater to ignorant Westerners unable to comprehend that cultures other than their own exist. While many prefer a more literal translation of the Japanese source material, those complaining are apparently saying this feature, quote, shows users or even the publisher don't trust the translator's localized scripts. Good. Maybe you won't fuck it up as much. Increased interest in literal translations have become a byproduct of unfaithful translations from Western developers, where games have been forcefully inserted irrelevant cultural references, aggravating puns, or even biased politics, despite the original Japanese version not containing them. Examples of this include Azure Lane Gridman event that inserted nonsensical memes, the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl remakes excluding the use of the words lovey-dovey couple, Super Robot Wars 30 inserting talk about pronouns, and Neo The World Ends With You being full of anti-capitalist talk, memes, and slang. In regards to what is allegedly changed in the new script, quote, from our initial look at the new translated script, it generally removes some of the meaner words from the original Japanese, like not so nice ways to address females. Oof. Colorful language used in prison was also mostly left out, likely to avoid the allegory to rape. Way Forward has since released a tweet announcing they will change the name of the translation options to RCG and Original to appease those complaining.
Should be called Trigger Warning and Original.
We hear you. Literal was a poor choice and not intended the way it was taken. I don't understand how. It literally is the literal translation. So in the next River City Girls 0 update, and all remaining versions, the 2 English translations will be labeled RCG, which nobody's going to understand why you named it that, and Original. These terms better reflect our intent for localization. How about you just localized and vocalized? How about that? Social media degenerates expressed hatred over this optional feature, saying that it is, quote, harmful to localizers, and making some curious if they are merely expressing rage over the fact that this option might draw more attention to bad work of the more horrible translators. So basically, they're catering to the localization is bad crowd without knowing how much damage this potentially could do. Guess what, weebs? Even the literal translation is going to have localization in it. Hashtag all translation is localization. Hashtag am translating. Hashtag triggered beyond belief.
All translations matter.
Right. Never cave to Nazis. This sounds bad. This is awful. Yeah, this is fucked up. This is not how you show faith in your translator's ability to do right by a game script. Whatever approach they take, it would be one thing to do this as a novelty in a fan patch, but it's a terrible can of worms in paid product when distrust of our work is still rampant. You earned that distrust. For fuck's sake, Way Forward. No, fuck no. Literally, it's like they're seeing the writing on the wall. It's like, look, the cultural split is here. We've got the woke people and we've got the people who still think for themselves. So we're going to cater a script that has all the pronouns and all the woke bullshit in there. And then we'll have one that's still fun. I hope literal is electronic pancake crystal elderly literal. Is that from I think that's from Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Absolutely wild, extremely idiotic, fucking hell. No! River City Girls is available now for the Nintendo Switch, and this spring the PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, S, PS4, PS5 versions are slated to arrive. So I just realized I was scrolling through all of this because there was another thing that I thought was going to come up, and it didn't. So let me pull up a different article here that I chose not to share like an idiot. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, 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 burr. It's around here somewhere. Localization. Come on, Sonic Concrete. All right. It would literally be faster for me to just scroll through the titties. Almost there. Almost there. Past it. Yeah, the Bukkake. Yes, let's skip that. Keep going.
Come.
Holy fuck, how far away? Because it's 2 weeks ago. Found it. Okay. Okay, new site chastises those critical of unfaithful localization. I just wanted to share this one with you. I don't care about any of these. I just want to share this with you. Not that. Dear Lord, here it is. Okay. Los Angeles, truly the greatest city in these United States of America. I, for one, am proud to live in a country with as rich a history and culture as ours. Something about this seems off. Ha ha, don't be ridiculous, Apollo. Now, come and let's all enjoy a traditional American meal around the traditional American kotatsu. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Anyway, sorry.
I still love jelly donuts though. Like, I mean, we could have had rice balls, but it's like, how funny do we get to look back on jelly donuts and be like, those are just
donuts are incredible.
I always looked for jelly donuts to look like that when I actually.
Yeah. I was like,
right.
wow, I haven't seen that style before.
Or the shadow
We're
realm.
going to Krispy Kreme next time.
Just adding this to the doc real quick.
I uploaded a 44-second clip that is the funniest thing I've seen all week, but
The
I don't know.
grapefruit technique?
No.
That's about 40 seconds, right?
Top tier voice. This is top tier voice acting.
It popped up on YouTube, and I want all of Dragon Ball Z to be redubbed like this.
Are we gonna get copyright strikes for it?
I don't think we should show whatever you're describing.
I also have a clip that I posted in the private chat.
It's on YouTube.
Luigi the Metal 64 says, I support accurate language translating. I understand that Japan is different and used looping animations where even the Japanese syllables do not match the mouth flaps. Localizing is lying to people. I love how they say lose faith in us as if there weren't two different translators, right? Happiness Charge Pretty Cure used animations where Hime and Megumi have little self figures in their mouth.
What?
And ignored the mouth. What?
Huh. No, I find it funny because, like, in Yu-Gi-Oh, they changed death to the Shadow Realm, but I grew up Christian, so it's like, well, the Shadow Realm is like, to me, I always thought that was either purgatory or hell. So it's like, death is like a better outcome in the original Japanese. Like, the English version was like, you're fucked either way. Like, doesn't matter if you're like a good person or not, you're just fucked.
Oh, Charlie the Unicorn. Okay. Well, I don't know why you sent that. Just now randomly. All right. So back to this. Let's.
It reminded me the article about the the trigger warning translation that reminded me of that video. Shun the non-believer. Shun.
It is a great classic internet video. Okay. Hide All Adults is on. Good. Okay, cool. So, in release news, Hayao Miyazaki's 1983 manga Shuna's Journey is finally coming to the West. In a very rare scenario, it's actually in color with watercolor panels.
What is this?
It's a manga by Hayao Miyazaki from 1989.
Looks like Nausicaa.
It does. It predates it by a year. Even though they literally fucked up horribly when they wrote this sentence here. Shuna's Journey shares familiar elements that were later seen in Princess Mononoke, which was released 1 year after Shuna's Journey was published, and Nausicaa the Valley of the Wind, which was released 14 years after Shuna's Journey. They switched those. It should be Nausicaa here and Princess Mononoke here. But yeah, it does look a lot like Nausicaa. And Yakul from Princess Mononoke's mount. Also, Metal Armor Dragonar gets an HD remaster Blu-ray box set in Japan.
And it's got a chunky Blu-ray case.
It's got a chunky black guy.
Well, you sound like that person who said, he sounds black.
John Schemmel?
Which was last month. Thank you.
It's getting a deluxe 2K HD remaster, so it's getting remastered via a 2K scan. So it's probably just
only
still gonna
2K.
Be...
That's like half the amount of Ks that I can tolerate.
Yeah. I wonder if they're gonna bring it over here and dub it with Xeno.
Well, all of these Japanese Blu-ray releases that come out always gives me like a plausible hope that it's going to come out over here, because half of the time it's like, oh, the license isn't up for grabs or something, because seemingly they wanted to remaster it, and when it's remastered, that means someone actually has the rights and that you can get the rights for it.
So sorry, I was updating something. G Kids Films announced home video release details from Memorial hosted critically acclaimed feature film Bell, which was trash. I saw it with my wife and she loved it. And I love her a little bit less because of Now, my wife loves the music in it, but God, the story is so stupid. And there is a major astronomically huge plot hole in it.
Yeah, but Brad, you've already
don't ruin it for me. I want to watch it.
But Brad, you've already
there are no titty physics or nip.
Brad,
it's critically acclaimed, though.
You've established, though, that if the music's good, it's automatically a masterpiece.
Whoa! That's Random 11 who said that.
And I said specifically that if the opening was good, the anime would be good.
And that was false.
So if it has no
Show
opening,
me one example.
Does that mean it's garbage if it has no opening?
The Spectre
doesn't count for movies.
V for victory.
Dude, Mushoku Tensei doesn't have an opening.
Yeah.
All right. So it says here, the film will be released via digital storefront starting on May 3rd, with the digital version including original Japanese and English dub versions, while the home video release will begin on May 17th with the standard edition Blu-ray DVD combo pack. On the same day, Shout Factory will release a steelbook edition of the Blu-ray DVD combo exclusively through Target stores in the U.S.
But don't get too excited,
Canadians.
Don't get too excited though, because there's a 4K release in Japan, so that means they're probably going to release it on 4K sooner or later.
So Right Stuff has the standard Blu-ray DVD solicited here.
That cover's kind of neat with the colors.
Yeah,
excuse me while I put my
rope on your noose on your neck.
And then Pupele of Chimney Town.
Yeah,
these names don't look very Japanese.
I'm pretty sure that would be
except for director. These are the voice actors. That's why. Really
looks like a French name to me.
Yeah, go back and look at the Bell one again. None of the main characters are represented on the what you call it up there.
Like Montreal's name isn't on the cover.
Oh no! Just imagine you weren't on the show, but my name wasn't on the cover.
It's like, we gotta put the big name actors who play minor character with maybe three lines on the cover.
That's funny because who's the? Because they used like a YouTube, what do they call Utaite singer as the main character, right?
I don't know.
Didn't they use like Amelie or somebody in it?
I thought they had that newcomer who was like, oh, that's not Belle Delphine. Or is that?
Aww. What a shame. That would have been the perfect casting. It's her movie.
That's why we made it. That's why we left it. Wait, just doxing.
We podcast magic to that.
She should literally sue these people
for using her likeness.
Okay, so the top cast. I should have gone to Anime News Network because these are all the Japanese gnomes.
Japanese gnomes.
The Japanese gnomes.
They're invading.
I am deliriously tired right now, and tomorrow is gonna suck. I'm sorry.
Shun
Today's
the non-believer. Shun.
Okay. So here we go. English names. Kelly McNeil. Is that Scott McNeil's daughter? She has a YouTube channel.
Are you kidding?
She's the Miyatake singer, right? No,
that's the only role she has.
No,
she's a singer. She's a singer. I'm telling you, she is a YouTube singer. Only 5,000 subscribers to get an anime role?
Damn, son. We just need like 3 more thousand subs.
Is it freaking out for you guys right now? Like the screen share just now? Okay.
But we just need like 3,000 more subs before we can get in a movie, an anime movie, guys.
Could be a Korean anime movie.
Dude, do I have to start singing? Actually, I've been singing on the podcast quite a bit lately.
Just watch. We meet the threshold, and they're like, okay, the next Hosoda film, we want you to be the main character, and all of us record the exact same lines in unison. And it's like, hey guys.
So you're completely right, Reese, about all the names that are in here are people that don't matter.
Well, someone's drugging up.
They have no roles.
I recognize none of them anyway, so
they have no roles at all.
Anyway. And you know what's even better is that this singer lady, who's the main character, just because you sing doesn't mean you can act. I mean, maybe they got her.
She sings the songs very well, though. Like,
maybe that's why they chose her, because they're like, we need a voice actor who can sing.
She is on the cover. Kylie McNeil.
No.
Reese. How dare you? Well, how dare you be wrong?
Well, she's not to gain the top billing spot.
That's
all the way
true.
On the left.
Random other guy is. So which one is the Beast? Is it Dragon?
Are you kidding me? The Beast. Character. They brought back the bestiality and called him the Beast.
The Beast.
That's what
I like that. That side story there, the witches, something looked like a very good.
The Witches of Adamas. Yeah.
Yeah, looked like a very good synopsis there.
You must have been asleep when we covered that, and also the.
No, I seen the kiss part. I missed the Witches of Adamas part.
So this guy is the one getting cucked. Anyway, all right. Anyway, that's it for Right Stuff News. Okay, so Media Blasters. Previously, we had talked about. Pardon me while I remove this banner. Previously, we had talked about how they had said they were going to be releasing the dubbed specials for Ladies versus Butlers, and they had referred to a tin, and I just assumed it was a steelbook. Then they said they posted this ugly ass thing right here. Like it's like a digipack in a tin.
And they have a spacer because it doesn't even
Is it what we
fit.
feared? Like, because I remember, like, I don't have any of these releases, but don't you guys have tins?
Here's a steelbook, and then there was the tin, right? So they said, as we look at our releases in 2022 to announce, we plan for some tins. So which tin you prefer? I think the title may also be better suited for a certain type of title, but what do you think? Media Blasters wants to know. And then every single thing, steelbook all the way, definitely steelbook. Actually, that's just us. Not a fan of tins. Look bad on a shelf. Steelbooks, on the other hand, show me an example of steelbook. Is it first one? I'm not really a fan of either. Whatever.
What the hell?
Did they really post that?
They don't know what the steelbook is?
Yeah. How about a standard Blu-ray case with a cardboard case, old style, around it? They do that in Japan.
Are they trolling?
Do they mean chipboard?
It's called the slip case, right?
No. Maybe they.
Why don't we bring back cassettes? Bring back the cassette.
That is an old. That is like a retro style slipcover on top of a Blu-ray case.
Yeah.
This is that. I hate those. I see those all the time in like Menards.
Or better yet, those big VHS clamshell things.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember those things?
Yeah.
So pretty much unanimously, everybody is saying steelbook. But if
they don't even know what a steelbook is, so we're gonna get option B.
Well, they learned because people said so. So if you would like to contribute to them definitely doing steelbooks instead of tins, there's the link to the tweet.
And what you guys
also
should
follow
do
us on Twitter. We're all right here.
What you should do when you tweet your vote, make sure you define option 1, the first one, steelbook, so they know exactly that it's
The
steelbook.
one with the N7 on it, yes.
N7. The magnificent ends.
You know what? I was gonna say you should just say the Mass Effect one, but you're right. They probably don't even know what Mass Effect is if they don't know what steelbook is. So say N7. My ends.
N7 steelbook. Option 1, N7 steelbook. There.
There you go. All right. Also, somebody said my local Best Buy officially closed the last aisle of DVDs and Blu-rays in 4K Ultra HD. This is a sad day. The end of an era. Wait, it's almost here. A new experience is arriving. Damn, that's a large photo. Is arriving soon.
The metaverse? Are you going to be able to walk into
I could
the
buy
metaverse
NFTs from Best Buy now.
Imagine going to the store and like having pods at the opening. Like you just walk into the store and it's like a pod where you put the helmet on, and it's like you from then on you shop in the metaverse.
No.
God.
There's literally gonna be a kiosk where the DVDs were at, and it's basically just bought in BestBuy.com, and you just flip through and you can do it from home. But they got a kiosk there just for the DVDs.
Honestly, I would like trying to find Blu-rays in the store is so annoying. I would appreciate that. Just like have it so I can say I want this Blu-ray. Bring it to me.
I like being able to buy stuff in stores so you can make sure you get one that doesn't have a janky, busted up slip cover.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. So you say I want this. Bring it to me. They bring it to you. It's got a janky up fucking thing. You're like, fuck that. Bring me a new one.
Right.
And that's it.
Wasn't
it's
hosted
slightly
the
better
guy
than going online.
Yes, Jason South. Hosted was the guy who said that women are treated disrespectfully by that other guy, Miyazaki.
Who's breathing heavily
that's
into
why
their
all these
Me, I hear it too.
expanding women's roles in anime. Are you kidding? Like harem anime is like 90% women in the cast. Okay.
Seriously. And you can bet at least one of them definitely is getting expanded.
Oh,
at some point in the story.
I still don't get Doorknob. I don't. Who is this actual person? I could buy a slice of this. Okay. So also, I just want to point out because the little like time code covers it. But yeah, we put a wad of bills in Monica's hand because Jamie's hand was coming up from the bottom.
Lance, move your microphone like an inch away from your mouth. An inch further away from your mouth.
Okay.
Thank
Sounds
you.
Perfect. And if you guys would like,
we're hearing you breathe.
If you guys would like some new threads and support us, there's stealthweeb.com, the apparel for the undercover otaku. Although I'll be real, you want to get on this now because prices are going to go up again because I got another email from my fulfillment center. Sorry about that. Thanks, Biden.
It just rolled off the tongue so easy. Thanks, Oban. I was like, nope. Biden was there too.
Anyway, these are all available still. These are the ones you can still get. Also,
yes, 2 more feet.
Make sure you buy the Lizard Conspiracy shirt. Although I will tell you, I think it would make a bitching mug. I'm really I want it on a mug, right? And if there's any other like text you'd rather have underneath here, I'd be willing to put it in there. The problem with putting it on a mug is that mugs are two-sided. Do I put I want his head and balls on one side and don't fuck romance on the other? It just seems
does
like
does it cost anything to have like
two-sided?
A new design?
No.
Oh.
Okay, because I think the line you'd have to look up exactly what they say to make it funny, but the line that was like,
"Oh, thanks for
we're
the
not
tweet."
lizards. No, we're not lizards, y'all.
Yeah, so I thought about putting just a bunch of quotes on one side of the mug, and then on the other side is the picture, right?
Or I think was it we're not lizard people, y'all? Whatever
We're
they
not
say.
lizards, y'all. Yeah.
Like a wall of text of the quotes, the greatest hits. Like
Wasn't it?
that?
We're not effing lizards, y'all.
Yeah, something like that.
Then there's also Bloodbath and Beyond and Straight Outta Chungus, which will eventually get hoodies and stuff. I don't know why I haven't done it yet. Anyway, back to the show. So my Dressup Darling has whatever the hell these are. You know me. I'm just sharing the wealth of hot babes in uniforms for you.
Ooh.
Any excuse.
I bought the body pillow.
Oh.
Well, we'll be able to see that in your pickup soon. Then
Does it have sample written across it?
If it doesn't,
Not that I'm aware of yet. It's coming out in March, I believe. So
if it doesn't, I'm doing.
We are in March now, so
like late March, like late March.
And you guys know how it is. March comes in like a lion.
Isn't it April?
No, your lie's in April.
Oh, okay. It's definitely too late.
The broke HP.
I'm so fucking tired. Let me tell you about something amazing that happened in Japan. So they made a cat the head priest. Apparently, it was God, why can't I highlight this? It was previously the feline station master, the one that used to work at the railroad. So the cat becomes head priest in Japanese shrine. Feline station master takes on a new role at a special ceremony. In Japan, the 22nd of February is known as Cat Day, due to the fact that ni, the number 2 in Japanese, appears in the word nyan, which is meow in Japanese, making the 222 date sound like nyan nyan nyan. This year, with the date being 22222 or nyan 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 nyan.
Use the M word again.
Cat Day became known as Super Cat Day.
Definitely.
Amping up the annual, one might say it became Chojin Cat Day. Amping up the annual celebrations even further and making anything possible for the feline community. In one rural town, it became the perfect date to herald in a new shrine priest, a cat named Nitama.
Oh my god. Look at the face.
If the name sounds familiar, that's because Nitama is the famous station master cat at Kishi Station in Wakayama Prefecture. Nitama, yes, the ni in the name means two, is the successor to Tama, the original station master cat who sadly passed away in 2015.
Doesn't Tama mean balls, so 2 balls?
The next one is Santama.
Tama was so beloved by commuters and the station's operating company, Wakayama Electric Railway, that 3,000 mourners attended the traditional memorial service that was held for her. You got to be kidding me. I bet you there isn't a single emperor in Japan that died that got that many people to show up. The company even set up a small shrine dedicated to the cat, who was said to have played a major role in the regeneration of Wakayama Electric Railway due to the number of visitors she attracted. The torii gate at the front of Tama Shrine can be seen on the station platform to the left of this photo, next to the cat-wrapped train. Okay, right there, torii shrine. Tama's spirit lives on at the station, not only at the shrine named after her, but in the feline-shaped design of the building, which has her name displayed proudly atop it.
Oh my god, it is.
That building looks like a face.
It looks like a cat.
Oh yeah.
It's got ears. Due to its long-standing cat connection, Wakayama Electric and its cat-loving president Mitsunobu Kojima decided to celebrate both their beloved felines on Super Cat Day by officially appointing Nitama as the chief priest. The chief priest to Tama Shrine. Just imagine you're like in this extremely serious religious ceremony and they take it so seriously that they just make a fucking cat head monk, you know, like head
yeah
head of the monastery.
How is this cat gonna baptize my child?
All the big media outlets were at the scene to capture the moment when Nitama took up the position as chief priest, with the cat dressed in the same garb usually worn by human priests on formal occasions. In the video below, Kojima can be seen presenting the cat to the shrine while saying Nitama will work hard as chief priest of Tama Shrine, adding a meow at the end to make it seem as if he is speaking on behalf of the cat. Cringe. Nitama lets out a meow or two of her own, which prompts Kojima to remark, "Oh, your spirit's really into it, isn't it?" Following the ceremony, Kojima continued to act as Nitama's human representative by unveiling an official board detailing the history of the shrine.
The human ambassador?
And creating Go-Shuin, special slips of paper stamped with seals that are traditionally given to visitors of Shinto shrines in return for a small fee of around $2.61.
I'm so disappointed that they don't make the cat
the
put
cat
his paw print,
right?
Yeah. Missed opportunity.
I can't believe that cat stayed there. I would have expected the cat to like run away. He takes his job very seriously. Nitama, who has the patience of a priest, will continue to work as a station master while taking on priestly duties. Oh my god.
It's a part-time job.
This cat has more jobs than half the voters in the US.
He has a family to feed, okay?
Kojima says he hopes Nitama's new appointment will help to bring peace and brighten the world that's been darkened by the coronavirus. Judging by the smiles on all the visitors and journalists at the official ceremony, it looks like Nitama's priestly ways are already making the world a brighter place, spreading joy around the country from this rural station.
You know, if they replace every world leader with a cat, I think that would achieve world peace.
You think
Not
a cat?
really. I'm allergic to cats. I hate.
Do you think a cat would invade Ukraine?
Yeah, but you only see the cats on TV, Reese. You don't have to. Like, I've never seen Joe Biden. He hasn't sniffed my leg hairs or whatever it is that he does.
I don't know. I didn't watch the State of the Union tonight. Maybe he does it. All right. A Hokkaido.
I'm just saying it wouldn't change my perspective one bit.
Yeah, but he wouldn't declare war on other nations. He'd lick his own ass or something.
Boo! Let it end. Stop. Boo!
Which
no.
part? Which part was he booing and selling us?
Was that the March? No, that's your line.
Oh.
The booze came at the "You're Lying April" line.
Okay. World peace can be achieved. The secret: everybody does fuck off. All right. A Hokkaido man was found naked in a laundromat in the middle of the night. All I see in my head is the Mr. Bean skit where he realizes he's wearing the underwear he wanted to wash. So he has to take it off in the laundromat without taking off his pants or whatever. And then he eventually ends up putting on a woman's dress by accident that's the same color as his pants. Have you guys seen this one?
No. I might have, but it's not fresh enough on me.
Anyway, so the Emperor's birthday new clothes. The Emperor's new birthday clothes. This is okay. In Japan, the 23rd. So we just talked about Super Cat Day, right? On the 22nd of February. But on the 23rd of February is the new Emperor's birthday, and as such, it's a public holiday. This year, it happened to fall on a Wednesday, making the previous day like a little midweek Friday. However, we have to be careful not to get carried away when these special holidays come around. For example, at about 11:30 p.m. on the night of the 22nd of February, a man walked into a laundromat in the Atsubetsu ward of Sapporo City in Hokkaido. However, upon entering, he spotted another man inside who was completely naked. As most people would, the would-be customer immediately left and called the police. Playing naked guy's advocate for a moment, the Yutori Kobu laundromat in Atsubetsu ward does have a really homely interior. Okay, excuse to put an embedded thing here. When the authorities arrived, they arrested the 21-year-old naked man for indecent exposure. An immediate investigation also found that his clothes were inside one of the washing machines, but it wasn't turned on. Was he?
I mean, cuffs are on, coppers.
He put his clothes in the washing machine, but he didn't have any change to turn it on. So he's just waiting.
His change was still in his pockets.
Maybe, or he was waiting for someone to come along and that he could ask for change.
Okay. So I was reading Lance's private chat. He oh, well, thank you for killing your AC. I'll await the assassin. Anyway, okay, so an immediate investigation was also found that his clothes were inside one of the washing machines, but it wasn't turned on. He was also said to have been intoxicated at the time of arrest. No, really? The suspect claimed to be a cook from Ashibetsu City, which is roughly 112 kilometers or 70 miles from Sapporo. And yet the man had no problem making himself right at home there. Police say they are still investigating a motive, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say he was trying to wash his clothes while drunk and failed miserably at it. Trying to find any more of a rationale is probably an exercise in futility, but it didn't stop many online...
Don't cast dispersions on this man. He might not have been drunk.
It didn't stop many online comments from trying. Quote, maybe he thought it was his house.
It's a homely environment, yeah.
If you need to wash your clothes and don't have anything else to wear, what are you supposed to do? He probably didn't expect anyone else to come in that late at night. Sounds like one of those minimalists. If he at least attempted to hide his naughty bits with something, I'd be more lenient. He's not on the street and using the laundry as intended. I don't see a problem. It isn't pleasant, but that is what peak efficiency looks like. Laundromats should offer towels or bathrobes for situations like this. If you're hairy enough, you can get away with stuff like this.
God.
But was he wearing a face mask? If I was drunk and puked all over my clothes, I'd want to get it cleaned right away too. Isn't he putting his own life on the line by doing that? No, Kaido. In regards to that last question, the weather in Sapporo at the time of the incident was about negative 3.5 degrees Celsius, 26 degrees Fahrenheit. Not the coldest the area has ever seen, but not exactly the kind of climate for nude laundry either. It probably wouldn't have killed him, but certainly put him at risk of particularly nasty chill blains. Oh, I read that as chill balls at first, but I corrected it before I got to it, I guess. Hokkaido is the land of frozen ghost pants, after all. Okay. It's unfortunate that the police were able to handle the situation. I'm sorry. No, it says it's fortunate, not unfortunate. It's fortunate that the police were able to handle the situation before any harm came to him or others. And this serves as a reminder to drink responsibly whenever the holiday rolls around. It's like the old slogan says, friends don't let friends drink and do laundry. Well, that was a big swing and a miss on the ending there, but it was still pretty funny. All right. The question is, do we want to read about this? Isn't that long? Senior in Takaoka City arrested for stealing up to 50 Tanuki statues. See, we're a little bit behind in catching up on articles from last podcast, so I kind of want to just power through this. And as long as we don't end on another SpongeBob killing one, I think we'll be okay.
Oh god!
So a senior in Takaoka City arrested for stealing up to 50 Tanuki statues. Suspects seem to have an insatiable desire for Tanuki, and I mean, like, come on. Have you ever seen a face more made for thumbnails? So anyone who spent time in Japan will likely have crossed paths with peculiar statues of bug-eyed, slack-jawed animals straddling a pair of gigantic testicles. These jolly critters are Tanuki, sometimes known as raccoon dogs. Yep, that's probably how I'd look after sitting on my own testicles too. Oh god. Based on the real animal of the same name, the Tanuki of folklore is a good-natured but morally ambiguous creature with supernatural powers. These mischievous animals are not above using their abilities to put a leaf on their head and shapeshift into whatever they want in order to steal the occasional turnip or con people into doing things for them. In some ways, they're comparable to leprechauns of Irish lore, and similarly seen as symbols of luck in Japan, which is why statues of them can be found all over the place. Perhaps this is also why they recently became the target of a theft in Takaoka City in Toyama Prefecture. On the 1st of February, 74-year-old Kiyoharu Okinishi was caught red-handed stealing a Tanuki figure by Takaoka police. Suspecting that he was responsible for another 2 Tanuki statue thefts a month earlier, the authorities searched his home and found a stash of nearly 50 raccoon dogs. And now the video is private. Damn it. News report shows all the stolen Tanuki and 1 owl. In true Tanuki fashion, Okinishi cryptically confessed to some crimes, telling police, quote, "I have stolen Tanuki figures, but I don't know if they're the ones I'm being arrested for." In order to clarify charges against the suspect, police are asking anyone in the area whose Tanuki statues disappeared to contact them. He's got them by the balls. We can't take him. These aren't the ones we're looking for. They're also currently trying to ascertain a motive. Readers of the news were also unsure what would drive someone to do such a thing, and they expressed amazement at the scope of such a minor crime. He stole so many. Did he just really like Tanuki, or was there a different reason?
He liked the balls.
Right. I hope those little guys can all get back home. So this is why Japan's birth rate is so low. What's up with the owl? Those things sure are cute, but you shouldn't steal them. What was he going to do with all those? It became an addiction for him. I'm scared that I might end up like this guy when I get old. They are definitely morally ambiguous with Tama that big. It's cold outside. It shrinks. They aren't the balls. These aren't the balls you're looking for. What drove this elderly man to steal dozens of ceramic Tanuki? The respect of his peers? The thousands of yen he stood to gain? Tens of dollars. Or was it just the thrill of stealing? We also can't rule out the possibility that with Tanuki involved, there might be some trickery afoot. For example, how can we be sure this is even the real Okinishi and not just a wild animal with a leaf on its head? Yeah, well, there you go. Another miss on the ending. They don't know how to end these.
All right, before you start this,
go ahead.
Please go back. Now scroll down a little bit. Hopefully it's still there. More. Looking on the side there for, one more. at the bottom. Yeah, right there. That article.
We've covered it.
What?
Is that the old article? That's from like a year ago?
Yeah, we
covered this like a year ago, not
2021.
Yeah, okay. Right.
We covered it, I believe, using the Sankaku Complex one though.
I just seen it and I was like, we covered that. Why is it as if it's new? You know, it was in the sidebar as if it's new.
Well, because it is relating to theft. These are recommended stories. Because this is about theft and that's about theft. These are the most popular currently. So these would be more now, weekly, monthly, yearly, right?
I thought a second person was doing this same thing. I was like, what are the odds?
So an unemployed delinquent was arrested for sending nude photos to 50+ school children.
Gross.
32-year-old man tried to prey on young 10-year-old girl he got to know through the internet by sending her pictures of himself naked. Wait till you hear this story. Though some will question why the parents were letting a girl so young beyond something as grotesque and adult as social media. The criminal, an unemployed male, pretended to be an elementary school girl of the 6th grade and became close with another young girl in the 4th grade. And according to Tokyo police, he sent his victim a message saying he's worried his breasts are too small, along with nude photos and video of himself. After sending the abhorrent media, the deranged pedophile then requested the victim to share photos of herself as well. Look, just saying, pedophiles deserve a bullet, but that is one of the funniest strategies I have ever read. Like, it's so crazy it just might work. That's fucking hilarious.
But he still deserves a bullet in the head.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like his body was so feminine and like gangly that he could pass as a 6th grade girl, but unfortunately that wasn't good enough for him because he's only into 4th grade girls. So he needed, you know, modern problems require modern solutions. Improvise, adapt, overcome. So after sending the abhorrent media, the deranged pedophile then requested the victim to share photos of herself as well. The incident took place in June of last year, but the man has now been arrested and admits of the charges. Not satisfied with a single time, the male criminal admitted to sending such putrid photos to at least 50 girls, and Tokyo's Metropolitan Police are investigating to see if any of them reciprocated. To see if the man committed other offenses. Honestly, that's fucking hilarious. I mean, I would still put the bullet in his head personally, but it's at least I could chuckle about it.
I'm amazed that he got away with that for so long. It's 50 fucking cases.
See, the real strategy, like if this is your game, you get one girl to actually be dumb enough to send you the topless thing, and then you send that to the next girl. You catfish her for even fresher titty photos, right? And you just keep cycling it to the next one because it's much more believable. Like if you get that almost blind girl to give you that first one, then you got it made all the way through the next 49. Right. Genius strategy. Still deserves a bullet. So how was he not caught before 50? Your guess is as good as mine. You know, it'll be interesting to see because if Vic wins, what he's winning is a defamation claim. He might, if he wins against Funimation, yeah, he might, as part of the Winn like settlement or whatever, he might get his roles back. But honestly, I don't know that I'd want to go back into a den of snakes personally. You know, when every person there turned their back on you and tried to destroy you, right?
Oh,
I don't
worry,
think I
he
could
can
go back
do
to work.
voice acting for Crunchyroll now.
All right. So, Japanese man caught using fake IDs to sneak into matchmaking parties with younger girls. Man looking for love apparently thinks age ain't nothing but a number. Police disagree. Okay. All right. Hold on. So you need an ID, right? You need an ID because an ID tells the authorities that you're old enough to drive, maybe old enough to drink, right? So why are the police involved? Did he get a fake ID to say that he was 13?
I think it was a matchmaking for singles in the early 20s or something. And he's
why are the police involved?
Yeah, I'm confused now.
If they're all legal age, what's it matter?
Right. So for the most part, fake IDs aren't really a thing in Japan. There just isn't that much demand for them in a country where bars and clubs don't card customers. And about the strictest things get is convenience stores' honor system of having you tap a touchscreen to confirm that you're old enough to buy beer. But while the lax barriers to forbidden fruits that may tempt minors to pretend to be older, to be older mean teens, usually don't. Okay, hold on. Okay. This is a poorly constructed sentence. I'm gonna try to nail it though. But while the tax barriers to forbidden fruits that may tempt minors to pretend to be older mean teens usually don't use any. You're missing a word here. Usually don't have any use for fake IDs. Police in Aichi Prefecture have filed charges against a resident of the city of Toyota for having a falsified date of birth on his ID, one that claimed he was younger than he really is. The 47-year-old office worker was born in 1974, but was found to be in possession of a fake ID saying he was born in 1988. Hey, I was born in 1988. He also had a third, slightly less fraudulent ID listing his year of birth as 1986, still more than a decade after when he was actually born.
How is it slightly less fraudulent?
Because it's closer by 2 years.
Still a fake ID.
So why?
My name is what's the kid's name from Superbad?
Oh, McLovin?
McLovin, yeah.
Yeah.
My name's McLovin. I'm born in 1988.
It was between that or Muhammad. Why the fuck would it be between that or Muhammad? Muhammad's the most commonly used name on earth. Read a fucking book, right? Like, that's such a great movie. So why was he so determined to drop his age from his 40s to his 30s in order to meet younger women? In recent years, many Japanese communities have begun holding matchmaking parties called machikon events, where often there are certain conditions participants have to meet. Being a local resident is the most common, but many machikon also specify the age range for who can take part. The owner of the fake IDs was unhappy being locked out of machikon events for people in their 30s, and during questioning told the police that, quote, "I wanted to trick people into thinking I was younger so that I could participate in machikon events with younger women." Whoa! He's just spilling the beans. Like, revelations coming about here. I can't believe he just told us the MO. It's so obvious, though. In 2021, he says he attended more than 50 matchmaking parties, almost all of which were supposed to be for 30 somethings, right? It's the same guy. He's taking the Tata videos that he received. While dishonesty can never be the foundation of a strong romantic relationship, what got the man in trouble with the law is how he was faking his birth date. His two fake IDs were actually officially issued driver's licenses, which he'd obtained as replacements after claiming to have lost his. After receiving the replacements, he used his PC to print out a false date of birth and address, perhaps to meet machikon residency requirements, to cover up his real birthday and address with. So he's now facing charges of creation and use of forged official documents, and a more serious crime than just verbally lying about his age to matchmaking organizers. A more serious crime than just verbally lying about his age to matchmaking organizers would have been.
Did he physically lie?
Yes. With the official announcement of charges being filed made on Wednesday. Online reactions have ranged from bewildered exasperation to sympathy to a newfound interest in meeting eligible ladies in their 30s. Quote, was he that desperate to meet young women? Huh. By young women, I thought he was going to be looking for women younger than 30. Sounds like those 430-something matchmaking parties are pretty great. Maybe I should go to one. That Twitter user is just waiting for somebody to say, let's go together. You don't need that. You can date me.
I'm guessing in Japan they don't use plastic fucking cards, because how the fuck did he edit that on a PC?
So the way I see it, maybe he printed the paper and cut it over it, and then he kept his ID in like a wallet with like a clear flap. So it's a little bit more obscured. So you don't actually have to take it out. They just quickly look at your age and say, okay, you're good. You know? Or maybe you submit it digitally. Like maybe you send the picture of your ID to get the invite or whatever.
Then why would he? But well, I mean, I see the second one being incredibly possible, but then if
you cut out, I'll never know what he was going to say.
Cliffhanger.
I will say that in Ontario, at least,
yeah.
I don't know how in trouble you'd get, but you do generally get in trouble even if you have an expired license hanging around. So if your driver's
you're not allowed to use expired.
Well, so when your driver's license expires, it can still be used as an ID in some situations for just
the reason
age.
they don't let you use expired is because it could belong to someone else, because obviously you're not actively using the expired one.
Well, it can still be used for age purposes.
This is like when I bought my new phone, and it wanted me to confirm that I was trying to log into Twitter with my old phone, right?
So it wanted to match your new dick pic to your old one.
Yes, two-factor authentication dick picking.
So my brother, my brother,
Toyota. Let's go younger.
There you go. My brother had an expired driver's license that he kept because he just wanted to keep all of his driver's licenses so he could see his different pictures.
Do they hole punch them in Canada?
No, they stick a sticker on it and it says valid for ID purposes only, and that's all it says. And then they give you a piece of paper that's your temporary driver's license. Like when you go to renew it, this is what happens. You go to renew it, you pay. They put a sticker on your current driver's license that says, this is expired, but it's valid for ID. Here's your paper for your temporary one. Your new one will be in the mail. And so the idea is once the new one...
have the combo, the paper and the card.
For the driver's license part, to prove that you're allowed to drive, you need the combo. To prove you're of age, you just need the thing with the sticker on it. You don't need the other piece of paper.
I was advised that they don't want us to use the expired.
You were advised incorrectly. A lot of stores get that wrong. But anyway,
and even better, they said if you turn exactly 19 the day it's your birthday, you have to wait a day after until you're legally allowed to sell to them. I'm like, okay, that's dumb.
I don't think that's true either. But anyway,
that's what we were told.
My point is, he carried his old expired driver's license, and you're supposed to cut it up when you get your new one in the mail, but he didn't. He left it in his wallet along with his new card, and he got pulled over for speeding one time, and they asked to see his ID, and he went and got his ID, and the officer saw that he had the extra expired ID in his wallet when he was going to hand it to the officer, and the officer freaked out. And he was like, "You're not allowed to have that. That's a fake ID." And he's like, "It's my ID. It's just expired. It's still fake." Blah blah blah. And he made my brother
now it's a felony.
Yeah, he made my brother cut it up in front of him.
Oh come on!
Well, that was a dumb move on your brother. You should have just kept it in a drawer in his house.
Drawer? Yeah, that's what I do. I mean, it's in pieces because I cut it up, right? No. In the U.S. they hole punch them. My wife has a old driver's license that they hole punched to void it or whatever. Anyway, I don't know where Lance went. I hope Russia
His
didn't
internet
nuke his
went
house.
out, apparently.
So if he's got the guts and the gumption to make fake IDs, it seems like he should be able to meet women by more normal methods instead. Some of those machi, see, but the fetish, the thrill is getting to do it clandestinely, right?
He just wants to help out that declining birth rate. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Give him a medal.
Some of these Machikone are really strict with their upper age limits, so I can see where he's coming from. As for now, how the man got caught, he was stopped for a random ID check in a parking lot in Toyota last October, where the officer noticed he had multiple IDs. Oddly enough, the police have also stated that they haven't been able to determine whether the man is married or not, meaning there's potentially one more reason why he shouldn't have been at those matchmaking parties. Oh, okay. So, Lance, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You were saying something.
Continuation of that cliffhanger.
Oh, God, I completely forgot. I completely forgot what we were even talking about.
We'll never know.
Oh, I've got another one for you guys. Middle school girl shoe licker gets.
Oh no!
licked.
Random 11, be careful.
Just gonna. So you know how Random 11 has a thing with feet? I never want to see
that
this
picture.
Right? That's my feet. Okay. Yet another deranged old man has allowed his twisted perversion to permeate into reality as the temporary employee from Saitama Prefecture was arrested after allegedly getting down on his hands and knees to lick a middle school girl's filthy shoe. What the fuck? Takasaki police arrested the 52-year-old temp employee on suspicion of assault as he licked the left sneaker of a middle school girl who was at a trade facility in Guma's Takasaki City. So, like,
Did
he
she,
just
put her
snuck
foot
up
in his
behind her.
face?
Yeah, he just snuck up behind her and got down on the ground, stuck his face on the ground, cheek in the dirt, and started licking the heel of her shoe. Police say the suspect admitted to the charges and explained he did so to, quote, satisfy his sexual desire. There is so much pent up testosterone in Japan, and yet they can't this is why you don't censor free speech, because you mosaic blur the genitalia of the Japanese, and they have to get real weird with their eroticism.
Right,
they can't even get it up with normal sex. They have to have the tentacles. They have to have the netorare. They have to have all that shit.
The
to,
fuck
to
is
even get a
on
boner.
the tentacles.
Right? So
A Google
this
search for later.
netorare is cuck porn.
Okay.
It's cheating. It's NTR is what they call it. Anyway.
Basically, watching your wife get screwed while you're sitting in the armchair right next to the bed.
I understand what cuck porn is. I didn't need that description.
Netorare is the Jack Murphy.
It's blue balls, but of a totally
I've
new
just
variety.
never heard of Netorare before.
We need to make a prawn site with Jack Murphy as one of the tags.
The poor tags. So, but seriously, you censor freedom of expression in their pornography, so they have to get real weird with it to the point where this guy is so fucking horny that he gets on his hands and knees to lick the shoe of some middle school girl because he's a freak who can't get off any other way. When this guy has enough sexual energy to solve the birth rate on his own, if he had just been allowed to see an uncensored vagina once in his life.
I really don't understand these weird people that have this fetish of do something that doesn't involve the crotch area and somehow get aroused.
Excuse me, Random 11. David, where is it? Are you telling me that
the crotch area?
You ever gotten laid?
You're saying this doesn't arouse any suspicion at all? Like,
I mean, I would never be able to get sexually satisfied from just looking at a pair of tits.
I mean,
you're doing
my
wrong,
point,
my friend.
my point is, people widely like tatas.
Clearly, we've established you're a footman, so we picked the wrong photo there, Footman. Maybe you should.
Oh, you're right.
Unless
where's the musical called Toe Jam?
The only way it makes sense to me is if he's jacking off while licking the shoe, which he's not doing. He's just licking the shoe.
I would like to generate some artwork. I will track the motion of these titties.
No way.
And I will apply the motion with the jiggle physics to a pair of legs. The feet,
What
the feet flopping around.
What? How? What?
No, my God.
What are? I can't even wrap my head around how you'd use the motion of the titties for feet.
Just imagine like just imagine like a 3D model that is completely rigid, except for where the sock line would be. You've got a deformer attached to it to let the feet have a
Speaking
wiggle
of completely
deformer.
rigid, hey,
And
random,
then you
like
move
the
it in
sound
the
of those?
exact same motion as Marin's chest little jiggle there, and you leave the feet just flop around.
I think we need to make
I'm
this
really
into a clip. We need to make this a clip starting from when you said they need to just see an uncensored badge or whatever, and just call it AC's impassioned speech or whatever.
I think this needs to die in the podcast's like final minutes.
Don't worry,
in
we'll
a
cut out all
6-hour
the feet parts where we talk about feet.
I don't think this deserves a clip.
What do you put as the thumbnail? I need somebody needs to find me a an image of the ugly bastard tag from hentai.
Oh God.
Like on the ground licking the heel of some middle school girl's shoe. That's the only thing I could use as a thumbnail. So police say that the suspect admitted to the charges and explained he did so to, quote, satisfy his sexual desire. More traditional methods apparently being out of the question. Right.
I have the weirdest boner right now.
Because they're mosaic.
Okay, first of all, he's literally living in one of the most expression free countries in the world, and he still devolves to this, which that to me shows some serious mental illness.
I mean, Brad's speech just said how technically they they're censored because they can't see,
true, but you can like Japan's more open about things than 98% of the rest of the world. But the thing is that, and then to make this even weirder, you flip that on the other head, so we have Japan with 50-year-old men licking the shoes of, oh God, and
yeah,
what do you understand?
You should never assume Japan allows men and women to get on with boys and girls to have a sexual desire.
Huh?
Are you mean because like it's a middle school girl's shoe? I must have missed something.
Maybe he's wording it in a weird way that he means men and women who allows men and women to get it on with boys and girls. Maybe saying people are attracted to minors or whatever aren't having sexual desires; they're just having other weird desires. I don't know.
This is going to be like getting off to Dante's Inferno Lust Boss with titties that spew fetuses out of the nipples.
Oh God, what?
So the schoolgirl was perusing the goods present in the store when she was suddenly approached by the suspect, who got down on their hands and knees to lick the girl's footwear, immediately causing her father to dial emergency services. Bro,
how is that the first thing you do?
Seriously? No. This is why Japan has a birth rate issue. The men are total betas.
Kick the fucking guy in the face. He's on the ground beside your shoes.
Yeah, if an old guy came and like got down on his hands and he started licking my daughter's shoe, I would have stomped that fucker into the pavement before I pulled out my phone and called 911.
By the
and then
way,
pull out the clock and shoot him in the face.
Okay, now this is just unfair. It says here, immediately causing her father to dial emergency services, and after looking at security cameras, the suspect was embed them. Let me see this. I need to see this event. I need to see.
Okay. First of all, I guess I'm just paranoid. But if I was watching, a kid, and I'm sure AC would be the same way, and someone starts walking up to that fucking kid, just randomly starts getting down on the floor in front of them. First of all, that shit's not. I'm not just gonna stand there and let this go down.
Honestly,
how did it get to this point?
I think wholeheartedly that if that happened, it would take you a moment to register. This is really happening right now. Like
maybe
you would do one of those. You do one of those, like rub the eyes. Like, oh, what? Like, are you for real? Are you really licking her shoes?
It depends on how fast he gets down on his hands and knees. Like, does he just do the whole anime just I fell over thing, or does he slowly just
depends on how good of a
down?
shape he's still in, which I'm guessing not very good.
This is another prime example of the criminal suspects, whatever, being very forthcoming about. Yes, I was doing it for my sexual desire.
I did it to satisfy my sexual desire.
The thing is like I'm sitting here thinking like Japan has this issue, and yet over here in America we have the issue of people just murdering each other for no damn good reason. At this point we can't win regardless. I'm like, what the fuck?
They can't get it up unless it says Skechers on the side.
Oh, God.
All right, I've got one more for us. A Michigan man allegedly struck an old woman with his car so he could violate the corpse.
Wait, a Michigan?
Why?
Now, I don't know. I mean, I thought that licking the middle school girl's shoes was pretty weird.
But roadkill fetish, that's... I
don't
know, man.
Hold on. Wait a minute. This is roadkill, gilf... No, I mean... this is Grand Theft Gilf. What would it be? A Grand Theft Gilf.
It would be vehicular MILF GILFslaughter.
Vehicular Gilf necrophilia. That's it.
Yes.
Thank you.
There we go.
Vehicular GILFslaughter. I like that.
The courts have their turn.
Car sex adultery in the street.
Jesus Christ. Please, I want
to. Great article to end on there.
AC, please tell me what the fuck's going on here, because I'm hoping this ends up like that one of those articles earlier where it's just like, oh, it makes sense in the end.
I would like to point out that we've been rolling 20s like nonstop with the Misk news tonight. Authorities have suggested a car accident that took the life of a 64-year-old woman was in fact actually intentional, and that the driver responsible committed the atrocity so he could violate the victim's corpse, certain to have some wondering why he didn't use a more inconspicuous method to satisfy his twisted desires. Yeah, he's like, I can only get it up if the pelvis is just destroyed. Right?
If that windshield's not cracked, I'm not hard.
The summary of the incident from a news site said the criminal, Colby Martin, was initially charged with, quote, manslaughter with an automobile, failure to stop at the scene of a crash, and concealing a body. I'm sorry.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. How do you not stop at the scene of a crash?
Thank you.
And conceal the body?
Yeah.
Did he just in one fell swoop hit her? And then she rolled up onto the windshield, and then he dragged her in through the sunroof while not stopping.
No, you're not getting this. This is more wacky racers than you think. He rear-ended her so hard her heart stopped, and she was in a convertible. So when her car started to decelerate, he just bolted in front of her and caught her in the trunk. That's how this happened.
This is like the definition of hit it and quit.
So investigators pointed to DNA evidence and the suspect's online search it. Please tell me what it is. I am begging you, article. Give me the details.
Girl hit
online
by car
search
prawn.
history as evidence for the murder charge against Colby Martin. Martin, 29, of White Pigeon, was arraigned on open murder connected to the death of Melody Rohrer In Van Buren County District Court Wednesday, prosecutors initially charged Martin with manslaughter with an automobile, failure to stop at the scene of a crash, and concealing a body in September 2021. Police say Martin killed his victim, who was jogging in Michigan's Hamilton Township with his vehicle, and carried her deceased corpse to St. Joseph County. Van Buren County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Jay Blair stated, quote, "The defendant's conduct is that of a person who shows absolutely no remorse. It shows that he is a great danger, is very dangerous." Okay. It shows that he is a great danger, is very dangerous. He presents a very high and great danger to the public.
Well worded.
But is he dangerous? Searches for pornography containing dead or unconscious women were said to have been made by Martin through his cell phone after victim Melody Rohrer was reported as missing.
What the fuck? Hold on. He has porn of dead people?
Necro porn. Rohrer's husband contacted the police when the retired nurse victim hadn't yet returned to her abode after exercising, and the criminal Martin eventually revealed to the authorities where her corpse was stashed away. Condoms retrieved from Martin's car and a trash can near his residence revealed remnants of both Martin and Rohrer's DNA.
You know, it's a good thing he used protection, so
at least he got her. At least he got her to completion.
No, at least he didn't get her pregnant. It's a good thing he wore protection.
Martin has been charged with open murder and denied bond. Well,
murder. We're in an
Jesus
open murder
Christ.
relationship, actually.
I don't understand. One, the wording in that was terrible. Two, he did stop at the crime. There's no doubt about it. He couldn't have got the body otherwise. And
yeah, come on, Judge. Come on,
unless,
Judge. Why are
unless
you
he hit her, unless he clipped
Your
her
Honor.
out of his car and then just grabbed her arm and they said grandma. How old was she?
Your Honor, the state penal code says not stopping at the scene of a crime requires me to have not stopped there. But in fact,
I did stop there.
I did pull over and even got out of my car.
I pulled
I'll
over
have you
and
know.
pulled out, Your Honor.
I'll have you know that I did.
I think they said she
Okay,
was
AC.
60,
Also,
70
guys.
something.
Also, another thing.
No,
Wouldn't that
64.
technically be the same accusation I throw at? Hello, did I lose you guys again?
Yeah, you're good.
Keep talking.
Okay. And him having the dead people porn, wouldn't that be the same accusation I proudly throw at CP, where it's proof of a fucking crime? There's someone fucking dead in the picture.
Well,
It's still a dead person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
A corpse.
right.
Which is-
I think that I mean you could argue that the porn he was looking up wasn't an actual dead person, just like all the incest porn isn't actually family members, right? Like it's an actor pretending to be dead.
Okay.
That's theoretically
Well,
possible.
then see that's one thing, but the way they made it, they said of deceased people. So
right.
Wording is bad, but continue on. I'm dropping this. I can't take any more of that.
I mean, that's it. I'd like to
Okay.
address that Jason South said, quote, and I thought we weren't going to end on a SpongeBob style article this podcast.
Well, don't take me wrong. This is a lot better than the
This was-
SpongeBob one.
Dude, I am haunted by that SpongeBob one. That was so awful. At least this person was 64 instead of 3.
Well, the fact someone died either way is terrible, but that is something that I have not been able to forgive myself.
I mean, it's
because-
one thing to die. It's another thing to die and then be raped. Like,
Oh God.
Oh.
Anyway, so
That
that's
was
it.
that's a
That's
grounding
all I've got
pause
planned
right
for
there.
tonight. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Make sure to like the video, and I forgot to tell everybody to share it. Fuck.
You just
I'm
did.
so bad at shilling. No, at the beginning of the podcast when we were going over the In Touch podcast with Stan,
When
we
we
should have had
Pete-
people.
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm a fucking idiot.
Hey, post editing, big thing. Please share.
Anyway, I hope you guys have enjoyed. I'm gonna end it now because I've got work in a few hours again. I'm surprised we managed to do this by only 12:30. Oh, someone just popped in. Oh, hello, Reese.
Wow.
Hello, double footnums. What do you have? Okay. What do you have to say for yourself? Anyway, you guys want to keep the show going while I dip out, or do you want to end it?
We can end it.
So how far are we all on Interspecies reviewers?
I'm on episode 4.
I'm to completion.
I would just say I would like to point out something. Not a fan of how the tatas are rendered. They are quite overweight looking. I like my girls a little bit closer to this. I don't much like them where they draw them in that weird way where you're like, why are the nipples inverted? Like. Anyway, yeah. So far I've not been thrilled. I like the concept. I think the concept is funny, right? Like the main character is a human who like he's got a fetish for elf girls, but the elf character is disgusted by that because they're all 500 years old, and he
likes the visibly old human.
Yeah, he likes the old grandma human. He's like, there's
because
humans
she's
are so
young.
hot. Not one of them is under 100.
Yeah,
it's over 100, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I can. I think it's funny, like the concept, but the actual execution has been so unappealing. And
I'm honestly surprised that there wasn't like a shrinking or growing potion so they could like fuck the fairies or pixies.
I mean, the vampire kind of has his own powers. Or sorry, it wasn't the vampire; it was the incubus. he does that.
I mean, we'll talk about this for the actual watch club, but I'm very dumbfounded about how in the opening they list off all the types of like species, and they show one that they call monster, and then another one they call demon, and the demon is like a satyr, and the monster is like a pixie, and then in the actual show, the demon girl that's running for public office looks like a giant lolly, and the demon guy looks like Piccolo. I just don't get it. And then whenever they're imagining going to a demon girl brothel, they're like blue skinned, right?
Yeah. I mean, they end up being that way when they eventually go there.
Oh, well, that's yeah.
Oh.
Anyway,
you dare.
So I will say, I'll show you guys the color version of the. Let me show you the color version of the.
Did you draw this? Who drew it?
Who drew the? I drew it. Do you get the reference? I mean, Monica's pretty obvious.
Do I get the reference? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, are you fucking kidding me? It was on the screen for like 3 hours.
No, I'm talking about the rage face and the troll face.
Oh, okay, I guess.
I mean, did you get it before Brad brought light to it?
I mean, I know of the rage face that's on Monica. I didn't really get the troll face on Jamie, but
yeah, it's because you used the lightning bolt instead of the squares. But that's
please.
fine. People will see the lizard, and that's all that matters.
All right, I'm gonna show you guys my Photoshop document real quick. All right, this is the color version that I was working on. So I used Paint Chainer. Do you guys recall the podcast where we talked about AI taking over anime production?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I literally just used the AI that paints the image for you, and I sampled in some of the colors, and it's been a pain in the fucking ass to get it quite right. And then when I tried to upload it, I tried to do it without the background so that it was like it still had like this kind of like painty effect going on. And when I did that, it's like you can't use transparencies on a shirt. And I'm like, fuck, no. And then it was just a race to get it done. So anyway, I can put it on the mugs. So the mugs could go in color. I'm planning to do like a bit of a nicer, a little bit more effort behind it. Because the problem with Paint Chainer is that the image I produced an absurdly high resolution line art, and then when I sent it to Paint Chainer, it came back like 1% the resolution, so it's extremely upscaled, right? But anyway, so that'll be coming in the future. This took a lot of time, and I'm very sorry. I barely did any editing to the segment of the In Touch podcast, and it very much showed today. So hopefully next podcast when we cover the finale of episode 1, I'll be able to get it cut down to the the bare minimum or whatever.
How much is left on it? Like 20 minutes?
Like 20 minutes. And I think I can get it down to, maybe at least 15. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of just kind of letting them get through their stupid questions. So it'll probably be a lot less pausing and whatnot.
So much for the fire background.
Yeah, I was also going to do that. I was going to put the part where Jamie said that it was like we said to light people on fire. That tweet came later. I was gonna put them on fire, but I didn't have time for that. It was a shit show trying to get this done. I have had so little sleep this week. I had 2 G Fuels today. I am back on the caffeine wagon, although I'm gonna immediately go off of it today technically. And we'll be back to it. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. Once again, make sure to follow us, join our Discord, and we'll catch you on the next one. Take it easy.